And yes, we had a little bit of a technical difficulty very early on when we started. I hope you can hear us loud and clear right now. So let us welcome you all back again here to the Skyesports Champions Series presented by AMD, powered by Router. I introduced myself earlier on. Again, it's going to be me, Lucifer, alongside me. It is Star Tanya. We had an entire discussion, Tanya. Unfortunately, our audience could not hear it, but nonetheless, the action is not what they've missed. So it's going to be still waiting. We are going to be heading into the match very early on, but it's still the phase one that we are seeing. Rest of South Asia is going to be concluding today with the grand finals that we are watching between Orangutan versus Prime 5. But then we have the Indian qualifiers as well as the Indian grand finals of the qualifiers, which we'll be waiting for. But right now, draw show, phase 2 and phase 3 are also much awaited from all our viewers.
Absolutely. The viewers are going to wait it out. Phase one is about to get over with just one day away. How strongly we mentioned a few days away that the journey is the long one, and now here we are to witness the Rosa Grand finalists, and we do have two finalists here who is going to be the crown winners of rest of South Asia qualifiers. Though talking about phase two right now, it is going to be from 18 to 23rd May. Now this is exactly where the other two teams and Indian qualifiers are going to immediately promote onto. So these battles are going to be worth every second to be watched.
I agree with you. I mean, the later stages are going to be even heated up. But I want to see what's going to be happening, Tanya, here in the draw show because we'll be having 12 teams, and how are they going to be split up? What is their groups? Which group are they going to be fighting it out? Which invited teams are going to be in Group A, in Group B, and who are they going to be putting in qualifiers? These questions are what I'm looking forward to. Is it going to be one super heated group, another going to be a group where, I mean, we kind of have an idea which team has done a lot in terms of the effort. So these are the questions I'm looking forward to because already for the rest of South Asia region, we have our clear cut pictures of the two teams who have qualified. So what are your thoughts coming into the draw show? Do you think there is going to be one dominating group, or are the 12 teams going to be split apart equally?
Well, it all depends on luck here because the
Yeah.
gameplay is never luck. We always say it is hard work, effort, sweat, and blood. But draw show is mere luck, and always I say that one group is a group of death and other is group of blood. So let's see who is going to be the group of death and other who is going to shed the blood here and there. So maybe or may not be, it is going to be a fight of equals. But somehow I do have that corner in my heart where one group is definitely going to dominate over the other, and one group is going to make sure of that they are going to take the lead. They are going to be performing
Prime
extremely
5
extremely
enters
well,
interview
and here
segment.
we
So
go
Beast,
ahead with the
long time,
interview.
बहुत टाइम बाद आपसे फिर से बात करने का मौका मिल रहा है. How are you?
Thank you for inviting me. I'm good. How about you, bro?
I'm great. I'm great. So सीधा बढ़ते हैं हम हमारे सवाल जवाब segment की तरफ. So the first question that's going to come in from my end to you is that it's been a hard time for you guys to beat Aegon and be here at the grand final. So first of all, beating Aegon and then stepping here into the grand finals, how does it make you feel?
It feels amazing because एक तो एक ऐसे प्लेयर के बिना खेलना जो कि जिविक्स है और सब्स्टिट्यूट के साथ खेलना उसके साथ यहाँ पे पहुँचना हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज था और हमने उस चैलेंज को सही किया और या वी आर फेसिंग नाउ ओरंगुटान सो लेट्स सी विल गिव आवर बेस्ट दो.
बिल्कुल। और साथ ही साथ कहीं न कहीं आज आपका ओरंगुटन के साथ मैच रहने वाला है। तो हाउ आर यू फीलिंग एक्चुअली? एक ऐसी टीम के अगेंस्ट जो काफ़ी ज़्यादा एक्सपीरियंस्ड है, आपके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है? क्या हो सकता है आज?
Yeah, they're good, but we're good as well. So I'm not gonna say anything like Joe, like overconfident or anything, but yeah, we'll give our best.
वेल कहना तो कुछ आपको पड़ेगा बिकॉज मेरा अगला सवाल जो है वो उसी की तरफ रहने वाला है. इफ यू वर टू से समथिंग लेट्स जस्ट से एनीथिंग एट ऑल टू योर ओपोनेंट्स, मे बी अ लिटिल बिट ऑफ फ्रेंडली बैंटर, एंड अभी आप यहाँ पर है तो आई बिलीव कि ओपोनेंट्स भी आपके देख रहे होंगे. सो व्हाट वुड यू लाइक टू टेल ओजी फ्रॉम योर एंड?
Well, just don't take us lightly. That's all.
Oh, okay. It's going to be a crazy match, I believe. Well, thank you so much, Beast, for joining us here. We wish you all the very best for today's game and,
Thank you.
play your own game.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so
Goodbye.
much. Well, Divine, 。 . 。 。 。 。 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。
Goodbye.
Hope you had an interactive and also an idea about what Prime 5 are preparing into, Tanya. Our viewers, they wanted kind of a gist into what's going to be happening as we start off here in the grand finals of the rest of South Asia. Because, yes, I mean, after seeing Prime 5's performance of how they started off on the day one of the stream itself, it kind of gives us hope that there can be some slight chance that Prime 5 are going to be completely dominating. I mean, feeling these two teams being right here, I'm pretty sure this is going to be coming in my mind. I feel like it's going to be a long run as well as all the five maps maybe. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, the way Prime 5's members were interacting, I do see the confidence in them. I do see the fierce activity they are going to carry throughout the match with the comfort zone and the gelling up of the teammates. Synergy is going to be the key. Talking about Prime 5, they have been practicing with the same teammates for a long run. Talking about Orangutan, on the other hand, they are the mix of several nations here and they are pretty new team that has been composed. So now the synergy is going to be a question. But talking about firepower, gunpower, I don't think there's question on either of the teams.
Exactly. I mean, both the sides, we know those players as individuals, right? And as you said, yes, the team that we are seeing from Prime 5, they've had a run that most of the players have stuck with each other and they've kept going on. On the other end, Orangutan, as you said, is a newly formed team, but all those players coming in from Orangutan have been, I would say, perfect and precise on their aim. There has no be, there has been never a second question on what they can pull off, and I think that's where the Orangutan is coming out from. But again, if there needs to be a very strong competitor, especially in rest of South Asia region for Orangutan as well as per se for Prime 5, I think these two are the best matches. We are going to be best teams right now in the rest of South Asia region to be watched out. But we know one thing, right? There's one specific player that I want to talk about here. It is going to be, I'm pretty sure our viewers as well, Shooter. If he gets a chance to run away, he's going to be not only making a dent, he's going to be completely, I would say, destroying that entire squad. But do you think Prime 5 is ready for that? They're going to be kind of finding a counter against Shooter?
Well, talking about shooter, there's only one thing that comes into my mind. That is going to be map of Ascent, holding the mid with the operator and taking as many picks as possible and dashing away. I think if this is how shooter has planned the day ahead, there's nothing that can stop shooter. And there's also a player that I want to talk about is going to be Ghost. How
Oh, yes.
ghostly he hides himself under the heaven in any sneaky area, garden area, anywhere he just holds on to, gets a triple and round into their pockets very fairly one round. So talking about in particular player by player, I think the synergy will be created with time. But being a new team, they are already performing very well. And on the other side, if you have to talk about one player which is going to be from Prime 5, is going to be Beast. We have seen him.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we have seen him going Hulk mode on several times.
Oh, yes, I'm waiting for it again. But there's two more players that I would want to talk about from the side of Prime 5. It's going to be Hats as well as Stranger. These two players, you kind of feel that they kind of sink in with the team and make sure they come together. And whenever they get a chance to make those plays happen, these are the teammates that you want to rely on. And yes, they get a lot of rounds because of that as well, and these are the crucial players. We might always keep talking about the duelist, but these are the players who kind of try and help you out, in one in information, other one in blocking vision with the help of smokes. They are the ones to be watched out for because they have both of, I would say, in terms of aim as well as the utility and game knowledge, whereas the duelist, their only intention would be just to go ahead. So you have to watch out for these supportive players who are going to be trying and clutching the rounds. You just mentioned, I mean, Ghost, we know him for being a duelist, but after now his role has been changed, right? He's not only playing that controller, he did play a Sage as well. He did try to make it work over there, and he played it really, really well. And that tells us that when these kind of players switch into a supportive role, their, I would say, aim does not kind of get slowed down. Only the gameplay slows down, because of which they get more precise movements and opportunities to eliminate players out. But I am waiting here for the Veto, Tanya. Or do you think we are going to be finally seeing Breeze?
Well, I really want to see if we are going to witness a breeze map or no, because I would want to see a breeze and a fracture all together. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Skyesports Champions Series Valorant presented by AMD, powered by Router, and best of 5 between Orangutan and Prime 5. We are excited. I hope you are too, because keep on cheering for your favorite team. Your motivation is key to the success of your favorite team, or maybe your favorite player entirely. Talking about Orangutan, once again, it is going to be a player that I would want to discuss is Vibor. How nicely he also switched his role. He has always been a controller for his team. He went ahead as an initiator, did wonders. Once again in the next map, switching his role towards controller as a wipe on the map of Icebox to be particular, was able to get those much required frags, get an entire set of control, and also get those early picks or the finisher moves as well. And I think that is enough. If any of the team members is able to switch their roles, is able to play the versatile roles from initiator to controller to sentinel to the duelist, and I'm very sure there's one agent who never wants to switch, is going to be Jet insta lockers, and I'm not seeing any change there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit surprising for me as well, Tanya, that even though there's a nerf on Jet, people are still trying to make it work. I mean, there are a couple of teams who have already started adapting to it, but there are teams who are, I would say, strongly sticking on to that Jet, making sure that Jet works. But right now, it's time for the Veto. And yes, Breeze is there as I kind of wanted it to be, but it's going to be the decider map. I mean, already tried to predict if it's going to be all the 5 maps, but I'm not too sure. So, Bans, on the other end, it's going to be Icebox as well as Fracture, and we're going to be starting off on a very attacker sided map decided by Prime 5 as their first pick. It's going to be on Haven.
It's going to be Haven. Now, here talking about Haven, the only thing that comes to my mind is Orangutan is initiating on the attacker side, and they have done it once. This is the exact time where they can do it twice, and they have been dominating it very nicely. And let's be honest, without any second opinion, Haven is meant a map for attackers, and Orangutan initiating it even after
Oh,
Prime
yes.
5 picking it. We can expect the scoreline hopping in of 9-3, 8-4, and to the very best 10-2 as well.
I agree with you. I mean, right now, the scoreline can kind of tend to be one sided because, as you mentioned, it is a pick coming in from the side of Prime 5, but the advantage of the start has been given to Orangutan. But again, there is always the switch right here, and because of that switch, I somewhere feel that Prime 5 will be having a chance to make a comeback. And also, this is not the start of the tournament, because of which I strongly feel that we are going to be seeing this first map maybe being closer, Tanya.
The first map is going to be, I personally don't see an overtime hopping in. Maybe I can expect an overtime on the map of Ascento, but on the map of Heaven, if at all Orangutan is able to stick to the same rules, stick to the same norms of trying to accumulate as many rounds on the attacker side, I think there's no turning back then. But talking about Prime 5, what do you think on the defender side initiating? What lineup are they going to pick? I'm expecting at least double sentinel, double one initiator, one controller, and one duelist. That is what my pick would be on the defender side for Prime 5.
Yesterday, as we did see, right, the Chambers now making kind of a comeback. I'm not going to be completely saying being included in the meta, because yes, there was a nerf which is kind of affecting the choice of whether to bring in Chamber or not. And as you said, a double Sentinel, I think there is going to be a Chamber pick coming in, maybe from both the teams, especially because this is such a big map. You kind of need a couple of agents who can immediately move from one position to another within the blink of a second, within the blink of an eye, right? They just want them to be fast. And yesterday we saw a Neon pick coming in as well. Chamber
Yeah.
also is coming into the picture. So these kind of, I would say, picks might come into play here from both the teams, especially. And as you said, maybe not a double sentinel as well. We might end up seeing a double controller setup, because yes, this being such a big map, certain times you would need that control to just kind of deny attackers to very fastly push into the side, right? So you want some kind of damage dealing utility. So we'll be looking forward to that very soon. But right now, Tanya, as you asked the question, do you think this first map that we are seeing on Heaven, it's going to be playing out as it is meant to be, completely attacker sided, or it's going to be how these teams play out? Maybe the defense works out for Prime.
Well, I would want to see if at all double initiator setup or lineup of the agent choice is going ahead from the side of Orangutan. The attacker side is going to have a very good clean sweep, but on the defender side as well, if there is a double sentinel lineup, just imagine having a chamber and a KJ. Both of them can play with a lot of distance play all together, and Heaven is the map where you have to protrude and play with the distance. Where Omen as a smoker is also going to be a very helpful agent agent work out with. Using
Yes.
from the shadows some TPs, and those cheeky TPs, Ghost is the only name that hops into my mind as soon as I say that. So I would want to see that once again. Is he going to do the same strat? Is he going to go below the heaven and not being spotted and getting a triple and the finisher? Unlike the map of Ascent, heaven is widely spread, so it is not going to
Oh,
be any
yes.
easier to just hold on to one different angle, because each and every site has got multiple openings, entrances, and exits.
Hmm. Yep. I mean, there's kind of speculations of where they can be entering. There's a lot of fakes that can be
Yeah.
delivered, so you have to be worried about it. You might think that, okay, wait, they're dropping down utility, smokes are coming through. Maybe there's a breach and the breach flash also, or maybe even the fault line is coming towards A side. But immediately you end up seeing that the entire team has rushed towards C, got a plant, and the defense had no clue about it. They all pushed themselves towards A, trying to hold on for a retake in that, I would say, post plant situation. But the post plant, anything that they thought about happened towards Ceylon, and Ceylon is a very tough fight to put up, right? Because it's one after another player will be lining up, and it's not that they'll be coming in one streak. And most of the times, players kind of try to have lineups. Sova's coming in, they try to use their shock dart, and the major number of times that we end up seeing Sova surviving is based on the Hunter's Fury. So they have to, I would say, again, pay attention to that ultimate of whichever agent is possible. So as you said, the agent selection is going to be crucial of how this entire map is going to be playing out. But defensive abilities that I'm thinking about, I'm not too sure. But because this is the best of five, this first map itself is going to be trying and giving one of these teams a lot in terms of, I would say, the confidence. And this momentum is needed, right? In the first map, if you're able to get it, you might just go for a 3-0.
Yeah, 3-0, which is the last thing I want to see in the
Yeah.
grand finals of Rosa. So please don't call it that we are going to witness a 3-0 or 3-0. I want to see a very tough competition lining up. And on the defenders side, just like you mentioned, we can expect a KJ or a chamber. So I'm expecting Prime 5 to just place their utilities of a chamber somewhere near to the garage doors to protect not only garage but also the seaside entry, immediate
Hmm.
entry. Because C long can be taken care of with one player holding on to it. Garage is one of the key factors that you need to have a good control over, because if two-way push comes in towards side E, there's side C, there's no looking back. They are going to have an entire side control, and the attackers are going to win a flawless round without losing any players, because gradual one by one push coming in, and the player is going to be picked without a doubt. But on the defender's side, just imagine two double sentinel setup is used, and they are able to protect site A as well as the
Hmm.
garage part, and the player split is also equalized. One player on B, one in the garage, two on A, and one on C. That will be working flawlessly, at least to give information that there is a full push coming in, 5 stack rush coming in, and that should be enough for the defenders to immediately come into the actions. And talking about fakes, now you have to study yourself if that is a fake or not,
Yes.
because we cannot pre-predict that anyhow.
Yeah, I mean, for that, you need to have a lot of information. So I think that information based gameplay, even though we were talking about a double sentinel or we were talking about a double control, double initiator setup, mostly it'll be based. I'm looking forward to it being an information based gameplay because, as you said, it's a three-sided map. You need to have as much information as you can gain. But here's one thing: one information that we also have is that Prime 5 already played the map of Heaven. We have seen how that works for them, but we have not seen how Orangutan plays on it. That's going to be a question mark. What kind of agent setup are they going to be bringing? And Shooter, is he still going to be playing in that jet? I think he should be probably still playing that jet. But on the other end, will Prime 5 still bring in the jet? Are they going to be changing it up? Yesterday, it did happen against Lethal, and yes, we will be seeing that later down the line. But do you think that there is going to be a switch? Maybe both these teams drop the jet?
Well, for Shooter particularly, I don't see any other agent suiting him the way he
Hmm.
plays. He is very concernedly strong about getting a first pick for his team and then
Yes.
dashing away, and that in term in at least for the time being, he's already creating a man-to-man advantage. So if he's able to do that, why should he change the agent? That is a key question here. So I'm not expecting Shooter to switch his role at any cost. But for Vibor, I am expecting either he can go for a Sky, KO, because we have seen him switching the roles
Yes.
all the way from a controller to an initiator. So somewhere we can expect Vibor to go for this versatile role switch, but for Shooter,
Hmm.
he is the sharp shooter for the team. So I don't think he needs to switch the role. And talking about Heaven, this map it is indeed made for the verticality involving
Yes,
operator and a
exactly.
jet. You can entirely have a control on the site C long or A long as well, and then you can get those collaterals sometimes. One pick for
Oh,
sure.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's going to be an op play that I'm also looking forward to. That's kind of dying down, I would say, especially in the maps that we are seeing. It was just one team picking operator. There was not a counter operator most of the number of times. So I'm looking forward to that coming into picture. Hopefully these teams bring it in. And as you said, yes, I feel like still both these teams are going to be picking in the jet. I think we are going to be seeing Jivix also coming in today. We did not see him when Prime 5 started it off. We did see somebody else filling in that role. But if that starts happening when how Beast was also popping off, kind of getting them all together, it's going to be a deadly play coming in from Prime 5. So I think they should be ready right now in terms of what it's going to be happening on the first map itself. Because if Prime 5 have decided this, right, they've already dominated previously when they went up against another team. So they are coming off from a strong start, and they are sure short of how their strategies are on Heaven. And it's going to be very tough for Orangutan as well. But again, attacking half advantage is what they've gotten. So they need to be very cautious, especially in the first pistol rounds itself, Tanya. If they're able to pull off in the pistol round, I think it's going to be a good run. But I don't think we are going to be right now having the immediate answers to what our agent selection is going to be. I think there's just a slight technical issue. We're going to be getting into the game very soon. But Tanya, as Heaven is the first map and the second map is going to be Ascent, if Orangutan or Prime 5 have the initial advantage, they're going to be trying and immediately closing it off in the first two. But if Orangutan get the advantage, right, they have done it on Ascent previously. So it can be a back to back victory for Orangutan. So I think that's one of the major factors also that Prime 5 need to consider, that they need to close out the first map at least in their name on Haven.
Yeah, this is one of the maps. Prime 5 has not chosen the map, but still Orangutan is having an upper hand. Now, that is exactly the cause of concern for me. But as soon as we move ahead, if we talk about the map of Ascent, we very well know how strong both the teams are on the map of Ascent. So, if at all I had to predict an OT happening, Ascent is going to be the map where I can expect that. But talking about Bind, it is going to be one team dominating, and which one will that be is ending up with no guesses until and unless we get to see which team has got a better form today, which player is running better today. Because now the days are long lost gone where the duelists were only the players who used to be the top fraggers, whatnot. Now it is going to be an initiator play where initiators are usually the first fraggers, the top fraggers.
Oh,
So my
yes.
eyes are also over there.
I agree with you. I mean, initiators, the utility setup that they have is just really good. And certain times you're enough for yourself if you're able to create space, and that's the best part of an initiator. One, you try to get information, and another, you try to create an opening to go for an aim duel. And when you have all these things in your backpack, it's all about the timing that you use it, and then you yourself can try and find those opportunities of those first bloods, first picks. So let's hope initiators also kind of go bonkers with their utility and backpack that they have. But there are a couple of off picks that I do want to talk about, which kind of happens on Bind as well as Split. I already mentioned about Neon, but I also want to bring in Yoru here as the duelist. We kind of starting to see him on Bind, where they kind of know the nooks and corners where Yoru can use his ultimate as well, even the flashes and even the, I would say, gate crash, that he can try and make his move in different positions all of a sudden and kind of scare the opponent as well as give them a surprise. So I feel like one of these two teams can get that pick up, because that is where, right, the meta changes, and also your opponent is never ready for it. Because generally when we talk about the meta, there's one set meta where we generally see one duelist, double initiator, one controller, and certain times a sentinel. And it does happen that everybody knows and tries to find a counter to it. But when you bring such offset agent selections, right, Tanya, I feel like it's going to be changing the game up a lot. Do you think that's going to be happening today? Any, I would say, agent selection that none of us were even assuming or ready for?
Well, now as you're talking about agent selection, we are going to move in immediately and quickly towards the agent selection. And here we go ahead. We have got Soa, Casper as Soa, Beast as Cypher. Cypher, a very good pick for the map of Haven. Trick going ahead as a Jet, and they to no surprise, Trick had to be a Jet.
Yes.
Jets never tend to change their agents. Strange as a Breach and Hats as a controller. Please walk us through Lucifer for the side of Orangutan.
Orangutan right now, again, as we said, no offbeat picks. We were thinking about it. It's going to be the duelist, Jet on shooter. Vibor will be on that initiator. With the breach coming and Tesseract with that Sova, he showed us what he can do and is still picking that. And you mentioned about Ghost. He's going to be playing as the Ghost itself. And Omen justifies that character and also the playstyle that he can make work with in terms of clutching rounds. And then Persia, the reliable sentinel for their team, has played on the Killjoy. Now will be playing on the Cypher. I always like when we end up seeing a Cypher. This could have been almost a, I would say, mirror lineup if Hats did not pick up that Astra and would have gone for the Omen. But that's the only difference from these two teams. So somewhere it's a little bit closer in terms of how they use their utilities. If one of these teams use it better, they're going to be winning the round. But just a little bit of an offset can be Hats on that Astra as well as Ghost on that Omen. This changes the entire game. Astra, a little bit slow paced and passive player, has to be, because that's the only controller you have, and defenders, they do not want to lose a controller. On the other hand, Ghost can be their, I would say, attacker as well, can go aggressive, Tanya, because even if he loses himself, there are other utilities which can be thrown out towards the defenders to either push them back or hurt them.
Yeah, absolutely. And to hurt there, and a little bit of damage delivered is equal to a closer step towards getting that opening frag or early frag. So
Yes.
let's see if we are going to see those shock bolts coming in from Tesseract or Casper's side. But talking about the difference, the only difference with the agent lineup is, which you already mentioned, Omen and Astra. Now, smokes both of the agents are going to have, but the distance, the travel and the distance can be covered a little extra better by Ghost. But if we talk about the gravity, well, I think the vulnerability factor goes into the hands of Hats. So it is not the fight of equals for this for the controllers. The rest all are going same double initiator pick. This is exactly what we were expecting, and there's no healer. Once the HP gone is gone forever, and they could have chosen Sky as a initiator as well, but the Rolling Thunder is the
Exactly.
X factor which nobody want to lose in comparison to Seekers.
I agree with you. The Rolling Thunder is more effective in gaining sight rather compared to the Seekers, or even I would say Chaos Null Command. It does not push the players back. It just kind of one side, it kind of gives you the information. If you talk about Seekers, on the other end, if you talk about Chaos Ultimate, it just kind of does not give the opportunity for I would say players in terms of going back. They just have to go in for those aim duels. So I think that's one of the reasons they did not bring in KO and Sky. Rolling Thunder on the other end. Use it, you get thrown off the site. I mean, we have seen players just like updraft of Jet, they kind of get thrown up. And certain times even we've seen if there's a Killjoy, the turret, it kind of changes his position. If there is, it was on C side, kind of get pushed back to the defender side.
Yeah, absolutely. And those blinking heads, where you concussed
Hmm.
blinking heads, where you can
Oh,
immediately rush in and get those frags. So yeah, Rolling Thunder is going to play a massive role either on the pre-plant operative skills or post-plant as
yes.
well, to push the opponents away, to not allow the diffusal. And if we talk about the team Prime 5 in particular, they can use it to not allow the site entry. Now it is going to be
Mhm.
very beautiful to see the crossover of Rolling Thunders, because that has also been a
Oh,
case of
yes.
Syria scenario several times, where 8 out of 10 players are having those concussy heads on the screen. So if that happens, that is also going to be an entertainment factor for the viewers and the casters, but for the players, it is a little scary.
I agree with you, but right now I'm looking forward to how this Omen as well as Astra picks coming through from Hats as well as Ghost, how is going to be changing the game. Because as we said, both of them are controllers, both of them have the capability of putting down smokes, but there's one X factor. One is going to be Omen going aggressive with the shrouded step as well as with Paranoia, compared to Astra, where has Gravity Pull as well as Nova Pulse to kind of deny early pushes or fast pushes, or even try and hold off players in case they're trying to get that spike down and things as such. And also, as we were just talking about the Rolling Thunder, there's another concuss ability that I just told about, Nova Pulse, which can kind of try and uh, eliminate the factor of trying and getting those fights. But we have seen teams, even though they're getting concussed, they're able to pop those heads. But right now, let's see who's primed. Is it going to be Prime 5, or is it going to be Orangutan who are going to be making sure popping the heads off irrespective of whatever is thrown out to them? We're going to be just starting the match any moment now. The barriers are going to be dropping. The counter is going to be hitting zero, and we are going to be heading into the match. And right now, starting it off, it's going to be a heavily ghost investment coming in from Prime 5 on the defense.
The ghost investment is all they needed, but why there's no one who is going to stop them from entering the garage? It is a flawless entry, outburst, dash, and there's nobody to stop Shooter here. Shooter starting to shoot, no frags as of now. Indeed, he is taken down. The players are falling. Two players already down, and it is going to be Persia who was trying to get those required frags, but Tesseract is going to do the deal a little early. Flashed for a while, but then Vibor is also going to take down his only competitor, Breach here, and he's taken down as well. The fight is going to be 1 versus 3, and I think it is pretty clear that the first round is going to go into the hands of Team Orangutan.
Started off in Prime 5's hand, Tanya. Wait. Okay. What did just Orangutan do here? They just walked right into Beast. I mean, I was about to just justify this, that Beast is one of those players, you don't want to give him that duel, but I think they kind of lined up for him. It was a clutch, and you can see, right, he's smiling. It was almost lost. We just told that Orangutan is going to be winning this first round, and they gave it away to Prime 5 all of a sudden. The opening also felt like Prime 5 were the ones who had the advantage, but how Tesseract came from garage and then started popping everybody out of the side was the one incredible thing to watch out. He got a 3k as well, but look at this lineup coming through one after another. He just eliminated them one after another, and done was the round.
And it was already on the verge of announcing the very first round going into the hands of Orangutan, and then the table turns by only one player going ahead, getting that one defeat and also defusing the spike right on time. Talking about Stranger here is going to get flashed, and there's going to be a lot of stacked up players on site B. Not for so long, the players are being traded, but Ghost is going to go advantage here with the plantation of spike. Here goes some shock darts. The players are going to be pushed away, but how long are they going to push away here? And a good placement of the trap fire as well, and Beast trying to go for a distance play, but they don't have that sort of weaponry to go for the distant play.
Look at this right now. Control is there. They've gotten the plan, but look at this. This time, Beast is the one making that, I would say, wrong move and gets punished for it. But Had still trying to make this clutch work. He just gets 2, and Persia is able to eliminate him. And this is why you need to keep your numbers up and not put your players together like previously that happened. I'm pretty sure OG were also kind of surprised of how they lost that first round. But here, their thought and also the investment that they wanted to make sure get this round back, because they'd eliminated almost everybody. They did get the economy as well. They got the spike, and they could have even played on time, and that did not happen. This time, the right commitment. Every time we see in the anti-eco round, they try and push towards B, because it kind of helps you to push away everybody from B, because generally either one player in maximum just tries to hold it off. But right now, after losing the round, Prime 5 looking forward to trying and playing on Nico. You saw a shorty. There are majorly classics on their hand. Let's hope they find at least 1 or 2. But the weapons right now on Orangutan's hand is going to be very difficult to, I would say, throw away.
The sewers, the plans are pretty different. One player with just a shorty and 2 players already pushing it in. The players are lost, but look at the positioning of Stranger, which was already known, and the weapon is had an upper hand here in terms of Orangutan owning it. Ghost using the teleporter, trying to move as early as possible, but Hats has been spotted. It is Vibor who wants to get that final frag, and is eventually going to get it. With that, it is going to be a 7th consecutive round going into the hands of Orangutan, and this one was a flawless one, Lucifer. That interests me much more, because they did not lose any weapons here.
I mean, this is what we would have seen from the first, but yes, this was a very quick execution. They knew the economy was not there, but you saw the start was not fast. They first wanted to know the players' positionings, and once they started getting picks, they started pushing up, did not want to give the defenders any chance. But right now, it's the full buy opportunity that you're seeing here. If they are able to make sure that this full buy works, then Tanya, I think we might just head over to an equalizer.
Are we going to head on over to an equalizer, or it is going to be an immediate lead of 2 points? Because if we have a look at the split from the team of Orangutan, 2 players are still sticking to site B and 3 are near to the long. But if we talk about long and C, Hats is the only player who is trying to give a strong hold on site C, which is definitely not sufficient enough. And look at site A, it is totally barren, though at this point of time there's nobody to watch out for. And here comes a push from Hats, but Shooter immediately going flip and getting that frag. Flash is going to work wonders, but Shooter is flashed along
Yep, but he's still surviving. Tesseract finds one, and look at this. Pushed up shooter along with his teammate. They're able to clean up the site, and there's nobody else. The plant is down. Trick is left all alone. The camera has spotted him. What can he do? The trick that he needs to pull up is to try and save his weapon, because this was their full buy round. He gets one. Shooter wanted to punish him, try to recover that weapon, do the economy damage. And kind of right now, Trick feels a little bit confident. But look at this. Already Tesseract, he's pushed up through mid, and so Trick, he's going to be having a tough time. If he tries to back off now, Tesseract can take him, but Tesseract is looking in the wrong direction. He's already gone towards A-Link, and Trick, he's pushing towards the C.
And the split apart and trying to catch one player in. This is the trick that Trick did play outplay Ghost here by getting the first frag. Is even getting double
enemy
lead, as
remaining.
I say that it is a triple for him. Now this is the time where he might be able to get a 4K, except for Persia is right too far away, and the attackers winning it. Both the players are going to survive. 2 Vandals will be saved on either of the sides, but still it is a 2-point of lead for Team Orangutan on the map of Heaven. They are able to collectively secure the rounds, and this is exactly what they have to do, being on the attacker's side on the map of Heaven. The faces still are not glowing. They are still under pressure.
Yeah, I mean, after making, it might be the first just pistol round. You don't want that to be repeating, but this was kind of a bonus round, if you want to say that they are able to capitalize. There were free upgrades that they did take up, but they also kept, they just lost it because they went for the hunt. Nonetheless, if Trick had that slight window of opportunity, if it would have pushed up a little bit earlier, I think he could have gone in for a ninja defuse over there. Nonetheless, immediate timeout coming through, because this is the grand finals. When we end it, they want to make sure they let them know that Prime 5 also can be one of those top teams of rest of South Asia. On the other end, Orangutan, they want to make sure they become the champions here in the rest of South Asia. So it's always about the title. Whenever we talk about the prize also coming into play, here the prize is only going to be unlocked in the LAN, where you're going to be seeing the top 4 placements. So that journey is going to be long, but still the title, it gives you all the bragging rights when you head over to the phase 2.
Well, as soon as they are going to head over to phase 2, they are going to accumulate enough experience to battle any bigger names, any big shots. And this is exactly what phase 1 was about. Creating yourself, making yourself a little extra stronger to perform better in terms of competing against bigger names, bigger teams, older teams. And as soon as I say that, we are ready with the 5th round here. This is an immediate 5-stack push towards A. It is going to be a face-off of the Jets, but a shooter could not get the frag, neither on the other side. They did Stranger getting a pick here, but this concussion is going to do wonders, and Veto is going to make use out of it. It's going to take down one. The updraft, Shooter getting a good angle right now, and Trick is still holding himself on the smoke.
Look at this is not clear side. One player is going to be in the backside, and Stranger gets one. They had to clear it. They did use the Rolling Thunder, but all goes in vain. And after that one pick, it looks like the opportunity is still there. Stranger gets another one. Now Shooter is the last survivor. He's won a 1v2 situation. The shotty comes again, and Shooter takes the player down. Casper, he's going to be the last player. He's already pushed up. He's on the backstab, and right now Shooter has no idea, but he is checking it. If he has an opportunity, he's going to be taking him out, but the dash was already utilized, and Casper's information was nowhere there. And you could see the frustration on Shooter. He did not know where to look at, whether Heaven, whether it was towards defender's side opening, or whether he had to look towards him, and he was just completely confused, and a Thrifty being pulled out. One small mistake again being done from Orangutan, and they are losing the round.
This is the price you have to pay for the mistakes you miss to watch or you overlook, and overlooking an entire player on this side after using Rolling Thunder. And the faces here are smiling for sure. They were not expecting, but look at the ultimate stats of Prime 5. Prime 5 with 5 ultimates ready. How many will be used in this round is going to be a question. Trick with an operator is going to do wonders for sure. He has got an entire site, but are the players pushing it towards site C immediately? Garage will be the location, and here they are going to cross over the path, and prop fire will be destroyed, so not much to deal here. Camera is also destroyed. Shooter is being very cautious about entering the sites, and this is what you have to do. Check every single angle and corner.
Previously it happened, right? Just the previous round. Just because they did not clear the site, they got punished for it. But Yes, Shooter tried to bring it back, get that round back in the hands, but look at this. Trick has the operator. Right now, the decision is not there, but as the spike is moving, we are getting an idea. It should be towards C. They're coming and pushing up from C long, but look at this. The operator is ready, and it goes on Shooter. Picks one off. They don't have a save, so no resurrection coming through. And Trick, look at that. He's ready for another one. He wants to take a second shot. He wants to try and maybe get that second pick, but Hatch, his position I think is known, and they're trying to tag him and try to push him off alongside. It is going to be that Trick, but it was Hatch who gets tagged as Trick. I guess he was trying to dodge away and run, Tanya.
He was definitely trying to move away. Who wants to go ahead and get yourself taken down? But talking about
30
Persia
seconds
right
left.
now is going to go gradually enter. They're trying to make sure to get an entire side of B under their control. Are they going to get the move? Unfortunately, though, these kind of Persia take down player by player, but
Spike
Ghost is
down
going to take
mid.
down few other
One
players.
player
Talking about side
standing.
B, it is bleeding to hell, and once again, the round going into the favor of Prime 5. Now, this was the most confusing round ever. Players trying to push in through side C, trap fires, cameras, every angle check, still not sufficient knowledge to immediately push in. Then going for the side B, as soon as they enter that, Tesseract already holding a very good angle. I think he was able to get those required picks, but ultimately Prime 5 did have an upper hand. I really do feel a pity right now, because OG did have an immediate switch of plan that was required, but
Yeah.
then the action plays
Get out
louder
of my
than
way.
words, and this is what Prime 5 played with the better action.
Yeah, but look at this, a quick Hunter's Fury coming through, and again, Trick is going to be able to find that first pick. Vibor is out of the game. They've lost their initiator in terms of giving, I would say, the flashes, the fault line, trying to slow things down from the defender side. And look at this, 4 players at A side. That was a heavy stack coming in from Prime 5, and yes, it paid off.
It paid off. Hunter's Fury, and which was deployed immediately, getting a frag with an operator by Trick. Now there's no momentum near site A. They are rerouting themselves. Once again, the same pattern of entry. They are going to destroy the trap fires. Paranoia coming into the action. Shooter still sticking to the same plans and giving some pot shots through the nebula.
down,
And
C.
now with the blade storm, how many will he be able to pick? It is going to be a try. As soon as I say that, it will going to turn into a
Wait.
1v3 affair. Shooter getting 2 individual anymore. Trick comes to put Shooter to a shutdown and a good nap.
Shooter getting again so close. This time it was the reload. Previously it was him having no information. This time he had all the information. He knew where all the 3 players were. But that weapon that he picked up, first he went crazy with that Spectre, got 2 players off the board. And I would say Hatch should have been the one who should have put Shooter down, but Hatch misses the opportunity, whereas Hatch played a brilliant role at back of Seaside. You saw him running into the nebula, running out of it again when the recon came in. The paranoia came to him that time again, he went back in, so he was just playing back and forth with the nebula. Nonetheless, it's still Prime 5 getting that lead back up, so they did get that equalizer and immediately getting that lead back up and pushing. Right now you can see Orangutan to an eco round. Shooter again has been spotted. Every time they've understood that Shooter is going to be the main man, that they're going to be pushing and making sure they need to take down Shooter. Trick this time finds Ghost, and Ghost right as now is not looking that great yet, Tanya. We have seen him doing multiple 3Ks and all to win rounds for his team, but that has not happened. But Persha, immediately as soon as he takes a pick, uses the ultimate, gets information of where the players are, and clears A side completely. But the spike is nowhere close. Now it's making its way, so it's going to be tough to get that spike planted.
It is
Dropped.
indeed.
Spike
It is
down
indeed going to be
A.
very tough, and here we go ahead. False line will be used. Not much of a damage though, except for Trick is repositioning his angles. This is going to cost a lot, at least a frag for sure, and every ability has already been utilized to just survive, and also not only survive but also get an entire control. Vibor will be able to do
Spike
what
planted.
was needed. Spike is planted, and 3 versus 4. Still 3 ultimates are ready. Stranger is also trying to reciprocate in the same manner how Vibor did it, but did not work wonders. Tesseract is trying to be the bloodhound here. Got 2 for himself. Trick is using the blade storm. Finally, he's going to get more picks further.
One enemy remaining.
Look at this 1v1. Trick! He gets the 4K to close it out. I mean, again, playing around these smokes, running around it, kind of denying vision for each other. It happened here. He had the blade storm, but Trick made it happen, and this is why you need to kind of tag along with your buddy to make sure you get the round, and that's what happened. While Hats could not get a pick. On the other end, Trick did get a pick with this Blade Storm and then immediately went for another right decision coming in, pulls out the shorty and gets that round under control. But yes, the play made from Orangutan was just brilliant. I think there was just a little bit of an overconfident move from the couple of players from Prime 5. They were going in for those early peaks, even though they had the advantage. They had dropped the spike carrier, they had the numbers up for them, they had even ultimates that they could have played off of, but they just couldn't wait. Nonetheless, Trick pulls things back and they'll be more than happy after getting the round. But right now, it's going to be Orangutan who is going to be a little bit sad because they are on a 2-round deficit.
And I think this is going to be a moment when Prime 5 are going to feel proud of themselves. And talking about Trick, it took him total of 3 weaponaries to get those 4K, inclusive of Blade Storm, Operator and a Shorty. Now he doesn't have that Blade Storm to work out with. How many more frags can he take with the Operator and Shorty? A Shooter this time again trying to push through Garage, but look at the contestant on the defender side. 3 players waiting near to the Garage window. If at all Shooter risks himself, he is not going to move out of the Garage alive. I'm very sure about it. Trick in the real fault line is concussing him. He is again going to dash away towards site A. But there's a hell lot of confusion for Team Orangutan. They are not able to make about which direction should they go, and as soon as I say that, they are going to make a move towards site A after picking down Beast.
But look at this, Hats again playing around back of the side. The spike is trying to make its way here. Hats needs to just survive, try to play it out as long as he can. But look at it, gets spotted finally. There were just too many players inside. The player's been dropped. Stranger tries to make and even things out. But Shooter and Trezarak, they're closing it out. Trick is going to be the last surviving player. Has the Operator and is making the decision of backing off. But yes, I feel like there's going to be an hunt. No, he's going on the hunt himself. But Tesseract puts him down and that's going to be the 4th. And they needed to get this round because it was their full buy. If they lost this, not only would have they given the 6th point, they would have given their 7th as well, Tanya.
Yeah, they would have given the 7th as well. I definitely second you for that. But I don't know what needs to be changed here, but something or the other they need to reroute it. But there's a lot of confusion. They're not able to make sure about where to rush in. That is where the cause of concern is. For the first few rounds, they were pretty sure they wanted to go A. They went 5 stack A. When they wanted to go C, they went 5 stack C instead of dividing themselves with the Garage and main split. But let's see with the Rolling Thunder what are the board's plan, because once again the vision is towards the Garage doors.
But look at this, Hats' push, he's so up close. I don't think anybody has the idea. If he pulls off one player out, it's going to be good. Yes, Ghost immediately trace, but still, he's taken a player down, kind of tried and delayed the entry towards C, and look at that, Trick has immediately repositioned. And right now, there is a caution for players here, but immediately Trick, he boosts himself up, uses the updraft, takes the player down, and now look at that, the number disadvantage is rolled in. The weapons were already a disadvantage for Prime 5, but they're still making it work. Casper, I think, is just going too aggressive, gets punished for it, but look at the Stranger has a shorty. Oh no, the Iron is coming in, the opportunity, look at the way this is going back and forth, and before gets the trade, 2v2 situation we are in. Trick is the only one who has a weapon. On the other hand, it's going to be a Sheriff. Let's hope they have primed something here on Beast to make sure it works.
Well, they do have 2 ultimates to work out with. I'm very sure that From the Shadows is not going to function well. Rolling Thunder might be assistive here. Talking about Trick, still going with the same view through the heaven, scoping in, trying to get some picks. But what is last player standing? As I say that, Ghost will be able to get that under heaven sneaky area with the triple finisher. This is exactly what the Ghost play is, and this is what I was talking about from the start of the introduction of the Team Orangutan and the player Ghost. It was an equalizer though, but it was the save round as well. So now it is going to be the fight of equal weaponaries, and they have equal round on each of them favoring, except for Team Orangutan on the attacker side doesn't want to have that equalizer happening.
This is what we were talking about, right, Tanya? That if Ghost gets the opportunity, we were missing his place, but yes, as soon as he got the opportunity, he's taken a player down. But look at this, Trick is a very aggressive. Shooter gets punished. Shooter was just trying to be a little bit cautious every time as he was going aggressive. This time again goes back to that aggressive mode and gets punished for it. But the trade was there. Hats again still holding off C, and I would really commend his hold that he's doing at C side. He's trying to pick at least one player off before him going down. or at least trying to control the game with his Nebula. But right now Vibor has found one on Beast, and I think this is going to be a difficult round. But look at this, Hatch tries to bring it back, Rolling Thunder rolling on top of it, but Tesseract is good for one. Stranger picks one, Stranger needs to find another one, but that cage, it's going to be denying the vision, and Persia as he comes out, Stranger was not ready for the fight, and it's only Casper surviving. The spike has been planted, and there's going to be the Hunter's Fury, but Tesseract, he's inside and gets punished for it. Casper brings it to a 1v1 situation, so Persia and Casper on a long range fight, but look at the weapon, it's going to be a Phantom versus a Vandal.
Phantom versus Vandal, and the HP also to watch out for. Casper with mere 27 HP, and Persia is going to make the most use of it to not allow him to go for the tap. Indeed, Persia is going to give a good one tap and put a shutdown, and attackers are going to win it. And now this is going to be the round of lead. Finally, there is a little bit of smile on the face of Shooter here. Since so long, we have seen them a little worried, a little concerned.
Yes.
And with 1 point of lead, still I wouldn't call it sufficient enough, but still, is it going to be an equalizer ending on either of the sides, or is it going to end up with the lead of 5-7, 7 being on the side of Orangutan? Let's see what is going to be a case of scenario, because the players this time are pretty determined to have to go edgy and pushy and play towards side.
This is the last round. Let's hope they kind of try to make it work. But look at this, Casper with the Hunter's Fury takes one player down, but that's the counter that also is coming from the opponent, and they're trying to make sure they try to find a way, and Tesseract, he just is able to tag Casper out there. But look at this, the numbers. Oh no, the judge looking in the wrong direction. Ghost gets the opportunity, the best of it, and alongside it, another kill as well to capitalize, and takes 2 players down from Prime 5. And it looks like this can just be a 7-5 coming and rolling in from Orangutan. But we have seen Orangutan, we have learned our lesson to not make those early calls, giving Orangutan the advantage. But it looks like now it's going to be done. Shooter finds one on Casper, and A site is completely open.
Site is completely open. They were pretty determined to capture site here. They are going to plant a spike as well, and we can see through B main itself they are trying to enter the site. Cats with a Guardian. Now Guardian has been used for the very first time, if I'm not mistaken, and he is able to get one pick. It is 2 versus 3 right now. Shooter just crosses over the headshot, but is not aware about the exact placement, and the players are entering the site. But Shooter is not concerned. He's still going to get that frag. Blade Storm is ready, and the moment Cats moves out of this smoke is going to get taken down, and no, Hats is not going to get taken down immediately. It is going to be Persia is going to put a shutdown. So it's good to see attackers are winning with the 2 points of lead.
I still feel this is a good half for the defenders, because it's very difficult to get multiple rounds on defense, and especially also Prime 5 to get a lead on defense and then losing it out. It's still good, and they have 5 rounds that have already taken, so the pistol round is going to be very crucial. But here, back and forth is happening. Now the judge making the mistake. If that judge would have found and Trick would have found that kill, then I think this should have been a round written in the name of, you know who? It's going to be them, Prime 5. And yes, this is their pick, so they need to play very cautiously here, Tanya. Still, this is not done. They still are on disadvantage. Heavy favoring Ghost again. It's going to be this time Prime 5 on the attacking side. Let's see if they can find the round. Previously, they did. Let's hope Beast again goes into Beast mode. But this time, Beast is not looking at the top fragger side. Same goes for Shooter on the side of Team Orangutan. He's a little bit lacking behind, but Tesseract, he's just popping off.
Tesseract is popping all the heads that are coming across him. Look inside me. All utilities and abilities are coming into the action, and Beast is going to plant a spike in no time. Casper still holding the B window, and it is going to be a 1 versus 1 duel happening. Let's see if that is going to be a cause of concern or no in a little while. But I do think Tesseract is going to cross a path. It is going to be a fight between the Sovas, and Tesseract is going to take down Casper, and it is going to be a shock cut, because he does have the information, and he's going to go for the second as well, reducing the HP and also converting it into a kill. 2 versus 4. It is going to be a round going into the favor of Team Orangutan, but you really never know how everything is going to pan out.
But look at this, as you said, how is going to be everything panning out? That smoke coming at the last moment denies vision for Trick, and unfortunately the round which should have kind of worked with Prime 5 when they were getting those picks, especially Trick doing that magic. Unfortunate of that smoke being popped out from Ghost. Orangutan, they know how crucial these rounds are. They know if they're able to give away the pistol round, it's going to be a 7-7 equalizer, and then the bonus kind of can be shaky, and if they've already gotten the confidence, it would have gone. But look at this, the move that I would say, got them the round was Tesseract. Him jumping over the trap wire and then making his way towards B window. He found the player, punished them one after another for just giving them the opportunity of jumping over the trap wire.
Yeah, he did give the opportunity, but the opportunity was not grabbed immediately, and that is how Team Orangutan snatched away a round. Indeed, not snatched away. They practically pushed in very wisely, got a control over a side, exchange of flags. But here we go ahead. We bore through the window. Is trying to go with the aftershock and is denied of any damage. Is going to be put to sleep for now. Tesseract is waiting for the players to make an entry on side B, and look at the line. The players are all aligned trying to get into the side B, but two players are already near to B. Getting a one. Cage is going to block the vision for a while. Is ready to risk himself, move within the cage, and is going to go for a few shock darts.
Tesseract knew he has an advantage of spraying over there. He wanted to commit, but he himself got damaged a lot and he had to back off. Thankfully, he did not give away his life nor the weapon. But look at this. The Marshall shooter is trying to make it work. Let's hope nobody falls down to it. But Prime 5, they're hoping. I'm sorry, my bad. It was Trick on the Marshall. He is looking forward to taking somebody down. And Orangutan, I hope they don't lose anybody, but they do. Tesseract is down. They can recover that Spectre, and they would have done it very soon. And look at them. They're trying to, I feel like, maybe getting control of A-Link. I was, for a second, thinking that they were pushing towards A, but look at this. The timing from Ghost was just too damn good. Finds Trick. Persha finds the other two, and that's the sweep, and that's the 9th rolling in for Orangutan.
And they are playing flawlessly on the grounds of defender's side. I was expecting this sort of a play on attacker's side, and they are looking pretty confident about winning it. I haven't seen defenders going. Let's be honest. Don't you think Orangutan is playing a little aggressive, being on the defender's side?
yes.
They are ready to move out in the open. Talking about Tesseract right now with the Spectre spray, he was ready to eliminate himself if he was getting 2 frags. As soon as he realized that he's not going to get the second pick, he saved himself with little no HP or barely 30 HP or below. So I think they have got an aggressive upper hand, and if this is how Team Orangutan is going to play on defensive side, I don't think there's going to be any comeback story to be written by Prime 5, at least on this map.
I agree with you. If Orangutan are allowed to be gaining space like this, going aggressive, it's going to be difficult. And look at that. Ghost and Shooter, they've already pushed through B window and there's nobody watching that. There is, I guess, a trap fire which can try and slow things down, but there's an aggressive push. There's already given them space at A. Beast and Trick are doing the magic, but Vibor will be finding just one, and the side has been opened up after dropping him. But look at that Shooter pushing from Sewers. He's going to be able to get a 3K. Beast had found an opportunity, but Shooter brings it to a 1v1 situation. He dropped the spike carrier, because of which right now Stranger needs to think twice and thrice before doing anything. He gets the fault line back. He has an aftershock to play with, uses the fault line and immediately picks up the spike.
Got a spike control, that is all he wanted, and he doesn't want to go for any mistakes here. He's going to go for the retake rotation because he does have ample time to go for the rotation. Is he going to plant on side B, or is he willing to go all the way to side C? He is going for the longest route as well, using the B route for sure, but he from all the way through A towards C, he is going for the
30
long
seconds
plant.
left.
Now where is he going to hold himself still? He is going to hold himself near to the spawn, and if we have a look here, Shooter is coming through long. The duel is going to take a little longer than expected, but who is going to take down whom?
There was just 1 second of a difference before Stranger moved back, but look at this. Stranger's position is completely unknown, and this should be a round that they needed. And yes, Stranger will be giving them that round, but it's a very costly round being dealt here. Orangutan, they're going to be happy. Yes, they could not get the double digits, but at least they've done the economy damage, and I feel like this economy damage might change things up. But look at the Shooter, 1, 2, and he went in for the third as well. Yes, Ghost was taken down, but the trade was there. So fortunately, I'm pretty sure Orangutan, even though losing the round, they're happy on the economy. And you can take a look at that. There is at least one person who's right now with a half shell. I'm also looking at maybe a couple of them giving up a 1 or 2 utilities as well, Tanya.
But my eyes are totally on Ghost and Shooter. It is a double operator play coming in from the side of Orangutan, and both the side C and A long. I'm very sure they are going to get an entire control. And talking about Shooter, he's 1 kill away from getting the Blade Storm. Look at the chaos from the team of Prime 5. They are all split, all scattered, and now gradually reuniting towards side A. And let's see who's going to take down whom, because Trick versus Shooter is the massive trick that has has to be played, but Trick wants to divide that. He's realizing that his survival is key to success to win this round.
Let's hope they'll be able to get the round they need it, because if they lose one round, it's going to be double digits for Orangutan, and you do not want to give that away. Now you can see there's a camera as well here at C, which is trying to hold off Garage push coming through, but Ghost, he has the idea of the players trying to rush up towards, but look at this fault line. It is going to be denying them the very fast push coming through that they use to kind of get the players together with the gravity well back of side. But Ghost is good for one. He's going to be spotting Stranger, and he takes up the elevator position, and that's the reason you need to watch out for C site. If you're pushing up, you need to clear each and every corner. One is going to be elevator, another is going to be logs, and the actual site itself. Shooter, they make him miss a shot because of the jump coming through, but Trick, as he was floating mid-air, Shooter takes him down.
Casper takes down Shooter immediately. 3 versus 5 Paranoid is going to open, and the cage is going to reveal the positioning, and the Tesseract is going to end it here. And entering the double digit club, 2 points away from the match point. Does look flawless, but is it going to be? Tesseract being the highest fragger once again as an initiator, and we did discuss this a while ago. Now we are not going to see a double operator setup coming in from the side of Orangutan, but Shooter is still going to stick to operator play. He does have Blade Storm ready. Let's see how is he going to initiate with the play set.
But previous round, it is all, I guess, the recon that we saw. Tesseract getting it at the right time, where everybody from the side of Orangutan were hidden. And as soon as the ping came in, they started eliminating the players from Prime 5. Now, Bladestorm has been popped off. Trick is trying to make this work. They've already given away the double digits. They know they're already on the back foot. This time, not just 2. They're going to be doubling that. It's going to be a 4-round deficit. They have to watch out very closely. Now, Trick going in for an updraft. No information gain. He's going to be trying to back off, but look at this. The position that Hats has pushed up. It's the opportunity. He Hats misses that, and he just saw the player that was Vibor who was on the back. Forefront was Tesseract, and Tesseract immediately punishes him.
Shooter is also on the verge of punishing him, giving a random shot which could not connect because of the flash coming in. And now it is going to be Trick with the Blade Storm as well as Casper. Now side C is totally open to be utilized, and this is the time that Prime 5 is going to utilize side C for the spike plantation. Spike is planted by Stranger. Trick is ready with the Blade Storm, and the players from Orangutan are still on the move. We can expect a player pushing in from the garage, and let's see, is he going to get any pick or no? Because if you have a look at Shooter right now, he was near to the crosshair of the Cypher of the side of Orangutan, but no way out. What is Beast up to? Is he going for the disrespectful move of slicing and dicing? Yes, he is going for the finisher, and the last man standing, 1 versus 2.
Unfortunate over there. I think the peak shouldn't have come there from Trick. I understand that the double push that came through, Trick over there wanted to pick up the fight, and Beast was a little bit slow over there. Unfortunate. Otherwise, this round could have kind of worked out. Nonetheless, Orangutan, they're going to be getting their 11th as well, and they're looking forward to closing this map. Yet, it's not the dominating one that we thought of, because this is the pick from Prime 5. They are pushing, they are fighting for it here, Tanya. But still, the opportunity that Prime 5 to close things is not happening. They're getting the side control, they're able to get the numbers up, and anything that they think about in terms of going in for a post-plan positioning, that's also happening, but they're just not able to hold off the spike from being, I would say, completely bursted. I think that's what they have to concentrate on, try and waste time. But right now, 3 ultimates versus 4. Let's hope the Hunter's Fury, which has already been popped off, works, spots, at least finds a single frag, and yes, it... Oh, wait, there was a counter one Hunter's Fury that came through, and it just not finds 1, it finds 2, and then Ghost finds the 3rd, and it's immediately a 5v2 situation.
5v2 situation, and now turning it to a 1v5. Ace is always a dream come true. Casper is able to get 1, but how many more can he get? Flash on his face. Casper getting that blind kill, but Shooter finally is going to knock the final nail in the coffin. With that, the scoreline is exactly double. Prime 5 with 6 points, Orangutan with 12 rounds into the favor. The match point is here, and is it going to be the very first map where the attackers are with the 2 point of lead, which is not massive, Lucifer, which is definitely not massive, but still made it through.
I mean, this is just unfortunate of what we are seeing. The counter Hunter's Fury is what I never expected, but it just happened, and Tesseract over there was just better. He gets 2. And now we are at match point. Three more ultimates for the side of Prime 5. This time they do have the Rolling Thunder, which can be very effective in taking side control. And it looks like that's what they're doing. First taking Garage control and from there using the Rolling Thunder. And yes, it gets prepped and used immediately. Persia as well as his teammate Ghost gets hurt because of that. Not in terms of health damage, but yes, they had to back off and they do that. But right now the spike is getting planted. After this, it's a 5v5 situation. It's a do or die moment here for Prime 5.
Do or die.
You
And
want to
if they
fight
are
it.
dying out here, they are going to lose an entire map. Hats trying to overextend. Will the Blade Storm be denied? And no, Blade Storm never gets denied. You
Oh!
hit the shooter, is able to get the second. Beast puts him shut
player
down.
standing.
And it is going to be 1 versus 2. Neural theft was also utilized. But before that, anything happens, Vibor knocks the final nail. And here we go, Orangutan taking away the very first map for the grand finals of Rosa into their favor.
First map is being taken and closed out as Orangutan being the winners. They're going to be having the first point for themselves of this series. They'll be looking forward to getting 2 more as soon as possible. But what a try coming in from Prime 5, especially the start as well. It did feel like that they could have done a lot more. And yes, it was a 7-5 closeout that we saw. And we thought after that they should be trying to bring things back up in terms of the momentum. But unfortunate that did not happen here, Tanya. But I mean, we did feel like Prime 5, maybe they could have made a comeback, especially that they had gone into the attacking half. But the opportunity never came into picture. Yes, they just got one round, and that's the only one opportunity, one entire round that was gifted or given away, if you want to say it. But after that, Orangutan denied each and everything. And the strats, the ultimate utilities, even the counters were seen there to deny players and eliminate them.
Counter Furies has been twice in the map of Ascent. We did witness, but Tesseract was always able to pull through it and get some multiple frags. This time around for the final round, he was able to get those double, and I think he wanted to make sure to get those frags, much required one.
Yes.
But it was an immediate contestation for the side control. They get that, they plant the spike, and the players of Orangutan leave the side Baron, go for the retake, and win the round in no time. All the ultimates were used immediately, realizing this is the do or die factor. Howsoever, we need to save this round for ourselves to carry on in the map of Haven. And on the other side, Orangutan also had some plans to make sure of that they don't allow a single point here. It was match point,
Yeah.
and they wanted to shut it down as early as possible into their favor, into their pockets. And it was not very easy, yet looked very flawless.
I agree with you. I mean, there is a saying, right? There is a lot of efforts behind a performance that looks effortless. That's how it felt like. So it feels like Orangutan, the initial momentum that we saw from them, they were trying to understand how Prime 5 as a team functions, and once they got the idea about it, because very rarely have we seen Shooter being slowed down, right? He did. For a couple of rounds, he was slowed down, and he was not going with that W key. He just slowed down his speed. He did look forward to the opportunities and anything that they could have gained extra info about. And after they got that, Shooter was back in form. He never stopped after that. Even on the defensive side that we just saw, Shooter was just going berserk, especially that round that he pulled off with 4K. That sewer push-up that he did was just brilliant. And unfortunately, he could not get a clutch over there. Stranger, desto better in terms of the positioning that he was in. Unfortunately, could not get that round clutch. But let's take a quick look on the highlights. It started off with this first unbelievable round where Beast got that first pistol.
Well, Beast was able to get a triple finisher on the immediate round. Side B was under their control, but the side switched in no time, where we were just on the verge of announcing. But Ghost, with this immediate wit, he was able to play with the flash and also get the frag. It was 1 versus 5 when Hats was put to shut down. But every single time, talking about Orangutan in particular, they did consume a lot of time to decide on which side do they need to go to avoid any casualties. And once you start to lose the players, you definitely get weakened, and Team Orangutan made sure of they never get weak. Trick at this point of time had total of 3 flags for himself, lost the round, but this Stranger play with a shorty, it was
yes.
amazing as well.
The thrifty being pulled here was just brilliant. I mean, I did just feel a little bit bad over here in terms of trying to make it work, but nonetheless, it does happen, right? That you kind of are confused, players coming in from every direction, and then you kind of give away the round. Nonetheless, there was a great comeback as well as a push up, because you see, first there was a lead that was gained from Orangutan, which was then regained back and then denied for Orangutan for a couple of rounds, and then Orangutan, they themselves rose and took up the opportunity of denying them. But in the first half, it was confusion roads everywhere, right? Whenever the round started, there was a smoke, a player playing around the smoke, then there's another player who's already pushed up from a different position, maybe in a backstab, maybe on the lurk. These kind of plays were being done, but Trick, he was good with that operator. I think it was just the immediate second frag that he was whenever looking forward to go to, he was getting punished. But still, there was a round where he did make it work for his team with that blade storm, clutched that and pulled out a shorty and got that round, and also the team a breathing chance of maybe making it their way into the closer lineup, or maybe even pushing themselves to victory, whether it was a little bit too early on, Tanya.
Absolutely, they had to do it. And talking about shooter, he also has enough patience to just wait and watch and to do some opponent to make a move and then retaliate and get the finisher. Talking about Tesseract here, this scene, see, every single scene is like reliving the moment of the map of heaven. Few prediction did not work as planned, and few prediction were just on point about how the longest flank worked. Some 1v3 clutches happening, some aftershocks being utilized immediately to just push through, to just run over the opposite opponents and win the round. So everything that was done, few definitely look planned, but out of few, see, Stranger holding this angle, planting for long, and then holding this angle. It was totally unplanned move because nobody would want to hold that angle, but he was very sure of. And here I did say that Cypher's cage was revealed. Indeed, I would say Soa's dart worked wonder.
Yes, I mean, that was just brilliant timing of the recon. But this, where Beast was on the lurk and he was looking forward to this backstab, I mean, he could have done it here. Unfortunately, it did not work out. That lurk could have paid so much in terms of dividends. It did not work out. But look at this. This is the counter Hunter Fury. They used the Rolling Thunder to gain access to the side, but as soon as the call was there that majority of the players are in garage, that Hunter's Fury worked wonders, and they immediately got that round, and there was nothing they could have done on top of it. But the opportunity where Shooter just slice and dice here with those blades, which is just looking brilliant. But yes, he did go down to Beast, but Beast was stuck right next to the Radiant box, and how much could he have done? He did get the information, but it was all down in vain, and then they lost the round and the map as well. So the first map is done and dusted and over here for Prime 5, but they're still in the game, right? This is still the best of 5. They have the opportunity. So do you think Ascent is going to be the place where Prime 5 have the counter ready against Orangutan?
Well, talking about Ascent and Orangutan, I do feel that Orangutan has got an upper hand on the map of Ascent,
Yeah.
because we did see them outplay the teams yesterday. They have got some tricks and some cheesy tricks as well, because nobody would wait and watch so long in the wine area that the players are never going to watch out. All the players fighting on site A, one player holding on site B's corner near to the boat. Who would have expected? So such unexpected moves might work wonders for team Orangutan. But talking about that, Prime 5 have also done enough of work here, and it was not easy.
Yes.
We are going to move towards to see about who the MVP were.
I mean, scoreball, let's take a look, and we are going to be getting an idea about who has done in terms of the heavy lifting. And you can see both the sides, the Sova over the ones. That is kind of a surprise. I mean, we generally see the other agents coming here, certain times the Sentinel or the different initiator, and sometimes even the controller. But Sova's coming against each other, that is truly a surprise. But still, if you look at the KD ratio, that gives you a complete idea about what went wrong for the side of Prime 5 and what completely went right. If your Sova has a 1.5 KD, that tells you that he was also doing his job. Not only that, he was doing a brilliant job. 343 combat score, 22 kills is what he has compared to Shooter. And yes, there was a proper counter, I would say, that Prime 5 were ready for Shooter. They took down Shooter so many times. They knew he was the one who's going to be coming up front, and they were doing that, making sure that try and deny as many rounds as possible to Orangutan.
Absolutely. And if we talk about KD in particular, look at Persia's KD. He has got the highest KD amongst all 10 players, but still he's not the MVP, because ultimately we end up watching at the combat score about how much the damage do you deliver, the assists do you deliver. And I think Tesseract and Casper did wonders for their team, and that is what you have to do. You have to be wonderful victors for this particular battles running in. 613 is a major buffer, we cannot deny. None of of us can deny about it on the map of Heaven.
Yes.
Even though starting on the attacker side, the players did not have so much of lead. It was a 2 points of lead which could have been
Exactly.
changed any single time, but Prime were not allowed. They were
Hmm.
literally, or even on the attacker side, even post plant when the Orangutan went on retake, they were not allowing a single spike to get burst. They went for the defusal and half defusal, picking up fight. They did everything that was required to just stick to the spike to defuse it whenever they allowed the spike to be planted.
I agree with it. I mean, there were so many instances which should have gone down in regulation, but they did not let it happen in that manner in terms of the spike going boom or even the spike being certain times planted. But here's one more major factor that I would want to kind of point out. What did not work out is going to be Beast. We saw him when he played out in the first matchup, and we saw here in the Skyesports Champions Series. Beast was one of those top fraggers. We did see him on the MVP as well, but today him unable to do a lot in terms of the heavy fragging as well. I think kind of somewhere affected the team. Also going down for Stringer. Yes, he might have pulled off a round, but it's not one round that gives you the entire map. It's multiple rounds, and we keep talking about it. On the other hand, if you want to talk about Orangutan, the initial start where we saw Orangutan did not look that great. Ghost was also not on his complete form, I would say. He was just sitting with 2 kills at a certain point of time. I think at least until 5 or 6 rounds, Ghost was in that position. And after that, we started seeing Ghost coming back into his form, getting those 3 kills, getting those clutches for his team. And then you can immediately see having a positive KD here, 1.27 with 224 combat score. But Vibor, I mean, he in terms of KD, you're not able to see him, but his utilities, they affected a lot to Prime 5. They were unable to do anything. There were flashes coming through, fault line. You saw Trick once was retreating from the defender side as he took a shot from Sewers. As soon as he was running back, the fault line came in from Vibur, which slowed him down. Unfortunately, nobody was there to push up to take a pick on Trick. Otherwise, if there was, Trick would have gone down. So these are the kind of plays that Vibur helped for his team, because of which they were able to get that at least first map. I mean, under control after the first 5 to 6 rounds. Otherwise, there could have been Prime 5 running away with it. But right now that Orangutan have the lead, they're going to be trying and running away.
Well, now talking about next map particularly, this is going to be the choice of Orangutan. They
Mhm.
did, we can not call it dominant entirely, but they did have an upper hand on the map.
Yes.
They did not select. Now the map that they have chosen, they are definitely going to make sure that they create a humongous buffer. Having said that, the map is Ascent and everybody is friendly to that map, so nothing will be predictable. And we did talk about overtime stuff happening. If at all
Hmm.
overtiming is happening, this is going to be the exact map where we can witness none of the team would want to lose immediately. And if at all this round going into the favor of Team Orangutan, they are going to be empowered themselves with so much of positive morale that there's no coming back, and we might also witness 3-0 happening. So
Oh,
Ascent will be the
yes.
map where Prime 5 needs to pre-decide about which agents to play, how to play, and how not to get a single player eliminated as well, because loss of one player is equal to losing an entire round.
Exactly, I agree with you, and especially it did happen on Heaven. We already talked about it, right? Heaven is such a attack-oriented map. If you lose a player very early on, your entire defense system becomes weak. But how Trick played here on defense, we could not see him on attack. I think that function was kind of denied every time. They knew, just like how defense was strategized from Prime 5, that the new shooter is going to be the first person trying to make his way in towards site. You need to take him down. They were doing that. The same thing was being done to Trick. They were not giving him much space to gain,
Yeah.
and yes, they were getting denied after one after another, and they just lost the map. But Ascent, as you said, everybody is familiar with it. It's a classic matchup. It's a vanilla map that all of us have played numerous times, but still it's changing day and day. Not in terms of the patches that's coming through, but in the agents and the metas that has been changing. KO is widely getting, I would say, accustomed on Ascent, and that is changing the whole map. It is giving players opportunity to take those aim duels and not play on those, I would say, utility based gameplay. If there's a controller, right, most of the time when there's an aggression coming through, they just put down the smoke to try and deny vision. But here with that KO, they kind of deny that opportunity, even though they thought, okay, let's put up a smoke as soon as there's a rush. The KO 0 point or even the null command coming into picture denies them the opportunity of using the utility, and would have to go for raw aim battle, or otherwise they would have to kind of try and make a move to safety.
And if I had to say that who picks up the KO. I would want to see Vibhor going ahead, picking up a KO and playing the role of initiator. Ghost not
Yes.
switching a bit, and Shooter continuing to do what he is doing. Same goes for Trick as well. And talking about hats, he did go for few rounds where we did feel that he has got a very strong precisive aim, but unfortunately, as you mentioned a little while ago, I felt somewhere the team support was lacking, where and when it was required the players were very extra away from each other. And now that is a map of heaven. This is the problem when we say that this map is attack oriented and not for defenders. The players are always going to be far away from, so the team support is going to be nil or maybe negligible, and this is exactly Hats was also struggling several times.
I mean, it happens, right? He's a controller, and also Astra is a passive controller. So you cannot put Astra to go aggressive. And most of the times, whenever we saw Hats, both passive and aggressive, somewhere he was in the fine line of playing that around his smokes on seat side, especially his defense was incredible. So he was doing his job. There was justice to the role that he was given, but the assistance also needed to be there. And because he's an Astra, there's no opportunity of him running back from side, right? As an Omen, you have the shrouded step. You can go in for a peek, take a fight. If you miss your opportunity, just like Jet can dash away with the tailwind, there's an opportunity with that shrouded step. You can make a run, put down the smoke, and deny the vision. Astra, that's difficult for her. She needs to be kind of assisted from the teammates, or at least playing a little bit back on him when the opportunity is not there. But here I feel like somewhere there should be a prep ready from Prime 5. They will be primed here. Now, they don't have the thought of difficulty that here the defense is weak or the attack is weak. Yes, it is a little bit defense oriented map because defenders, all they have to do is just worry about the sides. And this time, there's just two. One more extra, I would say, position that they can be weak is going to be mid. But they can
Yeah.
bring in a Killjoy, and the Killjoy can give you the information if there's a mid push coming through. So they will have information at least in case that mid, I would say, exploitation happens.
And talking about mid, I would suggest on going for a double sentinel setup for the map of Ascent. So let's see if they are going for double sentinel, double initiator, because every single time as the day is passing, we are not witnessing any other setup except for double initiator. And talking
Yes.
about double initiator, I myself do feel that we are going to see two initiators. One is supposed to be KO alongside it Soa, because we did see the MVP cards, didn't we? Soas are doing
Exactly.
wonders. Why would they want to change their roles? Either ways, there's no change happening because they are doing Tesseract in
Yeah, it's strong
particular
refill.
is going to go ahead, get those much required frag, no matter whatsoever. Is giving enough information, going for the shock dart kills as well. So I think, and the Hunter's Fury, how can we miss that?
Oh,
We
yes.
did see the double coming in from the Hunter's Fury. So this is the double initiator setup that I'm looking forward. But I would want to see a Sage coming into the picture. I would want to see the heal picture again rising up. But is that going to come in or no? That is entirely up to the teams or the players or the coach's decision.
I agree with you. It's about how it synergizes with the team. But again, I do want to mention how brilliant Casper and Tesseract were. As you mentioned, there was a point, there were two rounds. One you already mentioned about the Hunter's Fury round. The another round where that recon came through, right? All the players from Orangutan were hiding in terms of their own cages and smokes. That recon coming at the right time, all the three players getting pinged, and everybody starting and shooting bullets on all those three players. One after another, they just fell apart, and the round came for Orangutan. They never came out of those, I would say, you call it smoke or any kind of peak that we would want to give. They did not do that. They just held off behind, I would say, a curtain, and that curtain was never revealed. But right now, it's going to be the reveal of agents that we are going to be seeing. You are asking for a healer, so defenders, Prime 5, do bring in a healer. That's going to be on Sky as an initiator. Trick still on the Jet, Hat still on that Astra. Beast is going to be switching up to the Killjoy, and Casper still playing that Sova. Brilliant as he played on Heaven. Right now, Orangutan to you, Tanya.
Absolutely. Talking about Orangutan Shooter, without a doubt, we are going to see that. And I'm happy to see Vibhor continuing as a KO. He is doing just about right. Persia as a KJ, Persia as a Cypher, and Persia yesterday as a KJ on the map of Ascent did wonders entirely. So it is a 5 versus 5 battle, and we do have a healer, initiator healer whatsoever. So the HP once lost can be revived, and let's see how nicely and how wisely this informations will be exchanged, because again, something in common is both the teams are going for a double initiator setup.
Yep, right now a double initiator setup as the agent selection, we can see everybody likes it to be a heavy utility based setup because it gives you the opportunity of making plays multiple times. Even in terms of when you're having less than 20 seconds, you're going to be trying to use those utilities at the right time, try to even give a confusion to the opponent. So that's going to be the weight that we are going to be looking forward to. But Persha is going to be brilliant, there's no doubts about it. But Ghost is the one who I would say right now Prime 5 need to watch out for. Yes, Shooter is going to be the main one who's going to be grabbing all the attention, but Ghost is the one who's going to be, even though there are no shadows, he's going to be going into the shadows of some corners of the map where they might not be ready for. But that is mostly going to be on, I would say, on the defender side. On the attackers, I feel like this is going to be very aggressive. They're going to be pushing up one after another. Even though they were taking time on Heaven, I feel like on Ascent they might not take time. They just might run into sites.
Absolutely, and this is me, Tanya. I'm going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere. This is going to be Nick Rose replacing me immediately, and sir, your favorite Lucifer is going to continue to be the caster here on the second map for the day, and it is Skyesports Champions Series Valorant presented by AMD, powered by Router. So, Nick Rose, please carry on from here.
Well, thank you for the introduction, Tanya, and it's a very delightful moment casting alongside Sam. But Sam, I would love to say that in the first match we got to see brilliant action coming from the side of Orangutan, and as we are aware, Ascent is going to be one of the strongest map that Orangutan carries within themselves, and I really want to see that. Can Prime 5 make some comeback rounds for themselves, or they can level up or scores, level the scores up with a 1-1 in this BO5?
They have to. They don't have any other chance because, as Tanya did let us know just before she went, that it is going to be very crucial for Prime 5 to right now get the map point. At least if they don't, it's going to be Orangutan who's going to be completely super confident as they're heading over to the next map and close it right over there. Even though we don't want that, even Prime 5 don't want this to be a 3-0, it might end up happening. So right now, let's head over to the player cam. As you can see, Prime 5 are getting and gearing up here on Ascent. Let's hope they're going to be able to pull it off, and very soon, as soon as they're going to be getting the couple of rounds under control, I feel like it that maybe there is a chance we can end up seeing, right, the Prime 5 coming back. But yes, a glimpse of their coach was in Vibo's camp. But
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, coach, he's really super happy that the first map is under control, but right now the attack has started. We're going to be heading into the first round here on Ascent.
Shooter gets some pretty shots connected towards that turret, but eventually the position has been compromised. They might just go inside of A, so they might be getting a fake out in the B side. They are moving towards the mid. Vibor and Shooter, both the players are having a good gunfight. They have good gun power indeed. They're pushing towards the mid and eventually the market area. They want to get this thing done, but eventually Shooter and Vibor, they've got the crossfire setups very nicely. They can even go for the backstab, but looking to the HP of Vibor, he's barely surviving the 66, won't be able to sustain too many amounts of damage. But eventually when you see around, they are trying to enter the B side. Beast is having the complete visual, exactly pinpoint on that B main, but eventually the smokes will be down, and slowly and gradually the players of Orangutan have made the side entry possible.
They've isolated Casper here. It's going to be difficult for Casper, and yes, as Casper goes down, the side control is given up. But look at this. Beast was there, tried to pick one. Hat's trying to make it work, but he's the last player. The spike has been planted, and Hats is coming all the way from B main. So it's going to be difficult of how he's going to be making this work. But yes, finds one, brings it to a 1v2 situation. Now the health is low on Shooter, gets that 3k as well. It's the last player here. Tesseract has full health as well as the half shield on himself. So the opportunity right now is going to be difficult, and he's the one who's going to be popping the head. And Orangutan again came closer to losing the round, but still will be able to clutch. And the first is in the name of the attackers, that is Orangutan.
Well, Orangutan really started a round beautifully, to be honest. But yes, that's a 1-0 lead taken by this side. Eventually, the Ascent map, it's coming in their hands, particularly I would say. But indeed, that 3k that came up from the side of Hats eventually turned up the table. There was a 50-50 chance if Hats could have taken him down, and eventually this round could have turned out to be in the favor of Prime 5. But as Orangutan is going for the attacking side approach, we have seen in the previous day in the map of the match of Esports, they made it happen so drastically in the map of Ascent. It was almost a 12-0 scoreline in the first half. Can we see something like that from the side of Orangutan? Though it's a tough, but eventually if that happens, I won't mind that.
I agree with you. I mean, there is chances of teams completely capitalizing, especially with the way they put up a performance on Heaven and especially taking down your opponent's map. You can kind of try and repeat, but this anti-eco round was bound to go in the favor of Orangutan, and they did even take a flawless one. So they're going to be super happy about it. And this was a good try that they knew that Shooter, the only way to take him down is going to be very quick fights thrown onto him. They did go for it, but unfortunately could not get the chance of making it work. But right now, it's going to be a full buy here, Necros. Do you think this full buy is going to be capitalized? Because look at that. Tricks, Casper and Stranger, they're still not opened with any frags.
If anyhow Prime 5 loses this round, they're going to be broke like really badly, and if this round does go in the favor of them, then they will be happy to go with this full buy. But eventually, when we talk about Orangutan, maximum of the players have got the Spectre buy for themselves, though the flash outs will be used, the paranoia is eventually used, the fragment will be also put in to that particular area of tree. But yes, the spike needs to be planted out. Shooter gets the site entry. Eventually, Trick is trying to manage up with some frags in the A main side. But yes, there you go. Trick gets one down. He gets KJ. Eventually, Shooter will be taken down consecutively, and Orangutan are really in a danger while we get to see a Tesseract being a solo survivor. And eventually, this buy round, it's coming in the favor of Prime 5.
Yep, they've lost two. They should not look forward to losing another. But look at that, the spike has been recovered and it's already making its way towards B. And finally, they're getting the idea about it. The spike has been recovered and there should be somebody running. I hope Beast, with the utilities that is placed, has a chance of gaining information. But I think he's a little bit too far. And yes, Nano Swarms have all gone in vain. He could have used that. Now, the recon would have given them the idea that yes, he's pushing up, but look at this. Tesseract takes up a fight. He's going to be good for one, going in for another one, but this time he misses the opportunity. They shouldn't have lost their other rifle, but still, the round has not gone away. So Prime 5 trying to get things under control. That's still their first one. They still have to find an equalizer after this, and it was just a bonus over there. So Orangutan, they're going to be coming up with their own full buy right now.
Well, that's it. This is the full buy round coming from both the sides. Particularly when we talk about Orangutan, did not have a single heavy buy in the previous round. Eventually, they had the Spectres, while Prime 5 had those Vandals and Phantoms lining up from their side. But now they are coming up. Now this will be the round to watch out for, whether Orangutan or Prime 5 is going to secure the victory. Though it's a 2-1 score, but if Prime 5 needs to buckle up the gear a bit more higher, they need to get this equalizer done in this particular round. But eventually, Stranger, he's having some lookouts, he's going with the scouting, he's trying to spot the players definitely. But Orangutan, they're having a good split around both the sides.
I mean, Hatch playing with the Guardian is going to be looking good. He's done the damage previously as well here, Necros, so that's a good weapon on his hands, but there's a Spectre also. So somewhere the buy is a little bit, I would say, difficult for Prime 5 here to completely work with, but they have to kind of think right about it and then make it work. Here Casper knew that was not the fight to be taken, and then the fragment coming towards his end, he backs off. But look at this, there is a setup, a utility setup at B side, so there are a couple of nano swarms which can try and slow them down, but it is towards B main. But Shooter, look at this, tries to commit, understand that maybe the players have already rotated toward B side, and the spike slowly making its way towards A main. This time there's nobody at Vines, but I'm pretty sure Ghost is going to be wanting to check that, because he's the one who does that. Previously also Trick was there and he was eliminated, so Ghost right now making sure that will be checked.
Well, they have to check it out, but meanwhile, this drone, well, it might be punished up. Hats is exactly like sitting in the right side corner, and it is the punishment task. Nobody checked it. That's the main point coming up. Though Sky came up, Ghost will be punishing him with the 2k he's having at this point of time. There's like just 10 more seconds to go for the plant. Eventually, it will be done. But Tesseract got some good position. Eventually, will be perished down. But right now, the position of Orangutan, they're now down to 2. A fake TP is just coming up from the side of Ghost. Persia, meanwhile, trying to get the entry from the Heaven side. He gets one down, and eventually it's now down to 1 versus 2. Drake might just not get one. He gets Ghost down. The turret is set by Persia. They want to make this thing happen. The swamp grenades are coming up. It will be activated eventually. They want to go for the defuse, but with the 3k, Persia settles this rounds up for the side of Orangutan.
I mean, Persia, that push up from trees was just brilliant. And it kind of made it work. I mean, the defuse was being stuck over there. There would have been an opportunity that if the peak wouldn't have come, Persia thought that maybe Trick was pushing up and wasted time, then there could have been the defuse being stuck. But They clutched that round, but what a play coming in from Persia, especially getting that two players on a streak, and kind of they lined up over there, Necros, as soon as he pushed up Heaven through that window. But now the round has started up, and Prime 5, they're not great in terms of their weaponry because they lost their one good buy that they had. On the other hand, Shooter is looking really, really good and confident, and he's already popped up the Blade Storm. They have other ultimates also to play around with. There is the Chaos Null command, but look at this push coming in from Hats. Gets read really well, and he's down.
Well, with that, you get to see Shooter with Blade Storm. He wants to get the spades done. Eventually, Sky with that guiding light wants to make this thing happen. But oh, a Blade Storm versus the Blade Storm. Oh, Trick gets Shooter down at that point of time. Golds gets that retaliation trade eventually. But he's got some other players. He might just get Beast down. Eventually gets the 2K. Persia will be coming with the plan. And eventually, the 4th round gets seized by the side of Orangutan. In total, 5 rounds have been done in the map of Asin. And one by one, Orangutan are also making the lead happen, so it can be possible, though this first half can be the name of Orangutan completely.
I agree with you. They're making this attacking half look brilliant. I'm worried right now. The MVP that we saw previously, that was Casper, has 0 kills. That is unfortunate. But yes, this Blade Storm fight was interesting to watch. Unfortunately, Shooter did not have enough blades. Strick did connect one, but he did enough updraft. Even though there was a couple of cloud bursts right in front of him, he could have hidden himself inside that. He went for an updraft, exposed himself too much, and then got punished for it. But right now, 4 rounds is what is under the belly of Orangutan, and a 3-round deficit for Prime 5. Yes, they're going to be having a chance to buy up, but Necros, look at Hats. He's already taken a toll on his health.
Well, that's going to give him a lot of trouble at this point of time. As being the controller, you need to get those smokes down for your team so that you can just block the side entry from your side a bit. You can just provide some, like I would say, help to your team to just make the defense possible. But meanwhile, the Wrecking Dart will be taken down. KJ gets one down. Ghost might just get, yes, he gets a retaliation. Shuts down Beast at this point of time. And still now the contest is down to a 4 versus 4, while I believe Hats is still in a very certain area. But Shooter gets eventually punished by Trick with the operator shot. And now he's talking right now. When you get to see this duelist taking those, like especially those Jet taking that operator with those brilliant dashes and those beautiful connective shots, it looks so mesmerizing to watch out those players.
30 seconds.
This is brilliant. I agree with you when you see that op shots being connected. But right now, look at this. Casper has heard the sound and is looking forward to the play, and finally finds Ghost. And now it's the last player. Persia's position, Tesserakt's position is known. That was a brilliant flash. Stranger, the first, I would say, flash when we saw in, I guess, the 2nd round, where he wanted to go in for the pop flash, missed that opportunity, he gets punished for it. But this time, his flashes are on point. He is making sure he does not blind himself, but the opponent, and Prime 5 get another round. Much needed for them. It was their full buy. If they lost that, it would have been another couple of rounds that they would have lost from their hands. And the first half, as you mentioned, across, could have been a very dominating one from Orangutan, also on the attacking side. But look at this. Persia, okay, gave me second thoughts that already bringing in Odin also on the attacking half.
Well, that's a good call coming from their side, but eventually the knife will be deployed, and that's a better call for the side of Prime 5 to just fall back a bit, because eventually they've got the entry. They might just go for some random shots. Gets one down. Trick, he has got a shorty as well as an off. Well, this operator won't make that connection because the fragment did a really good amount of damage. But meanwhile, that I would say that the lockdown which is set by Orangutan eventually won them the round with a 5-2 scoreline. Orangutan leading in the map of Asin. It might just turn out to be a 2-0 in this BO5.
Fortunate over there. I mean, I don't know how to call that round. That just, I would say that just ran away from their hands. That's the word I would end up using. That's the statement I would make. Prime 5 went for the battle over there. I mean, it felt like they were not ready, and Orangutan on the other end were ready for a complete push-up. And that's what they did, and immediately there was no counter coming through. Yes, they did try to pick up a couple of players, but then you saw Trick, right? He was confused after getting a shot. He was looking forward to whether he should stay inside, whether he should go back, and doing that confused game when you're already seeing opponents push up. it's already going to be a disadvantage, and that's what happened. And economy is not at all there for Prime 5, so they need to go in for an eco, which means this is going to be most probably a round that they'll be losing. They wanted to fight, but Persia made use of the turret brilliantly as a bait, and anytime they were peeking, the turret was the first point of contact, and then Persia took a player down. But look at this, Ghost is hearing all the sound that is being made, gets a player down, casually walks in and takes Stranger down, and that's another player down. A 5v3.
But what was like Stranger up to at that point of time? Why was he jumping? Even not making a try to make those connections, but oh Trey, he couldn't dash out from that particular position. Again giving the 2k to the side of Ghost. Orangutan cherishing this kind of kill points for themselves. But yes, it's a 5 versus 2. Want to get the chance. Casper is there in the vines. Might just be punished. Ghost gets completely shattered by that martial shot from the side of Hats. Casper will get shooten down. Eventually, it comes down to a 2 versus contest. The Brecken, actually, those drone expose the position. The shock dart might just make some good connection. Hats has been taken down. Casper gets test tracked as well. It's a 1v2 contest. Two of the players peeking in the same direction. It is not being possible for Casper even to get these things done for himself. He has got a Hunter's Fury, but I don't think he's going to utilize it in this round.
I agree with you. If Hatch was surviving, they could have had a chance to clutch this round. And finally, Casper standing still to take up the battle, and it's going to be Vibor winning it out. And that's another round written in the favor of Orangutan. I mean, this was a round that was bound to be written in Orangutan's name, but Casper and Hatch, they tried to bring it a little bit closer where they could have had the opportunity to close it out. I mean, I don't know why there was a lurk coming through, but yes, those jump peaks to gain information from Stranger. He missed the opportunity of jump spotting Ghost, of him getting so close, and that's the reason we saw him going down. But then Ghost, he kind of wanted to go in for a couple more, and then you saw Hats taking down, punishing him. But right now again, Trick is back with his operator. This is looking good. Let's hope Trick finds a couple more. There's going to be a 3-stack here. The operator is going to be getting pushed back, but look at this. Trick is again repositioning Shooter. He's thinking about it. He's kind of understanding that can be a peak, but look at this. He was ready for it, and the Trailblazer was used as a bait for his advantage, and Shooter takes the op down.
Well, that's going to be a pretty short coming, but looking to the side of Stranger, he's completely got the aim fixed up in that B main side. As soon as Shooter gets a little bit of pixel against Stranger, I would see that he might just take him down at any moment. But with that, he's got the opening he wanted, but Beast gets the second one. He shuts down Shooter at that entry point of B, but meanwhile, the players have made the entry possible towards the side. Ghost will get Beast down there. Test Track is trying to make some fallback while Ghost is going up with some pretty smokes, which will eventually boost up that planting side timer, because they need to enter Prime 5. They're now down to 2, and if they want to enter, it won't be possible because Orangutan are seizing 1 by 1 round for themselves and aiming towards the victory side.
I mean, Ghost, he's feeling really, really good, and the entire team is as well. And we had a kind of thought that what was happening to Ghost on the first map, but you can see here, he's the top fragger for his team. He has 12 kills under his name, and he's not stopping at all. The last frag also he took down. I mean, it felt like he was not happy to be taken down the Marshal in the previous round, so he wanted to make sure that it's justified. He has a 2 KD here to work with. On the other end, you can see almost every player coming in from Prime 5 either just as 1 KD or less than 1. They're on a -1, but let's take a look in the next round as we are starting. The economy damage is already there. It's going to be a 2-stack here. They're going to be trying and pushing their way in, and I think it should be an easy entry coming through. A couple of shots were taken from the turret, but that is just okay. But Beast, that was a brilliant shot connected, and look at that. Hatch pushes up from trees and immediately gets one through that door, and that's the only first. But Casper, look at that, looking forward to a couple of connections with the Hunter's Fury, does not get anything. Hatch still is good for 1 and takes another player down, and he's looking forward to a lot more. And look at that, taking the spike down at side. They're more than happy. They know they have the spike control, and now also recovering a couple of weapons, and they're delaying everything as much as they can. And as they were trying to push up, Casper wipes 2 players out, and the Thrifty being pulled. That's the confidence booster that is needed from Prime 5.
but they need multiple rounds like this, and like
Yes.
almost 2 to 3 rounds consecutively they need at this point of time. Otherwise they're not gonna get that momentum back, because eventually Orangutan are making a good lead for themselves, which might hamper the game style of Prime 5, because when you lose the lead particularly, you lose some confidence a bit as well. So if they want to gain that confidence, and if they want to get that lead back again, they need to boost up their confidence, as well as they need to get to some more rounds, like at least 4 more rounds consecutively, to gain into that equalizer and get a bit pressure on the side of Orangutan.
Let's hope right now they get a lot more rounds, but look at the shooter again being the man in the forefront. Gets one, not only that, he gets an entry to the side. As he was getting that, he takes another player down. He's looking forward to another fight. He knows Casper is there in second lane. He's looking forward to the fight, but Tesseract assists him, and that's already 3 players down. 3 players at B side, and no one finds anything. The last 2 players, and shooter is still pushing up towards them, but they both get punished. Tesseract, I don't know why that call was made, but still, the numbers are going to be there. But look at this. Where is Vibor? He's the one who's coming in late, and he might be the one who's going to be doing the damage. But Ghost, he using his smoke. Through that, he's going to be spraying and eliminating Beast. It's the last player, Hats, and Ghost is reading right. If he just sprays... Oh, he moved his crosshair at the... I would say wrong time. Otherwise, if you kept it at the same spot and sprayed, he could have gotten the kill way earlier. Vibor is the one who's going to be getting it, and Orangutan with another round. We are getting closer to the first half, and we'll be finishing it anytime soon. But what was this play from Shooter here, Necros?
Well, Shooter did actually try as well, but he got one, and then he moved on to the second. He dashed it inside the side. He blocked the door, and eventually this round went in the favor of Orangutan. But can it be a 9-3? If it goes in a 9-3, it might be a 9-3 curse. And if it happens, Sam, we might see a big comeback from the side of Prime 5. It really happens, if it is.
9-3 curse has lately been very inactive, so I hope they find that momentum to be done. But look at this, the operator shot is finding nothing. Just an all drone. There's going to be a counter all drone, but coming through. But look at the lockdown. It's going to be making sure everybody has to be pushing back, and immediately a smoke coming through. So B main vision completely denied for the defenders, and Shooter is trying to make his way in. His position got pinged. They're trying to spray, but look at the Tesseract finds one and takes down Hats. Unfortunate of what happened. That was a mid push. Vibor takes down Stranger, and as players are trying to come up in the forefront, they're getting eliminated. Ghost is right now already in, but look at the position that goes in. Because of that, he's going to be finding the second and Persha to close it out, and that's the first half. It's the 9-3. Let's hope there's a curse for the benefit of Prime 5.
Well, I hope it is. It's a 9-3 coming out from the side of Orangutan, where they're taking the lead in the map of Asan, and eventually if this lead is going to continue for a very long time, we might see a 2-0 lead in the board of from the side of Orangutan and Prime 5. This finals of rest of South Asia region, where Orangutan might be the ones to crown as the winners of that particular region eventually. But Vibor, Ghost, Persia, Tesseract, Shooter, all the 5 players, they have got their individual skills, individual gun game and individual tactics as well. But when it comes to a single IGL, Vibor is the one leading the team from his side and towards the victory. And exceptionally, to be honest, at this point of time, Sam, one of the most toughest team in the rest of South Asia region. It should be declared that yes, Orangutan is the name, and you better mark it, because if they're going to qualify for the next phase 2, they will eventually give a very, very tough competition to the other region teams.
They're going to be giving it, and they'll already have a chance to, I mean, they've already confirmed that spot, that they're going to be giving a tough competition to the other regions. Let's hope they'll be able to push up and also move into the VCT Stage 2 APAC challenges. But right now, we have already headed into the second half of Ascent map. The lead is on strongly on Orangutan's end, but look at this. Orangutan confidently pushing up from A main. 3 players, that too. They've gotten already Hats out of the board, but the same move is being done, but towards mid. They have a heavy mid control coming through, so if they're able to push up at the right time, the only player that's going to be Persha on side can be taken down. But before that battle, they take a battle on Tesseract, and he's out.
Well, that's going to be the good entry for the side of Prime 5, but eventually when you talk about, yes, he is waiting in that particular moment, and eventually when you talk about Casper, he gets him punished, and eventually when it comes down, it's 9-3 score, and it might just turn up. Ghost shuts Stranger down, he gets the 2k, might just get a triple, might just get a 3k, 70 HP surviving with Casper's HP here, Sam. It's way too low, might just connect another Sheriff, and yes, there you go, the 10-3 scoreline. Shooter gets the last frag, and eventually a good round for the side of Orangutan. Eventually the Spectres will be on the go from this side, like, very shortly.
Double digits is on the cards for Orangutan. They'll be feeling super happy. But look at this move being done. Who even does this in the pistol round? We see this move being done on eco rounds, right? When the opponent has a better buy advantage, they try to kind of isolate a player. But here in the pistol round itself, what they've done is just brilliant. And then gaining space, gaining control, gaining information. And as soon as players started pushing up towards B Prime 5, they did get the side control, but the other players are already over there to deny them from any post plant positionings. As you said, the Spectres galore are going to be on the hands of Orangutan. This is going to be and should be
Okay.
an easy round.
Well, that's you see, three people guiding up. Shooter cannot take that risk to go for those martial shots. Eventually, he might just make some connection. He spots Trick down. He gets the 2K, gets Casper down as well. Orangutan, what the hell is going on at this position? They are not
One enemy
being
remaining.
merciful to any of a single player for the side of Prime 5, and eventually they're shutting down, and Ghost gets the finishing touchdown and a one round shot. They are towards the match point.
Exactly. With that match point, they're getting a closer to the second point here in the series. And we have yet not seen Prime 5 doing anything. And we were talking about it, right? Hats, he did do his job previously in Haven. He's doing it here as well. And he is the one with the double digits. Strick, unfortunately, being the duelist, unable to do anything here. And Stranger feels lost with just 3 kills. On the other hand, most of the players in Orangutan have double digits except for Persia, and that's a Sentinel. So that's all okay for Orangutan because everybody is heavily fragging. And Ghost, he's just gone bonkers right now. He's eliminating players left, right, and center from any direction that they come in. And again, look at this aim and push being this time gets punished, but there's another player. There's Vibor who's slowly pushing up, but Hatch is reading it. He needs to time it perfectly, but Vibor, he was ready, and that's a clean and crisp head being ripped off and sent back. There can be a weapon upgrade, but the numbers, it's a 4v4.
Well, this 4v4 is going to be the most important 4v4 we might see in this entire match of Ascent, because this round is going to determine whether they will stay in this game. The shots Persia down. Tessrat gets that trade eventually from for the side of Orangutan. It's a 3v3 contest coming down. Trick has got the complete ADS pinned up in the market side. The alarm bot and the swarm grenades will be eventually planted by the side of Prime 5. Stranger, he has to go with those moves. The smokes are down almost in this particular side. They want to get this spam done, and Stranger, he's very surviving in a very low HP, but he will get one down. He gets Tesseract down, but Vivor gets that instant trade. Might just go with the fragment as well, but this is not turning well for the side of Prime 5 at this point of time. Might just get another, but no, it's not. And oh, Orangutan, they cannot make this round as a match point.
Beast brings it back. It was much needed for Beast to bring it back because his team, if they would have lost that, their economy would have gone to shatters, and the next immediate round was their match point round, and they would have easily lost it. But this prediction coming in from Hatch was good, but Vibor did the same thing as well. He knew if some player did take down his teammate, there's going to be a peak coming through, and he was ready for it. But nonetheless, Beast able to clutch it out. It was their full buy, and it was the third round in the second half, so they had to find a way to close it out. So they delay the match point, but right now it's going to be a full buy for Orangutan as well. You can see it's a couple of weaker weapons because it was only Beast being the last survivor for Prime 5.
Eventually, I would say it's really tough for them to make it a victory for this particular round, but for this particular map at least, because it's 11-4, and from that particular position it's really hard. It's really very hard to qualify, make this match possible in the favor of Prime 5. So they can I believe they want to finish this things at least in a decent score, but we never know. The 9-3 curse might happen, but still it's 11-4. 2 more rounds to secure the victory for the side of Orangutan, while there are almost 10, or I would say 9 more rounds to go for the side of Prime 5 to secure their victory in this map of Ascent, which is not that easy, but it's never impossible as well. But the shots coming up, push shots, one down. Beast is eventually waiting, might just make some good connection as well, but he's keeping the patience very still, and holding his sight alone, it's really difficult.
Persia again using that turret as a bait, and that's why we keep calling it a 6th player. It gives you the opportunity of going in for the battle, but look at this. They've understood that they've given up mid-space, and Vibor checking each and every corner, looking in the wrong direction, takes 2 players down in a spray itself, and this looks to be a round which will give Orangutan match point. 2 players at B side, they're ready. Persia and Tesseract, they're just holding it off. But Beast was also ready. Punishes a player. But look at this. There's no time. They have to make a risky move. They have to make it work. It's getting the 0 point detects the player. Beast gets one more. Now he's jumping down to side. Hatch was there with his Guardian, and finally they will be able to get the spike down. But look at the spam. The lockdown was about to just being popped, and Shooter through the spam eliminates Beast. He was the man. He was the one who clutched the previous round. Now Hatch just had a Guardian. I'm not too sure if he's upgraded, so this is going to be a very difficult round, and he has upgraded. He's gone in for a weapon which is going to be an automatic one, and look at that. They go in for a sound cue with that diffuse, but nobody's sticking it in.
Well, he might just get some good connection, but two picks from two sides, and Orangutan moves to the side of match point, and eventually it will settle up to the 12-4. This last round will determine whether Orangutan is making up this match in their favor or not, and with that, I believe the grand final is turning up way too interesting, though we wanted to see the entire BO5 between these two teams. As I mentioned in the previous days as well to Tanya, that I really want to see these two teams competing among each other in the grand finals of the rest of South Asia region, and it did happen. But eventually I really also wanted to see the BO5 entirely with a 2-2, like a 3-2 score line. But yes, of course it is a 2-0. It might have happened because definitely from this point of time Orangutan just need a single round to just finish off the things in the map of Ascent.
Yeah, they just need a single round. But here's one more thing that I do want to mention. If it happens right now, which looks highly probable. Yesterday when we saw Orangutan, 13-4, 13-4 was their scoreline when they closed it off, and they're looking forward to doing it again here. And if it happens, I'll say that's their lucky number that they should stick into. But look at this, the positions are known. Tesseract still trying to hold it off. Finally, the lockdown coming into play this time. They have to start backing off. Half of the lockdown has already been stuck, so they need to back off right now. Give the space for the spike also to be planted. On the other end, Ghost was thinking that this can be maybe a fake. They're running into different positions, and he was sticking at A till now. And finally, he needs to make his way, but his teammates are already going in for the retake. Vibor gets put down, but he has a second life. He had used his ultimate. Tesseract and Persia find one. Shooter makes sure he finds two. The last surviving player is going to be Beast.
He did it!
He does not get the opportunity, and with the 3k and that player being eliminated, it's going to be a flawless Orangutan match being concluded here on Ascent, a 13-4 scoreline. And Orangutan, if you guys are sticking into a 13-4 score, I think we are going to be seeing Orangutan having that as a lucky number here, Necros.
That might be a lucky number for sure, but I'm really quite scared as Orangutan is showing so masterclass gameplay in this particular matches. I believe while they are going to move on to the phase 2, beware the other teams that Ascent is going to be one of the strongest maps, and eventually they're dominating like anything. So it's a watch out, I believe, from the side of Orangutan, and watch out for us, because if you take us lightly, you will be the one to fall upon the trap.
I mean, right now every team is going to be watching out towards what Orangutan have just done and gone away with. The two maps have been under their name and control as well. But right now, what I'm going to be thinking about is, Necros, as you already mentioned, right? This is the best of 5 here in the grand finals of the rest of South Asia. I also want to see all the 5 maps, and we have seen many major number of times that the first 2 maps can be in one team's favor, but then the team, as soon as we enter into the third map, they start kind of gaining back the momentum, and the next 2 maps they take it under control, and all of a sudden we get pushed into the decider map, and decider is going to be Breeze. For the sake that it's Breeze, I want that Breeze map to be coming into play.
Well, that actually defines it, Sam. Like, Lucifer is very much interested in the map of Breeze. He wants to see that map, and we are also very much like eager to see that entire BO5 happening. But the question is that can Prime 5 make that comeback possible in the third map of this BO3? Because this is going to be a do or die. Eventually not this third map, but all the next maps are going to be a do or die for the side of Prime 5, because they lose one map, they lose the entire final. That's it, and that's the moment. The next map is coming, and the choose will be done by the side. Like it is being chosen by Prime 5, so eventually they might have got some good advantages. But though we have seen the map of Heaven, it was picked up by Prime 5, but eventually the advantage went in the favor of Orangutan, and they capitalized it very nicely.
I mean, they knew what they were gunning for, right? They wanted to make sure they finished this off very early on, because they're eyeing for the prize. Orangutan, they want to set a foot on the land stage, and they want to make sure they are the ones walking over to the VCT stage 2 APAC challenges, and that's what the ticket is right now. Even though there was a prize pool that we discussed very early on, a prize pool of 30,000 USD here at stake for all these teams participating, only 4 teams will be having a chance to walk away with it, and yes, 3 individuals as well who will be having a chance to walk away with it and get a chance to have those titles of IGL, MVP, as well as emerging player. But right now, what we'll be waiting for, how will the next map play? But right now, before that, we are going to be quickly taking a look at the highlights. The start was kind of already dominant from the side of Orangutan. On their attacking half, they were so goddamn brilliant. It was a 9-3 close, but there were some, I would say, weird plays being done from Prime 5 to try and get things under control, but unfortunately, none of them worked.
Actually, at like maximum times, it went in the favor of Orangutan, not getting up that particular rounds which they wanted for sure. And actually, to be honest, Orangutan, each and every player did an individual gameplay with that. They did not let a single player from the side of Prime 5 to get a control over their team. And over this side, even also when they entered in the attacker's side, when Orangutan were in the first half. But eventually, when you talk about Ghost, played a major role in the victory of Orangutan in this map of Ascent. I would say that because in each and every round, you will not see a single round in which Ghost haven't got a single pick for himself. But this round of Shooter, what he did was berserk at that point. He got one, he moved to the second, he was standing on that swamp grenade, he dashed inside the side, he got another one and got the 3k to secure the round for the side of Orangutan. Eventually, the side like this one as well. Who would have thought that there might be a single players standing in that particular position?
I mean, that play itself of the defenders pushing up from A main, 3 players together from Orangutan and then taking a player out, and they're known for that, to check every nook and corner. They've made those mistakes on Haven, and it feels like Orangutan have learned from that. Those mistakes have been countered, and here again, Shooter went up. He thought Hatch should be heading from a different direction, but Hatch was ready for the fight. He did take down him, but Vibur was also there ready to take that trade off. But this play coming in, Beast, the way he was able to clutch this round, it was just unbelievable. I mean, the chaos already stuck in his mind. There were 3 players who were trying to take and make sure they regain control and get that match point. They tried to delay it as much as possible, and Beast did do a fantastic job. But here, that point where he was about to put that lockdown gets denied through the spray, through that wall. Unfortunately, they lost it. Otherwise, this should have been a place where I felt like maybe a little bit, at least in terms of the scoreline, can be pushed. And you can see Beast is going to be the MVP. But look at the kills here. 12 compared to Ghost from the side of Orangutan, 20 kills, 2.5 KDA, as well as 278 average combat score. That tells you how dominating Orangutan were here on Ascent.
Even also, as I mentioned earlier, that Ghost played a major part of this victory of Orangutan map of Ascent. You get to see the 20 kills from his side, even individually. He got at least 2Ks, a maximum, almost I would say 5 to 6 times we got to see him taking those 2Ks and 3Ks in each and every round, which eventually marked up the good entry for the side of Orangutan. But yes, there was a moment where the Shooter and Drake had a blade storm fight among themselves, where Shooter got eventually taken down. But that was a fight. It was a one hell of a show between 2 jets taking having a blade storm fight.
Very rarely happens.
If it would have happened in a very close encounter, I would have loved it a bit much more.
I agree with you. I mean, it's something that we rarely get a sight of, but yes, it did happen, and this time it was Shooter falling down. So I think Shooter will be looking forward to taking Trick down very soon with those blades. But yes, eventually after that fight, Trick also fell apart. But there were a couple of heroic plays. As we can see, a Beast being the MVP here. Hatch also at certain point was really good on the map, and that's why you're seeing an average combat score of 205. But Stranger is the one who could not do anything here. That Sky pick, somewhere they thought it could have been an offset pick or something that could have maybe rattled the minds of Orangutan, but it was their minds being rattled. They were getting upset at every round, and you can see average combat scores 69. It's too low. I mean, I'm kind of confused how did that even happen, and I think he was just close to 4-5 kills. That's all what Stranger was able to pick up here on Ascent, and they were nowhere ready. Same goes for Trick. Trick could not do a lot here. You can see him sitting with just 145 combat score, but on the other end, here on Orangutan, you can see everybody looking so goddamn brilliant and also closer to 200 ACS. 196 being the least on per share on Who is that? It's a Sentinel, which is closer, I would say, to what Beast is, just four in terms of score lines away from reaching the 200, and that could have been easily possible here for Persia as well. But just because it was a Sentinel, I have zero complaints coming in from Persia over there in terms of what they've done. So everybody from the side of Orangutan, they've shown up on Ascent especially, and they've proved us. This is the second time. Yesterday also we saw them on Ascent. They were very pristine and really good. Yes, they were countered yesterday, but today there was no chances. I mean, there were a couple of rounds which were messy, which did go into the favor of Prime 5, but they were the only rounds. There were no other very good strategic plays coming in from Prime 5 or even allowed to be executed.
Well, exactly. But now they have to buckle up the gears. They have to make some new strats for the next maps. Eventually, they are quite readable by the side of Orangutan. They have to understand
Yes.
that they have been completely read thoroughly by the players, by the coach of Orangutan, and now they have got some
Mhm.
counter strategies against them to plan out in the entire BO5 or maybe in the next match. Because Orangutan, the way they are playing, I doubt that they have got a flight to take off at this point of time. They are in a really hurry and they want to settle
Yeah.
the things up. They want to finish it up with the first three games, and eventually, if that is their plan, Prime 5, be aware you have to get some new strategy which
Mhm.
not a single team have seen so far.
Exactly, I agree. Prime 5 right now have to gear up. They have to figure out a way because, yes, this does not mean that they'll be out of the game. It does kind of give us the idea that they're the runner ups here of the rest of South Asia, but they have a chance to move into the phase 2 where they'll be put into groups. And now that group can again have, who knows, Orangutan coming into play, and then you don't want that in coming into the picture. But I think they will be separated in two different groups. It should not happen that both these teams should come into the play, but it's all about luck, right? As we initially discussed, the game of luck only comes into picture in that draw show. It's all up to what is favoring that time, and then they put into a group and how they have been played out. But right now, at series point here on Bind is where Orangutan have come into play, and Orangutan, they'll be feeling really good about it. But now talking about the team, which is going to be Prime 5, they have been really, really good on Bind. It was a 13-2 scoreline that they have closed previously when we saw the first stream here itself. But today, the scorelines never came in favor of Prime 5. Even the first map, Heaven, the previous scoreline for them was a 13-3 scoreline. Here we saw a 13-6, but in the favor of Orangutan. So that does tell you, even though they were dominant and until grand finals, they've made their way, I don't think they're going to be able to maybe get it back under control, put it into the high gear right now. If they're able to necros, as we said, right, there are some turning points that do happen that bring in the momentum back into the picture of the other team, and then we end up seeing all the five maps happening. So this is going to be the bind map, and there is no mid here. It's just a highly defense favored map, and you have picked it, so you are on a slight disadvantage because you're going to be jumping in with attack.
Well, that might just happen, and if maximum rounds have been secured by Orangutan in the map of Bind, it's eventually turning out really, really bad in the favor of Prime
Mhm.
5. So you better be ready with your attacks. So you better be ready with your defense as well. You never know what's gonna come up because the way Orangutan, the players from different nations, from different countries have been arranged in a single team. Few weeks are back, but definitely this team is showcasing what an assembled team can perform at this big stage of Skyesports Champions Series. This is going to be the first tournament they are playing after the lineup is made, and look at them. Look at the bombs they're dropping inside each and
Oh
every
yes.
map, and I'm really pumped up in the draw show which team will be facing them in the phase 2. That's the big
Mhm.
question. The teams in the back definitely are going to watch this ROSA region matches because they're reading what style they have to adapt to play against them and make some countermeasure plans.
Oh yes, I mean right now it's going to be very questionable, but as you see, the first two maps have been taken away, 13-6 and a 13-4 scoreline. Orangutan will be starting off on defense, Prime 5 again on a disadvantage. Every time that we have seen, they are playing on a disadvantage. Unfortunate for them. I mean, Orangutan, if they played on the defensive half, and then Prime 5 would have gotten the advantage of playing on the attack on Haven, maybe the story could have been a little bit different, or maybe the scoreline could have been very closer. But OG here you can see, right? They were good both on attack, on defense. There was no two questions over there. I never had a thought that, okay, OG were strong on defense or OG were strong on attack. So they played very similar in both the places, and both the places they were aggressive. That's the only point I want to put it out. But here on Bind, I know Prime 5 are an aggressive team. On the other end, Icebox is a map that we saw Orangutan were completely strong on, which has been banned from Prime 5. So this is going to be again another question mark because we have not seen them play. So what do you think, Necros? What's going to be coming in from Orangutan? Is there a surprise even in the agent selection screen? Can they bring in something random?
Well, there might be some chances. Like, I would say that getting some controllers like Brim might be a good pick. Eventually, you got some, like we have seen in the previous time that Breach was also picked by some of the players. So Breach can also
Yes.
be one hell of an agent to watch out for, because those fault line, those aftershocks can actually irritate your enemy teammates or like enemies very much. And especially when you talk about the defensive stats, I believe if you get a breach, an irritating breach, specifically if you get an irritating breach on your opponent, you won't be very much happy to enter the site at all.
I agree with you. I mean, breaches are irritating to play with, especially with their flash being timed, and their flashes are linear. It's not like there's a sky flash, which is kind of a bird flying around, or it's not like the chaos flash, right? It's not just something that you can see that's been thrown towards your end and you can try to move away from. Breaches flash are a surprise and they do irritate you a lot, but let's hope maybe these teams are ready for a counter. But on the other end, I'm looking forward to maybe a Yoru coming in. I mean, whenever we talk about these agents, right, Necros, Yoru coming into play, Reina coming into play, even now Neon coming into play, they never get picked up. When do they get picked up? When we are talking about a proper meta. Okay, this is going to be a map where you're going to be seeing Raze, where you're going to be seeing Breach, where you're going to be seeing a normal Sova coming into play. Then voila, they immediately jump in. There's no Sova, there's no Breach, they're only playing KO and Sky, and they do these kind of I would say surprising plays for us as casters as well here, and immediately change the pace of the game, and that needs to be done. I am thinking that these kind of strategies are going to be coming in later down the line, Necros, because here their only intention is to qualify into the phase 2. After qualifying there, they want to get over to be the top 6 teams who get over to the phase 3 land stage, and that's when these strategies might come into play. But here on Bind, what do you think is going to be happening? Do you have any prediction?
Well, I would say that the agents we picked among ourselves, we got for Yoru, we got for the Breach, we got for even Omen. I would say if I would have been if I would have played this match particularly, I really prefer Omen in the map of Bind. But we never know. The players, they have got their own comfortable agents to play in, and eventually the comfortable picks they will choose, it will eventually affect in their results as well. So Orangutan, they are a very prominent team. They have got the tactics, they have got the strategies upon their sleeves, they know how to play, they know how to get these things happen. But Prime 5 is the one who is in a danger zone. If they want to come out, either they have to go with a proper set of strategies, whether it be a double controller setup, or if you go for some good picks, whatever your surprise picks, if you are planning to have one, even if you can go for some chambers, you never know, you can even see some chambers coming out from any of the side. If it happens, then I really wish it comes and works out for Prime 5 and we can at least see some more number of matches in this finals of rest of South Asia region.
It felt like you read my mind over there, Necros. I was just about to start talking about Chamber because Shooter, he has played Chamber. I mean, not very frequently. It happened after the immediate jet nerf that we saw, but I'm looking forward to how it's going to be adapting because, as you said, right, Orangutan, we are going to be seeing them here playing, and Shooter has also been included. So that's what I'm looking forward to, how he's going to be maybe bringing in that Chamber, maybe the Raze as well. So these are some agents that he can run around with, but on the hand of Trick, I'm looking forward to what he's going to be playing with. Is he going to be thinking of changing into a Raze? Is he going to be still sticking into the Jet? Because here on Bind, Raze is even more effective compared to Jet. Yes, you can get that verticality into action, but both the verticality as well as damage dealing abilities Raze has. So that kind of can give you the advantage, and also especially how Raze can make use of those teleporters does give you the chances of maybe throwing in a I would say pain shell through the teleporter or sending a boom bot just to clear out hookah, and things like this can be done to kind of create a distraction that you're maybe even taking a teleport, right? Certain times we talk about that. Players just throw down a couple of utilities inside the teleporter itself to make it like a fake is happening over there, and immediately players start running around and the site is easily being taken away. So these are something that I would be looking forward to coming in from the side of Prime 5 if they're ready with it and changing their play style.
Of course, like the pick of Raze will be very beneficial for any of the side. Raze is a very good duelist for the side of Bind map, and eventually those double satchel. If you just imagine someone flying over the enemies, it just pops up and comes down and shoots from behind, they wouldn't even understand, "Oh, dude, where the hell
Yeah.
he's coming from side." And then he gets the side entry very easily for his team. Eventually, even Yoru can be a good pick, as you mentioned earlier.
Mhm.
Yoru can get a side entry without even noticing. But yes, when he does that, you have to be very, very cautious about those flashes, what you do to get the side entry possible. But yes, that depends upon the players. What are they going to choose? Even maybe after nerfing Jet, we might see some Jet action as well from the side
Oh,
of
yes.
Shooter, or maybe from the side of Trick.
Let's hope. I mean, they bring it in as Jets still. I mean, I'm still wondering. I was just hoping that with that change coming through, finally Jets will be given a relief, right? Because we want to see more duelists coming into play, but they're not letting that happen. They're still somehow managing to stick on. I mean, I think it's just the duelists, who, all the players over the world who kind of have loved Jet for an entirety of right now couple of years, right? It's been close to. So they're still sticking on to it. They're never looking forward to giving it up. They're still pushing forward to it. And they're like, no, Jet is an agent. We've played so long. We cannot, I would say, remove ourselves from Jet. We are kind of all the duelists at this moment, if you talk about it, irrespective wherever you take, it's like they're kind of stuck with Jet, right? They've already kind of adapted to Jet, kind of morphed with Jet over there. So I hope that changes very soon. Because I want to see these neon picks coming through, these Yoru picks coming through, Reynas, and I know right now even the audience will be thinking like, why is this guy talking like this? And especially now bringing with this specific duelist, that's Phoenix, who's nowhere being seen, Necros. I want him to come into the play, right? I mean, that man has a second life of his own. I mean, using the run it back, he tries to bring things in his favor, and everybody fears that. But okay, enough of a
Oh,
discussion. Let's bring in the discussion about the agent pick. Okay, Raze is there, we were correct. The Chamber is also coming into play, but both from the same team. Persia, who was on a Sentinel, who was kind of playing with his utilities, this time still will be playing on a utility, but those utilities are weapons, Necros.
this time is going to go for those weapons with those headhunters and the traps. But on the other side, Prime 5, they've got a Nova from the side of Casper. We get a Cypher for Beast. We get a Race from the side of Trick. Eventually, there is no Jet. Okay, that's fine. That's a good pick because both the Rays, we can see there is a breach coming from the side of Prime 5. And if this breach like Stranger can be a irritating one, then I believe Orangutan might have might face some bit of problems to enter the side or maybe to hold the side, because even they have got an Astra coming up from their lineup as well. So as a controller, Astra can also be someone, because the Nebulas she's having in her sleeves, it can be one and half a showdown that might bring up some disadvantage for the side of Orangutan.
I agree with these Nebulas, maybe even the Nova Pulse and even Dissipate, which we have kind of not seen being used quite frequently, because it's a little bit difficult, and especially with 4 stars, if you try to play with that Dissipate and kind of those sneaky plays, you also have to wait for that star to be recovered, and especially with the timer being increased, you do not have a lot to play around with, so nobody wants to make those plays. But yes, this play coming in from Hats, making and using that Astra continuously on every map, that's a little bit surprising. A lot of them are switching controllers every now and then, and you can see from Orangutan itself, they've switched up. They've bought in a Brimstone. Yes, they did play back to back Ghost on Omen, but right now the Brimstone is under card, so that does tell you that the others are adapting. So I hope Prime 5 with the Astra pick, they're still able to kind of find their momentum. But now it's time to start off on bind. This is the series point here for Orangutan. 5 seconds to drop the barriers. And now with this map also starting off, we're going to be seeing Star Tanya joining us back here to witness the action alongside with me here on the desk. But Persia, look at this, very aggressive alongside, going up, finds the first one. But there is his teammate, that's going to be Shooter, who's trying to make it work. Shooter's grenade works, but Tesseract falls as Hats and Trick try to make control of B long, and they do get it. Now yes, Persia is still here, Tanya, but do you think he's going to be still taking up players down, because the headhunter is there?
The peak is not going anywhere later. He is definitely trying to get one. Well, I did not expect Persia to move away, but that paint shell from Trick played the trick to take down immediately.
I'm not too sure. I'm unable to hear Star Tanya. I think she'll be joining us very soon. Oh yes, she's here.
And let's see how is Ghost up to through the elbow. 1 versus 1, and Go Trick is going to be taken down by Ghost. Beast versus Ghost. The Flash should be able to do the wonders, but Stranger with the burst is going to take him down. Smokes are going to come all the way through. 1 versus 2 with the frenzy. Molly coming into the action to stop the players to move in towards the side. Fault flight used as well. Everything is as planned. 1 versus 1, and it is done and dusted by Vibor, the controller in this map from the initiator of the previous map.
I mean, how roles have changed, but still they are making it work. Orangutan, they know they have the advantage over here. They have gotten the defensive side for themselves, but yes, look at how close this came to be. We did think that maybe there could have been a situation where attackers, that's going to be Prime 5, could have gotten the advantage, taken control of, but made a couple of risky moves where they should have just gone in for the post plant, but then missed a couple of shots. Vibor, he did not. He was precise, took 2 players down, and he got the team the round. Not only that, also got them the advantage of buying up.
And now with the Spectres, they can be even further destructive. And this was the fear that I was talking about at the start of the day. We can expect 3-0 happening in the grand finals, and it is nearing. This map is again selected by Prime 5. Let's see if they are going to give justice to their own selection, or the team is going to take down immediately Ghost, giving a flash, revealing his location. Persia this time against Hats, and the movements of Hats did not allow to get the headhunter takedown and head.
I mean, it was nerve-wracking for me here. I was about to lose my mind if that player was taken down. Had the way he was jiggling, he was not only playing with our feelings, he was playing with Persia as well. But look at this, Persia, he's like, no, I kind of wanted the taste of it, and he's looking forward to it. He's ready for it. His rendezvous is also there to assist him. Tesseract on the other end takes a player who's trying to push up hookah, and look at that, immediate rendezvous as soon as he saw too many players pushing up from B-long.
Pushing up from B-Stack, Tesseract with the 4K in one spray. What is this man build up of is the question right now, and he is the player of concern. The way he is playing, the way he is taking on opponents with one spray, if he's able to take out an entire team, I really would want to see, I would love to see an ace coming from this man. He is giving justice to his team every single map.
That ace is something now, it's going to be riling me up. I'll be looking forward to it. Tesseract was the MVP in the first map, so I'm looking forward to if he gets it here. But look at this, Vibor, he's not taken down. He did not get an opportunity to pick up any kill here, but the weapon buy is going to be there for Prime 5. They have to play very cautiously here. They've tried for B execution 2 times right now. The first one looked like they could have pulled it off. The second one, there was nothing they could have done. They failed. There was no weapons. But this time they have the weapon, and they're still committing for the B hit here, Tanya.
And now Tesseract with the same angle. Will he be able to get the 4K? Again, it's going to be the cause of concern. Once again, it is going to be the site B of commitment. With the split of 2 is 50. Tesseract is going to send the drone. And the drone is destroyed. And the position, though, is compromised. We did see that snap coming in, that blink coming in. So he very well knows that how many players are going to hop in immediately, not wanting to get eliminated. We're both with the smoke to avoid the immediate view transfer. He is just trying to block the vision. Persia on the Ghost is going to be taken down. 2 players pushing all together, and now free guns for Team Prime 5.
Spike there.
Look at the number of players who have pushed up for a backstab, and this is the reason, this is the distraction that's happening. Vibor gets one, he's trying to back off, and yes, he successfully does. Yes, loses a little bit in terms of the health, and look at this, Ghost has done majority of the chunk of damage, and now they're super low. Shooter, he's already backed off. Here's a Vandal, he's already reading and hearing all the footsteps. He's going to be getting the one, he's looking for the second, and yes, that's a 3K. Ghost, Shooter over there eliminates the entire squad one after another, and especially that backstab, the 3 players pushing up. Yes, they did lose one, and on the other end there was trades which made it work, and Shooter with the 3K gets that round, and also bonus it was.
3-0. Well, what else would you want to see on the map of Fine? The map chosen by the opponents and dominated by Orangutan once again. They have then done it on the map of Haven. The question is, are they going to do it on the map of Bind as well? Top Fragger still remains a shooter, but Tesseract has got the ultimate ready. Let's see if he's going to use it in this round. With the differ of 2:3, 2 players through the bar, 3 trying to enter through the A main, and now Flash is going to reveal Casper's position. Casper's position is revealed entirely, but is the frag going to get exchanged?
along with I would say Casper Trick was also there, but look at the way Hatch just moved into sight. That Guardian has been so goddamn effective from Hatch, and look at him, he's already taken U-Haul's control but goes into the astral form before this is the opportunity, and yes, he takes down and eliminates the player as soon as Hatch came out from the astral form. What's in it? But look at this, the Hunter's Fury, it already attacked the player and immediately gets the player down. Vibor gets one, but that Marshall from Casper is effective, takes a player down. Trick has recovered a weapon here, but it goes down in vain. Ghost takes him down. It's the last player right now. He's hidden within the wooden box, and that's Persia putting him down. That's another round. 4-0. What a strong move coming in from Orangutan. What a way to completely take control of the first half here. 4 rounds and nothing being given away for Prime 5.
Nothing is left, though the casualties are being exchanged. It is not that they are having flawless rounds, but I would say until and unless Prime 5 doesn't get the at least 1 point of lead, trying to go for a 4-1 scoreline, the players are going to feel low of themselves, and they need the booster dose right now, and that booster dose is getting 1 round into their favor. And talking about it, Shooter going over aggressive, and the aggression pays off. It was the fight between the Razors, and Trick is taken down. No more Jets this round. It is bind and expected agent, which is Raze. Let's see what happens with the showstopper a little later. Stranger gradually peeking in through A main. Ghost holding himself near to the path. Shooter has got a perfect angle. Is he going to get one? Indeed, he's tossed. So he's spotted total of 2 players for himself. Satchel as well, using all the utilities possible, and a lot of damage is delivered to Casper.
Oh, that was kind of a commitment to stay over there at the cubby, making sure they survive. Look at this. Ghost, he has that regrowth and immediately trying to heal up, but Hatch had spotted a player. That front line somewhere slowed him down, but nonetheless, he was already out of shower, so Hatch could not find that kill. But still, the number disadvantage is going to be here on Prime 5. They have to find a way to convert this here, Tanya. If they lose this round as well, not only they're giving up the 5th, they're going to be giving up the 6th. Vibor was committing his orbital strike over there. He was thinking it was a right decision if he would have made. It would have done some kind of damage, but look at this. They are trying to push him back. There's an astral wall which they're about to use, and they've already used it. And now they're going to be trying to get that spike stuck. But look at that. The orbital strike comes through. Try and create space from the spike carrier as well as the player who's trying to enter. But look at this, the recon, it gets denied of information. Beast was ready, he knew there should be some player, but look at this, the position coming in from Shooter. He's good for 1 Tesseract with a shock dart, but Hatch, he's taken 2 down, brings it to a 2v2 situation. There's no time on the clock. They need to go in for the spike being planted. The time is being wasted, 4 seconds on the clock, and finally the spike carrier being taken down, and Ghost taking 1 player down. That round is finished. What a move coming through to waste time from Ghost. He knew he just had to buy time, not only to just waste him from the timer ticking to 0, but also his teammate who was already coming in from the backstab, and the timing was just perfect. Ghost got 1, Persia got 1, round done.
Round done, and now the scoreline 5-0. Is it going to continue? And I think there is something that is required from Team Prime 5 is to switch some playset, some mindset, because if they don't do it now, it is going to be never. Though both the teams are going to move ahead towards the next phase, the title owner will only be one, and the passion of the title owner is going to be off the clean sweep of 3-0, and I'm very sure of Orangutan are going to be proud of themselves if they are going to pull it through. And for now, path entry coming in, Ghost realizing the danger is real, moving back, uniting with Vibor. Molly is also going to deny, and on the first Shooter just hops in, gets the frag, use the satchel, and run away. It was a hit and run case.
Look at the confidence here. Yes, Shooter took a pick and then moved away, and yes, a Trick over there traded. He removed Vibor out of the board, but there was another player, and that's the confidence that we can see coming in. But right now, the spike has already been planted. It's a 4v2 situation. The Tour de Force has been activated from Persia, so they know that information. The players should be on side. Vibor fights one. Stranger will be able to take down Persia, but right now they know the information. It's the last player there. Right now, will be also sticking the defuse. But look at the Stranger is able to find and good for 1, but that's all. Tesseract is just holding him strong from hookah, and as soon as he wanted to come in for a peek, Stranger gets taken down. But that play again, if I get a chance to watch that recap, you saw, right, a teleporter being used. First Shooter came out, he saw a player, eliminated him, and then he just moved towards a shot. He did not even think twice about again checking showers. Vibor does get punished while he was pushing up, but there was Tesseract. That's the confidence that Orangutan as a team have, that one or the other player is watching their back, and if somebody gets taken down, you don't have to be worried about it. There's a trade coming in the way.
Absolutely, and on the defender side, you always need to have your back watched. And right now, once again, there is a 3-stack hookup push coming in from the defender side, leaving B main all open
Okay.
for the 5-stack entry. Now, this is the last thing that I was expecting for the day. Paint chills are going for the waste. They really don't know that all the players are on the main, but now they know with the slow trap being placed here, and now the spray coming with the action. Tesseract getting a triple, getting a 4. Is it going to be an ace? Persia denied the ace. This is going to be several 4K coming in from Tesseract. When is that ace hopping in on the screen, Lucifer?
Second 4K coming in from Tesseract, but look at this. The first one he whipped it a little bit, but then that spray, because it's a Phantom, he was able to control it, and then he got that 4 players down one after another. I mean, Persia, if he withheld himself over there, there could have been a situation that Tesseract could have gotten himself an ace. But look at this, a 4K DA is what Tesseract is working with. Weapon gone to a toss for Prime 5. So on a weaker buy, playing on an eco, let's hope they find a thrifty here, Tanya.
Are they going to get a thrifty here? Because with 4 ultimates, it should be possible. For now, Casper is trying to get a side entry with only a ghost. The 3 players are ready with the heated welcome. There's no warm welcome here. There's no love. There's no warmth. It is all hot and deadly with blood spilled all over the floor. OG getting 3 frags already against Prime 5. 2 players remaining, and as soon as I say that, Stranger is going to go for the weapon savior if he has any.
Then look at the setup that was there here, a 4-stack, and they just walked right into the open hands of Orangutan. They had to be just okay with it. But look at this shooter, he's going aggressive again, making all the noise. He knows the peak is going to be coming in, and that's a 3K and a flawless rolling in. An eco round and a trap being set well from Orangutan. A 4-stack. You saw first shooter did peek towards A shot, but then immediately switched over to shovers, and that time Vibor was looking towards shot, and that's how these players are switching up in between. They're like seeming it one player is watching only one angle, but they immediately switch up, because of which Prime 5 get confused. They don't know which angle to take a look at. Wait, there was shooter here. How did Vibor come in? These questions start popping up in between the round, and all of a sudden you get confused. Wait, what should I do? And that's them losing another round. 8-0 is the scoreline. Another full buy here. Let's hope they make it work.
Are they going to make it work or no? Fault line, the recon dart, all the utilities coming to the action. But so is the Tesseract. Hunter's Fury, and never has this furious man left a player alive. Getting a frag, they're turning themselves into an advantage point here. Do they know Trick is already on the side? Drone is destroying, and Persia knew it. That's the cubby was already occupied, and Tesseract with a triple now. Is he going for the 4K again?
I think Tesseract, he wants to be the MVP here. As you said, he's also looking forward to the ace. Already taking a 3K here. 8-0 scoreline. This is going to be a 9-0. Hatch has heard the sound. He was looking forward to taking down a player. Yes, is successful. Make it a second. But Vibor finally puts a bullet to his head and puts him down. That's going to be a 9-0. Right now, Orangutan are flushed with money. There's nothing that they have to be worried about. I mean, they can put down a couple of weapons on the ground and just make it seem like they're having a party of weapons of how much ever they want. But on the other end, it's not the same case. Fumbling for buys. Prime 5 thinking twice whether they should go in for an investment, whether they should not, and they are going for a broke investment here. 3 Spectres, 1 Phantom, 1 Vandal, and 2 players playing on a half shield. This is a risky move, but I think it's based on the ultimate that they're calculating here.
Absolutely. And shooter with the dash. Wow, it was a 2K with the showstopper, the triple from the Vandal. Is it going to be a 4K? No, Stranger is going to deny the 4K happening. 4 versus 2 is the situation.
Oh, that ultimate that we were just talking about from Prime 5. Immediately it comes from Shooter, and right now Ghost, who's not happy for taking down his teammate. And look at the confidence. Ghost goes in for a peek, gets punished this time, and this is the second time it happened. He lost the battle against Hatch previously as well in the previous round. Right now also loses it, but Hatch, the confidence, is able to read these plays coming in from Orangutan. Takes Tesseract also down. Now brings it to a 2v1, but look at where the spike is. And I feel like Orangutan did not hear the spike carrier being killed. So I think that's where they're just running around here and there. Whereas Hatch is nowhere close to the spike. He is worried that maybe there's somebody guarding the spike.
He is a little trapped. He is a little scared. He is going for the longer route, but will he be able to reach out to his spike? Because nobody is guarding the spike. He shall be able to procure it, and he shall be able to reach the site
30
in no
seconds
time.
left.
And the spike will be contested, but so is Persia's operator holding an angle. Two players not willing to go for a double peak. They both are trying to hold a different site entirely, and the intel will be immediately exchanged, and the players are going to go for rotation. Now they know, and this was the orbital strike, saved right on time to deny the spike plant, but
Spike
still
planted.
the spike will be planted, and it is a volley finisher for Vibor.
That was this big brain play coming in from Vibor. He knew, and look at the call, as you said, right? Over there, Persia was just holding off and waiting at B. On the other end, Vibor, he knew he has utilities to play with. He does not have to be worried about just one sound cue. He immediately popped off his ultimate. On top of it, then he saw the opponent moving, used his molly. When you can take down players with your utilities, just do it, and that's what Vibor does. And he is just a brilliant player. We've just seen him on the initiator controller. We have seen him already, and he's doing a brilliant job on any agent that you give him.
Absolutely, he can do the best of any agent. That given any agent, he is going to bring the best out of it. And Tesseract being still the top fragger, no changes hopping in there. Persia with the operator, and an immediate snap comes in. Teleporter is coming to the action, and the snap right on time. Getting a frag, fault line will also be used, and Persia is affected. Headhunter will be immediately exchanged, but Tesseract is going to jump in with the information that he possesses. It is going to be a dub for himself.
One
Ghost is
enemy
sending
remaining.
as many flashes as possible, and now Tesseract is going for the triple and the finisher. 11-0. Are we going to witness a 13-0 here, or a no round on
Last
the defender's
round in the
side,
half.
or on the attacker's side, to be precise, for Prime 5?
Any time that we have called Tanya a 13-0 coming through, we were talking about it, right? 9-3 is frequent right now at this point of time. It's kind of getting inactive. But on the other end, Caster's curse is still there. Now we have talked about the 13-0, so I'm not too sure if it's going to be happening. But the way Orangutan are playing, I hope it does. I mean, not for the fact that they're already here and playing so good, but it's something that we want to see, a flawless 13-0 coming through. But yes, I do want to see such a huge comeback also happening from Prime 5. But that brilliant recon tags all the 5 players. They know the complete idea about what the Prime 5 team want to do, and look at that shooter is already pushed up. He's looking forward to the players. He's missing his shot. He got freaked out where there was too many footsteps that he heard, and gets finally punished, and the weapon has been recovered from his hand. And immediately look at the rotation coming through. They've already gotten themselves at A side. They're looking forward to the spike plant, but also Persia is here.
Persia through the bar, no information whatsoever. Tesseract sending a drone, trying to get as much of information, but Ghost has a savior also going to send Seekers. They want to go for a showstopper as well. They will be able to take down Vibor. Without Vibor, is it going to be a clean sweep of 12-0? Because you said Caster's curse is real, and everything is falling apart now. The things that we talked about a little while ago, now the tables are turning, and the tables have turned. The scoreline will be 12-0. Will it end up being 13-0? Yesterday as well, we were talking about it. Orangutan has done it once with the scoreline of 12-0. Will they be doing it today in a better performance by reaching it to 13-0?
I mean, what is happening here? Prime 5 is also a team here, Tanya, who have done a similar dominating scoreline when we have seen them on Bind. Whereas we just talked about it before we started. Orangutan are a team we have not seen, but look at the number of kills on Tesseract. Is my eyes right, or I'm right now having a delusion? 20 kills, and the first half just concluded.
First half concluded in no time. It was literally a Thanos' snap happening, and the players of Prime 5 are vanishing. Are they going to vanish out, or as the title of the runner-up for the first phase immediately after this round, or it is going to take them few rounds to be where they are? Because somehow or the other, winning 12 consecutive rounds is not so easy. Technical pause delayed a little, I would say. I would have suggested them going for this pause a little earlier.
I mean, this is some issue that they should have corrected if that was happening, but I hope it wasn't. But still, Orangutan, the way they have been right now playing on Bind. We are getting a idea and a show about all their maps, which is good for them, which is bad for them. How are they making it work? A complete picture of all these things. I hope this 12 which they've already done. Look at that. Even in the scorecard, you can see there is everywhere that they've almost closed it in regulation. Just 2 rounds is where I would say, Spike got diffused. They got the opportunity, but majority of those rounds, 8 rounds out of the 12 rounds, were all concluded in regulation. They did not even give a chance for Prime 5 to get their Spike down. I hope there is some kind of a breathing space being created here from Prime 5, at least trying to push up, and finally we can see the technical pause has been removed, which means that this is going to be the round of the series point here for Orangutan to crown themselves the rest of South Asia champions of this phase 1 of Skyesports Champions Series.
Well, Beast going ahead with the cam view. Is he going to get any information? Persha with the headhunter can be proven deadly. And he's going to destroy the cam. No, he doesn't want to get clicked. Nobody wants to get clicked with the Cypher's cam. Anyhow, they are trying to get the site entry. Not so easy as of now. Are they going for the rotation? Indeed, they are gradually making a move, but site B is not vacant. There are total of 2 players already waiting. Stars are being placed by Casper. Let's see how vulnerable are those stars going to make. But before that, Casper already has some plans of sending some shock darts through the hookah. Paint shells are exchanged to reduce the HP of Casper.
Look at the way right now Orangutan are playing. I mean, there were so many utilities thrown down at B, which is making it seem like everybody is at B, but Beast is reading this. He's not falling into their trap. And oh no, the opportunity was there. Misses the opportunity. Immediately A side completely opened up. And look at how cautious Orangutan played. They knew they wanted to close it out in 13-0, and that's what they're trying to do. Shooter on top alongside the all drone, pushed up towards the defender's side. Did not get the opportunity of taking a player down, but at least has done the chip damage. Persha! Oh, wait! He does get a player out. How did that happen? He was about to press his rendezvous and also press the headhunter.
He immediately got fragged, went for the move, and this is the time for 13-0, 13-0. Orangutan giving a clean sweep to Prime 5 for Skyesports Champions Series. Valorant presented by AMD, powered by Veto. What an amazing play. A sheer dominance scene, an asserting dominance. There was no looking back, not even for a single second. Winners for the map 3 bind, chosen by Prime 5, again owned up in such a manner where we haven't seen it by far.
Agree with you here in one point that we've never seen this happening, but this happening at this point of the tournament, the grand finals of rest of South Asia. We never even thought about it, but this I am kind of a little bit happy also, even though right now the most happiest people right now will be Orangutan. Not only they're moving yesterday itself into the phase 2, but also crowning themselves as the champions here in the Skyesports Champions Series for the qualifiers, the phase 1 of rest of South Asia. And they've shown what they can do. On the other hand, for Prime also, I'm a little bit tad happier because now they've understood the flaws that is there in their rounds, in their maps, in the agent selection, or how they were playing. They have a chance to correct it. They're not out of the tournament. They're heading into the phase 2. So they can come back stronger right here in this tournament itself. And then maybe we see one of those teams from the lowers rise up into the ashes, and then we see them completely as stars who are shining really bright, and then maybe even walk their way into the VCT stage. So that can happen, but that's going to be a longer journey. What a show from Orangutan, Tanya. I mean, unbelievable. 3 maps in their name.
Absolutely, and particularly the map of mine, 13-0. Never in my dreams also had I thought about in the grand finals I'm going to witness a 13-0 score line. But dreams do come true, and I'm sure Orangutan woke up with the dream to achieve, and the dream was to get the title for phase 1, and they are ending up with the title of the phase 1 winners. It was not so easy journey. It was the tough ones. They were battling the fight of equals. It was not never even for a single second that they had to battle someone beneath them, someone above them. It was always equal of them, and I think everything worked in their favor, particularly in the map of mine. Tesseract once again proved his worth in every single aspect, in every
Yeah.
single round. Let's again head towards the highlight to see about how the map of mine was.
Yeah, I would say we were just heading over to the highlights of Tesseract. 4K, 3K, 4K, 3K. I think 4 or 5 rounds is the number of times that he got a 4K and a 3K. Look at this, 4K. He was one shot of an ace, but does not matter. That was just too damn good to watch, and we were all just looking at awe.
Well, my awe moment came exactly at 13-0 score line. I was left speechless, but Tesseract with the Hunter's Fury, never did he waste his Hunter's Fury. He was
Yep.
at least able to get that single frag, and it doesn't usually happen. You tend to see after 5 to 6 Hunter's Fury coming into the action, you tend to miss at least one. But I think he is the master of this agent, and I really would love to see him furthermore into the next phases with the same pattern, with the same progress. And look at this 4K and ace. I feel bad for him for a while
Yeah.
that his ace was taken away a little farther at a little farther distance.
Oh yes, I mean I'm gonna be a little bit sad, but as you said, look at this. Every time we see a Hunter's Fury being popped off, it's generally that players just clear out a couple of angles and give space for the teammates to enter. But Tesseract is a player who does not use the Hunter's Fury just to clear things. But this is a round where I thought there's going to be a heavy ultimate commitment coming through, because this was a 4 spy coming from Prime 5, but it did not happen that way because the shooter's ultimate was not at all presumed. He used the ultimate immediately as soon as the barrier dropped, and then there was another utility, that ultimate commitment and that incendiary that we saw from Brimstone and Vibor getting that round clutched. And again, look at that Tesseract, the timing, the way he's able to push up. He gets that 2 players down before the smoke gets propped up from his own teammate, and to end the round he gets the 3K for his team, and then that's done. Another point on the board, and look at this positioning. Somewhere we felt like Shooter messing it up, missing the opportunity. That should have been their first round. Look at them, they got the numbers under control, but then everything started falling apart just because of that Seekers. Seekers gave away the complete info from the directions of these players who were in, and this round where Beast had read it right but missed the opportunity of capitalizing on that first duel.
Absolutely, and you don't have to miss anything. And Shooter knocking the last player alive right in the head, right in the face, and winning away. Well, let's have a look at the leaderboard. Well, leaderboard clean sweep 13-0, 3-0 with the scoreline of an entire day. MVP Tesseract, there is nobody who can compete him. Look at the KD 4.20. Nobody is even closing in towards 3 as well, and he is having a massive 4.20 KD with a combat score of 437 with 21 kills.
The entire team of Orangutan have a 2+ KD, whereas the entire team of Prime 5 are not even close to 1. That tells you the amount of pressure, domination and confidence that Orangutan had here on Bind was... I don't know if there is a word to even mention that. I'm just going to leave it at domination. 437 combat score, 21 kills. On the other hand, Hats, who's a passive controller as we've talked about Astra's role, 215 average combat score and 9 is the kills. Not even close to double digits. The entire team was not even close to double digits. Maximum was 9 and Hats was the top fragger over there. That's just unbelievable of what we saw. The performance that we saw from Prime 5 on day 1 to the performance that we are seeing today, it just has given them the gist of what they are facing. So now what Orangutan has done, it might be much awaited in the invited teams who are looking forward to battling them in the phase 2. But Prime 5, it's a good wake-up call for them just before heading into the phase 2. But Orangutan, congratulations to you guys. You're going to be the champions here of phase 1 for the rest of South Asia and have made a statement before heading over to the phase 2.
And the statement is of fear, the statement is of wrath. No matter who chooses the map, you are going to dominate, and all the good luck and all the good wishes that you are able to play the same with the big names in phase 2, because here you are fighting with the equals, but there you are not only going to fight with the equals, but you are also going to fight someone who are above you, who have already got a little bit of extra experience, a little bit of extra synergy, and much more to follow.
Oh yes, I mean the much awaited thing right now coming through is going to be something spectacular as we head over to phase 2. But I'm looking forward to. We are going to be having an interview also very soon, and I'm looking forward to what they have got to say, Tanya.
Absolutely. If Orangutan has to say anything apart from their happiness, I really want to see what else is that, because it has pumped us, energized us,
Hmm.
totally excited us with the way they have finished the day for themselves into their name. Because 13-0, well, you said that it is always caster's curse. We talk it out, and that never
Yeah.
happens. Now they're not only negating the opponents, but they're also negating the caster's curse. So Orangutan is wearing either the evil eye pendants that none of the curses are getting connected.
I'm really happy. Finally, somebody's putting down that caster's curse. Anytime we kind of try and justify and talk about something in that can happen, which is looking so damn good and also close to happening, it gets denied all of a sudden in the immediate next round. So, Orangutan, they might be the ones who are going to be denying all the caster curses coming through because they're in the here for the long run, Tanya.
Absolutely, they are here for the long run. It is the sprint of 100-meter that they have made very quickly, where they
Hmm.
have achieved the ribbon very quickly. But here, from hence here, the race really begins, and this race is
Exactly.
going to be with the hurdles. It's not a 100-meter sprint, and the hurdles
Hmm.
are going to be so difficult to follow. And I think Orangutan shall be able to overcome any hurdles coming across, because having said that, several players within the team have got that sort of experience. Vibor himself has played multiple times against several teams, and let's head for the interview about what does Hades has to say about it.
Good guys.
ओके सो सीधा हम चलते हैं सवाल जवाब सेगमेंट पे। तो मेरा पहला सवाल जो आपसे रहने वाला है वो ये है कि घोस्ट पीछे से हाय बोल के जा रहे हैं। तो पहला सवाल ये रहेगा हमारा आपसे कि आप लोगों ने जिस तरीके से खेला है, लाइक इट्स अमेजिंग, बट बूट कैंप का माहौल, लाइक ओरेंगुटान कुछ ही टाइम पहले बनी है ये टीम, उसके बाद ये बूट कैंप का माहौल जो अभी रहता है आप लोगों का कैसा रहता है? लाइक हाउ इज इट? इट्स एनर्जेटिक या फिर थोड़ा वही थोड़ा टेंस माहौल, थोड़ा नर्डी माहौल, क्या रहता है?
नहीं, अभी तो बस हम सब वार्म अप कर रहे हैं, बाकी ऐसा कुछ टेंस कुछ नहीं है। इट्स जस्ट लाइक अ वार्म अप गेम फॉर अस एंड या अभी तो कुछ जस्ट स्टार्टिंग अप, बिगिनिंग है सब।
तो एक्चुअली आपको जब पता चला कि आपकी फाइट प्राइम 5 के अगेंस्ट होने वाली है, तो आपने कुछ स्ट्रैटेजीज वगैरह सोची, या फिर आपने सोचा कि जो भी होगा, जैसा भी सिचुएशन होगा, उसके अकॉर्डिंग करेंगे?
नहीं नहीं, कुछ स्ट्रैटेजीज वगैरह कुछ नहीं था, डिफॉल्ट थे। हम लोग वैसे भी टीम को बहुत लाइटली ले लिया था, तो वही है।
ओके।
वेल दैट इज समथिंग आई वाज नॉट एक्सपेक्टिंग, बट कोई बात नहीं, हम सीधा आपसे बात करेंगे एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल के बारे में। आप लोगों को पता है कि अगला जो फेज है, फेज 2 में 8 इनवाइटेड टीम्स है। तो अगर आप सबसे ज्यादा टफेस्ट कंपटीशन किसी से एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, वो कौन कौन से टीम्स रहेंगे फेज 2 के लिए?
आई थिंक टफेस्ट कॉम्पिटिशन सिर्फ 3 टीम से रहेगा, ईजी, वीएलटी एंड जी, एंड बाकी सब लाइटली लिए हैं हम लोग।
ओके,
ओके, तो
एंड
आपने
कितने टाइम से आप ये प्रिपरेशंस जो आप लोगों ने किया है, लाइक एससीएस के लिए, ये सिनर्जी वगैरह वगैरह बिल्ड करना, कुछ जैसे आपने कहा कि कुछ स्ट्रैट्स प्लान नहीं थे, इट वाज जस्ट डिफॉल्ट गेम प्ले। सो ओवरऑल आप लोग कितना टाइम इन्वेस्ट कर रहे थे एससीएस के बस प्रिपरेशंस के लिए?
आई थिंक फेज 1 के लिए प्रिपरेशंस वाज लाइक ओनली 2-3 डेज, एंड फेज 2 के लिए वी स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम टुडे, एंड कल मोस्टली ब्रेक रहेगा बिकॉज इट्स पर्शिया's बर्थडे टुमारो, एंड मे बी आफ्टर दैट वी
ओह
गोना स्टार्ट फॉर फेज 2। या
वेल देन हमारी तरफ से हैप्पी बर्थडे पर्शी ऑफ कोर्स। एंड हमारा आखिरी सवाल जो है वो आपसे डिवाइन पूछने वाले हैं, उसके बाद यू गाइस कैन एंजॉय द डे।
या
बिल्कुल, आपने जिस तरीके से डोमिनेट करके खेला है प्राइम 5 के अगेंस्ट, हमारे जितने भी व्यूअर्स हैं वो काफी खुश नजर आ रहे हैं चैट के अंदर। तो आप हमारी जनता, हमारे व्यूअर्स के लिए क्या कहना चाहेंगे, क्या स्टेटमेंट देना चाहेंगे आगे आने वाले मैचेस, आगे आने वाले फेजेस के लिए?
जनता के लेके स्टेटमेंट है, बहुत सारे जनता सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं एंड बहुत सारे जनता को डाउट भी है लाइनअप के ऊपर, बट वॉट एवर द रिजल्ट्स आर, अगले 6 महीने में सारे टीम्स को हम डिस्ट्रॉय करने वाले। यू कैन मार्क माय वर्ड्स, एंड या कीप सपोर्टिंग द आर्मी।
वेल एप आर्मी, ऑल द बेस्ट टू यू गाइज एंड ऑल द बेस्ट टू यू फॉर फेज 2। मुलाकात जरूर आप लोगों से होगी फेज 2 में, एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस एंड कांग्रेचुलेशंस ऑन विनिंग दिस टाइटल फॉर योरसेल्फ।
थैंक यू सो मच।
Well, Diva.
It was a nice and fun interview. I'm pretty sure a lot of our viewers have also gotten the insight about what's going to be coming up from Orangutan itself. Also, with their hashtag, I'm pretty sure all of you should be knowing and also use it here as well to show support to them, but also to Prime 5. They've also done a fantastic job because coming till here was not at an easy job. But Orangutan, they showed us why they're here for, to make a statement, to make sure their name goes ahead.
Absolutely, and the name is going to go ahead. Fame already achieved with the scoreline of 3-0
Oh,
and also 13-0. Well,
exactly.
in such a big tournament, if you are able to achieve this sort of a scoreline, I would want to suggest the teams who are in phase 2, there's one team you have to beware of, and that team is
Hmm.
none other than Ape Army Orangutan. Please beware, have a strong watch over them, and
Oh,
especially the
yes.
player Tesseract as a SOA. He can create any trouble, any struggle at any possible time.
Oh yes, I mean Tesseract playing like that was never thought of, right?
Yeah.
Because there is Shooter over there who's kind of the star highlight. But today we were just talking about Tesseract most of the time. Shooter, yes, for the first map, but then it was Tesseract. Then we talked about Persia. Then we talked about Vibor. Ghost was also somewhere, I would say, in the first map, not looking that great. But the second map, Ghost was the top fragger. He was the MVP. So today there was no Shooter. It was all these players, their IGLs, all them doing the efforts.
Absolutely, but and the efforts of phase one are over for the Rosa sector. Now we are going to head towards the Indian sector. So, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead, grab your popcorn. Alongside your popcorn, also get some drinks because the action of Indian segment is going to be even more because it is Lethal Esports versus Team Valor. This time, it is not best of three, but it is not best of five, but it is best of three. So, see you all on the other side.
I know exactly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Skyesports Champions Series Valorant. Right now, we are here for the India region semi-finals between Team Valor and Lethal Esports. No predictions are working, no discussions are working. I myself, Star Tanya, alongside me, it is Nikros. Nikros, clean sweep journey has never ended. Do you think this semi-finals is going to change the scenario?
Well, there are pretty chances, like 13-0 was the scoreline of Orangutan versus Prime 5 in the previous last match, where they secured their victory and clinched the title of the champions for the Phase 1. And now it comes down to Lethal Esports versus Team Valor. Both the teams have got greater potential, we are quite aware of that. And initially, when we talk about Lethal Esports, where they won to almost secure a 13-0 victory in the previous quarterfinals in the yesterday's match, but eventually it did not happen. It went to a 13-2 or 13-1, I believe. But now this one, it's going to be another BO3 hopping up for their side. It's going to be the semi-finals, and eventually the team who wins it will be advancing to the finals of Indian region qualifiers phase 1 of Skyesports Champions Series Valorant. And from there, they're going to face on with the BO5, and eventually one winner will be crowned, and they will be moving on to the phase 2.
Absolutely, the journey is not so short. For the Rosa sector, it is all done and dusted. Orangutan has crossed the journey, but for Indian region, the journey has still long way to go. Let's also discuss about the prize pool in the course, and the prize pool is total of $30,000 for Skyesports Champion Series Valorant, presented by AMD, powered by Router.
Well, of course, the $30,000 prize pool of this entire tournament, where the champions will take away those $15,000 for themselves, while the second place will be having the $7,500 for themselves. The third place will have $3,000 for themselves, and the fourth place team will have $3,000 for themselves as well.
Absolutely. So the eyes are going to also stick on to the MVP, best IGL and emerging player, about who is going to get the extra $500, and the prize pool is going to be distributed as explained. But how is the tournament distributed? It is distributed in total of 3 phases and 1 draw show. Right now we are in phase 1 for India and rest of Asia, South Asia qualifiers from 10th May to 15th of May. For phase 2, we have got from 18th May until 23rd May, where invited teams are already waiting for the teams who are going to qualify through phase 1. And talking about the Rosa qualifiers, we have got 2 teams who are going to advance to a phase towards phase 2 already. It is going to be Team P5 and Team Orangutan. Still, for the Indian sector, these names are yet to be announced. It is semi-finals here, and 2 teams will again advance towards phase 2. After that, a draw show will take place on 16th of May, and this draw show means a lot because this is going to divide the 2 teams, divide the total of teams into 2 groups. Which group is going to be the group of death and which group is going to be the group of sweat? That time is going to show us. And after the draw show, the phase 2 begins, and then comes the ever awaited phase 3 LAN event from 31st May to 5th of June.
And even brings up an entire ecosystem and another environment for the players to cherish their gameplay against. Well, we are quite not aware whether there will be audience or not, but if it does, I'm quite assured that the players will have one of the most amazing LAN experience that never ever anybody had in this Valorant esports community in India or in the South Asia for now. But eventually, the teams, those who will be advancing to that stage, are really wished a very good luck from the side of casters, so that the top 6 teams we are going to face up. But for now, the Indian region semi-finals, the best of 3 between Lethal Esports versus Team Valor, both are great contenders for that final place in this Indian region qualifiers. But which one team will only advance to that particular round? It's the question, because as we know, only there can be one single winner for from the semi-finals, and here it is, both the teams competing. But I want to know, Tanya, that which team will be your pick if you take up for it like a 2-1 or 2-2, 2-0 score?
Oh, well, right now, this is for the very first time. Instead of I'm saying that I wish to see a score line of 2-1, I'm pretty sure that this is the time where the breakthrough of clean sweep is going to go away and we are going to witness a score line of 2-1 because both the teams have been performing, have been playing for way too long. We have known these two teams very nicely. They have made some wise decisions, except for few minor roster changes that is not going to affect the synergy at all, and the way they have been selecting the agents throughout this tournament itself. Skyesports Champions Series, Valor is also qualified with the clean sweep of 2-0, so is Lethal Esports. So once again, Nikros, keep in mind that they are going to battle. This battle again is going to be the battle of the equals, and that is going to be one of the most interesting factor about this fight. So the team to get a quick aim, sometimes a better agent lineup, sometimes a better map pick, is going to move ahead towards the grand finals.
Obviously, the map picks and the agent selection does make a very big vast difference in like winning in the winning factor for any of the team. Let it be Lethal Esports, let it be Valor. The agent picks and the map selections are a way too much more important. And as we have seen so far till now, it's not like one match or two match. The team who chooses the first match and he loses that. That's the thing. It's happening for a very long time. The first match, the team, like if it like in the map of Orangutan versus Prime 5, Prime 5 chose the map of Heaven, they lost it. Orangutan chose the second, they won it. It has been going on for the very first day of the Skyesports Champions Series, and till now we haven't seen a single first map which was won by the team who selected it. But can this be that particular match that where we can see the team who chooses the first map can win it?
Well, this is the breakthrough. I mean it when I say it. This is going to be a big breakthrough for the 2-0 scoreline. The curse is going to be is going to get diminished henceforth because the players are going to make sure that they advance towards the finals, and for the equals, they are going to make sure that they go for the best of their agent capabilities into the best of the maps that they possess. And now the days are long lost and gone where we used to say that this player is a duelist, this player is an initiator. We immediately see the controllers playing the role of an initiator, though we are always very sure of the once a jet is always a jet. Now that is also a myth, I believe, because in the previous map of Vine, both the jets of Prime 5 as well as the team who just qualified, Orangutan, they just switched all the way from jet towards the rays. And we are also going to talk about the map Veto in a while.
Well, the map Veto is the one thing to watch out for, and initially we get to say Icebox has been banned by Team Valor, while Breeze will be banned up by Team Lethal. On the other hand, the first map we see, though it will be picked up by Valor, and the Lethal Esports have decided to pick the defense in the map of Fracture. And well, as we see onto the map of Fracture, Lethal Esports picks up the defense, and there is a possibility, according to the supremacy which is going on in this SCS 22, that the first pick, the team who is taking the first map, is always losing it, but it might get a chance that Valor might lose the first because of the supremacy, or there might be another breakthrough. But coming and following the next map is going to be the map of Bind, which is chosen by Lethal Esports, and Valor will be picking the defensive side in that particular map. That's a great decision from them as well, but the decider stays in the map of Heaven.
Well, talking about Fracture, Valor has got a very strong upper hand on the map of Valor, and if at all Paradox is playing right now, I'm very sure of you can enjoy your Yoru plays happening from the side of Team Valor, and which you are going to enjoy because we do see those trolls happening with the lineups of the typical lineups of the Yoru, by sending a teleporter, by sending a fake, and altogether dimensional drift. So talking about the map of Fracture, this is for the very first time where we are going to witness it on live for Skyesports Champions Series Valorant on road to VCT 2022. So Fracture is going to be a map where I have been waiting for way too long, and I'm happy that it is Team Valor who is going to end my wait.
Well, we have to see it around, and initially the things we are seeing at this point of time, the three maps are decided. I'm very eager to see a 2-1, but for now we are seeing all the clean sheets in each and every match, and I'm really excited that we want to go to the decider map and we want to see which team will arise and climb up on the top among these two. But for now, the fracture map, it's going to be the agent selection pick, Tanya, because for now, as of there might be some chambers, there will be a breach for sure, if I'm not wrong, in the map of fracture, as well as the vipers might just be a very useful way they can use. The sage can also be a good pick for the side, for any side, particularly if they want to go for that.
Absolutely. For the map of fracture, you have a tremendous room of opportunity where you can go for the agent selection. You can go for the double duelist pick. You can go for the double initiator pick. You can go for the double sentinel pick. One controller should do the deal. So I'm expecting Viper joining in the course with us in the map of fracture. I would want to see who is going to be the controller for the team, because unlike previous days, I just mentioned any of the player is ready to be versatile enough to adapt to the as and when situation, and fracture is one of the map of as and when. One of the sites extremely compact, other of the sites wide open, and with that, will Jet be the duelist is going to be a question, or again, just like the map of mind, are we going to witness a raise play happening? So here the room of opportunity is very open to either of the sides. We can expect Sage as a healer and a sentinel joining in, and Sky as well shall be used. Particularly Breach is also widely selected on the map of fracture.
Of course, breach is going to be one of the pick I would decide, and we might see two of those teams coming up in that side eventually. But meanwhile, as we see, like Sky was a good option even also. When you get those guiding lights coming upon, those flashes will be very much needed. Even KO can be used as an initiator if you want to get the picks done, because in Fracture you don't get to see many Sova usage. So KO is the one that might be as a pick of initiator, as well as the Sky might be used. Raze, I do think that Raze can be used. It depends upon the choices, of course, but I believe more of a Jet or a Reyna might be in a useful way as of a duelist.
Absolutely, but I would not deny that Soa is still going to be the cause of importance here. We can expect Soa also hopping into the scene of fracture, because the recon dart is one of the widely used way to get the information of the entire site. So, and talking about site, we very well know fracture has got multiple openings on either of the sides. Like if we only talk about a site from the dish, from the main, through the doors, through the CT, from anywhere the players can hop into the site. So the chances of getting the information is the key factor about how to retaliate. If you are not going for the initiator pickup, you might not have that much of information, and that is going to be a cause of concern. So double initiator pickup with a sentinel. Now talking about sentinel, chamber was a very widely used sentinel on the map of fracture. But do you think after the nerf, is it going to be the same? Are the players still going to go ahead choose it as a sentinel, or again we are going to see a KJ meta happening?
Well, I believe those who are a very specialist in like using chamber, they might just go for another time, as we have seen when the Jet was nerfed, but still the players were using it. So there might be some chances that chamber can be used. There is a possibility that depends upon the players that which agent they are used, like they're comfortable to play with, because this is the stage, this is the semi-finals. If you make a little bit of mistake even in the agent selection, your whole map is spoiled, and if it is spoiled, you don't want to get in that particular scenario where you are losing with a 1-0 scoreline in the BO3, because whenever you do this kind of steps, it gives a more confidence to the opposite side that yes, we've got a 1-0 lead, we need another match to secure the victory in this BO3, and we will be off to the grand finals of this phase 1. And at this kind of scenario, both the teams have got that caliber, so eventually I don't see that any kind of mistakes coming from any of the ends. But eventually, coming to the chamber pick, I really do believe that it should be used, though it has only got one trademark, but still those headhunters, those 2d4 shots will be very much important in this map of fracture.
Yeah, we cannot deny with the matter of the fact that headhunters is going to be one of the key factors into the pistol round, where everybody might be using a ghost, a sheriff, or a frenzy, and headhunters one shot is fairly enough to take a player down. So yeah, we are going to have an upper hand in during the eco rounds as well, where you are forced to go eco. So maybe Chambers still will be one of the agents to go ahead and choose in as a sentinel for your team. But I personally believe as a controller, one of the teams out of the two is definitely going to go pick in the Viper play, because the one thing, post plant lineups is just about precise. If you go for an open plant and then stick to the lineups, I think it is very easy to not allow the spike to get diffused. So as a controller, Omen can also open, but Viper would be one of the key choices here.
Well, of course, you have also got that wall coming up from the side of Viper, which actually like lets you enter the side very nicely. And without like, yes, you do get some shots, obviously that's for sure, but eventually you get the side entry very easily. And either way, if you just like put on those toxic screen up, you can get the spike planted very easily, and you can come back again to your position and you can play an after plant. That was you mentioned that the post plant lineups are very important for the side of Viper, and if it goes well, the opponents will be crying out in the corner, because those snake bites will eventually
Yeah.
hamper and will buy the time for those attackers to just, yes, the snake bite is working and nobody will be able to just go the diffuse. And eventually if anybody does that, there should be one or two players who can eventually take him down, because the snake bite is going to give you a hell lot of damage, because like those vulnerability.
Yeah, if the player gets vulnerable and if you're able to connect a few bullets, rather not even a headshot, or few body shots or a leg shots are also sufficient enough to take the opponent down. So I would personally definitely opt for the Viper play, jumping in into the map of Fracture to be particular. I would also love to see Ray's showstopper, because the sites are pretty compact, and if post plant all the players are sticking to one side, so one showstopper should be able to deliver enough damage, like taking down at least two players at a time, and then you have less battle to fight. So maybe you can expect a race play also hopping in, and Boombot is also a sort of a way you get to know if there are any opponents in the direction you are walking through. And talking about Sentinel, Cypher play have been a key factor, have been playing a key role from the side of Orangutan into the previous match. So are you expecting any ciphers playing here in the map of Fracture as well, or you would still stick to the chamber play due to the weapons that he possesses?
Well, as you said, I would like change a thought of mine a bit, because yes, Cypher can be a good one, because those traps what he have is, it's really important for any backstab scenarios. Well, you have got some trademarks for the side of Chamber, but eventually you have only got only a single one, so you have to be choosy like at whichever position you are actually keeping it. So while you got a Cypher, you have got, I beg, you've got two traps, but having those two traps will eventually get you and buy you some time as well. Even this KJ will be also a bit of advantage for those side of like which will choose the cipher. But eventually those moves, those abilities all depends upon the player's picks. That yes, I'm comfortable with chamber, he's going to go for that. If he's comfortable with that cipher, he's going to go for that. It all depends and it all rests upon what the players are going to choose, and we will be heading on to those agent selection very shortly.
Absolutely, because agent selection is also going to clarify about the picture, how the players are going to play in. Are they going to go for the double duelist setup? Are they going to go for the double initiator setup, or are they sticking to the same basic pattern of double sentinel, one controller, or the typical old meta which was working in? Because with the update patches hopping in into the scene of Valorant, the players are also immediately adapting, switching to the roles as and when required.
Of course, they have to, like, if you stick to a single role, yes, you have got a variety of agents to play within each and every map, but eventually, if you can change your roles according to a map whenever your team needs it, it also gets into a bit advantage scenario, that if you want to go for a double initiator or if you want to go for a double controller, it actually helps your team to climb up. But eventually, for now in this map, I believe that Sage and Chamber can be a good pick, maybe because Sage has got some like those wall barriers coming up on, and yes, you have got some good moves. Even a Jet and the Sage combination in the B side can be a very crucial one because when I've got some strategies coming up on when the Jet has got that Blade Storm. You get a barrier exactly on the boxes of B side. Jet hops up on that wall. He gets that fly up, and he can get at least 1 or 2 picks if he has that moves or strats coming upon. Because that's a good scenario that can be used very precisely in the B side by Jet and Sage. But particularly moving on to the agent selection, the Fracture it's upon, and Valor gets the defender side, and there you go. The Chamber and the Sage, that duo of Sentinel is coming up. While Hawks will be getting that Chamber, Paradox coming up with that Sage, Breach coming for the side of Fox, JN getting with that Jet, and Bullet getting that Brimstone in his side. So Tanya, I believe that Jet and Sage duo domination might be possible for the side of Valor.
Yeah, definitely. It might be very great to see wall op being used and Jet getting a good angle, and JN in particular is the opper to watch out for. Just about the perfection is the exact word, is the exact call that I would want to say. And talking about Hawks going ahead with the same pattern of Chamber, Bullet going in as a Brim. Let's see how the Brim pays off. And talking about the other side, we have Breach that we were expecting because Rolling Thunder is one of the key factors. Now Sensei continuing as a Chamber, he has been destructive enough with this agent. Lucia is going to go ahead with the Brim, and Fracture does require those smokes, but somehow we are not seeing Viper. We are seeing all the way Brim smokes happening, and it is going to be Android going in as a Neon. Yesterday we did see some overdrive frags happening. I think today again we are going to see that. Rafa as the initiator KO is going to use the null command against any of the abilities. I think that is going to be worth to watch out for.
Well, of course, that is going to be a key, but as well as the Neon pick might hamper the attacking side or the defender side of Valor because Android coming up with that Neon, we have seen him, if I'm not wrong, maybe in the map of Heaven in the previous match where Lethal Esports played. He played a tremendous role by playing that Neon with those complete moves, with those concasts and at that power at overdrive mode with that ultimate. He didn't get many picks with that ultimate, but definitely Marzel is coming with the Breach as well, so some irritating Breach moves might just hop in.
How can you call those irritating moves, man? He is the master of the blinds. He is the master of the aftershocks, and especially the concussion to get the site entry. Definitely, if you had to say that, Team Valor as well as, because we do have Fox also using the same. So it is going to be an exchange of this chaos happening, and it is just that healer is missing on the side of. Lethal Esports, and I think without healer as well, Lethal Esports has done a very good job. So are they going to continue to do so? And is Neon sufficient enough to go ahead as a single duelist setup? Because we are seeing double initiator, one controller, one sentinel, and one duelist on the other side. Again, if we talk about, it is a double sentinel lineup. So as they are initiating on the defender's side first, they are trying to get a good control there. So double sentinel, one initiator, one duelist, and one controller to work out with. The only difference between these two teams is the Sage and the Neon, the Sentinel and the duelist, the Resurrection and the Overdrive.
Well, this is going to be something to watch out for. The map of Fracture, like coming up with some more and more surprises and many more questions arising from the audience as well as in our minds. But the answers are going to be done by the players itself in this map, which is going to start up shortly. This is going to be the map 1 of this BO3, the semi-finals of Indian region, where Lethal Esports take on Team Valor. Which team is going to take the first round? Which team is going to make that 1-0 score line with this BO3? That's the question arising each and every time. But eventually, both sides are very, very important. Breach is going to make some key roles, as well as we are going to hop in to the player cams, and you get to see Paradox, JN, Bullet, Fox, Hoax all ready with their moves, and they want to hop into the fight, they want to get the victory, and they want to book their slots for the grand finals of this phase 1.
Absolutely. They want to make sure they book their slot, they register their slot by being the most dominant one, by being one of the strongest team. And on the other side, talking about Lethal Esports as well, they are also looking forward for the same. Android as a Neon has done it very well yesterday. Is he going to do it same today? Talking about Lucia, Sensei, Marzel once again. I really cannot miss the last fragment. He used it in the map of Heaven against his own teammate to defuse the spike and get the winning, get the defusal and win, and then laughing until the day end. I think that was a good laughter exchanged. Are we going to see those winning moments again, those rejoicing moments again, or it is going to be Team Valor putting a shutdown to those smiley faces? Because when we call it a fight of equals, it is going to be a do or die, it is going to be a now or never. And here we go ahead, the match is about to initiate soon, the first round is about to initiate soon.
Of course, and with that, the pistol round will be important for both the sides. The one who gets that one will be eventually rewarded with the second. Might be possibilities, because when you win the first, you get the specters upon yourself, while the one who lose the first pistol round will eventually have to continue with those classics or maybe the ghost. So yeah, that's going to make that advantage situation for any of the side who gets the first pistol round in their favor. But eventually which team it will be, because as we see, Team Lethal Esports, they've completely gone to a different side and they want to enter at any cost. They've got the splits coming up, but which side will be the attacking one? The spike is prevailing over the A side, while the B side is completely there with the Brimstone, as well as I can get to see another player popping up. But the Marzel is actually aiming with that fault line to go up in the A side. Jet is already up, like I would say he's quite ready to just get the big stun. But meanwhile, both those fault line hopping up, but Android will be eventually punished.
He is definitely going to be punished. And now how are they going to move ahead after punishment taken? They are still committing to site A because Spike is near to the site A. But if you have a look at other players, they are still trying to make a move, trying to gather the information required. They are still trying to make sure whether to commit to site A or B. And for Team Valor, not even a single inch movement. They are still holding the same position. They don't want to move a bit. And now here we go ahead to see some utilities being used. Rafa does have a 0 point and he is going to use it, but on the course he is also going to be struck by the fault line.
Eventually this is going to be the moves, with Fragment is getting used. Jane has got the control, he has dealt a good amount of damage. Rafa comes up, he gets the 3k, might just get the 4, but no, he is not getting that one. He gets that aftershock damage, but Marzel gets the 2k for himself. But this is going to be a 1v2 situation. They might just go with a fake plant, but yes, you get to say Paradox hopping up. He has Sim spotted, he might just get him damage, but yes, he gets the 3k for himself, 22 HP. The flashpoint will be used eventually. Bullet is still holding Marzel. He's got a wrong aim, but eventually gets this 4k. And look at the reaction. Look at his reaction. He's so pumped up. And what a round. Android's reaction actually says it all, that what a round it was for the side of Marzel. He secures it, and Valor will be completely astonished by this pistol round, which is secured by the players of Lethal Esports.
It literally Marzel in person literally turned the table out of nowhere. It was a 1v2 situation where Valor was supposed to win the round. Marzel was giving claps to himself about how nicely he went for that 2-4 shockbolt sent. And Android doesn't have much of information though. Is he going to push inside? A is totally barren, totally empty. This is the time. Spike shall be planted and site is under control in no time. Fragment also sent to avoid any possible casualties except for one player trying to avoid any backstab if at all happening, and Android is going to make use of it. He's going to take down Hoax.
One enemy remaining.
With that, we get to say Marzel gets the big done for his team, and right now Valor might like on the verge of getting the second loss. And yes, there you go. As I said earlier, that the pistol round is going to be important, but for now the 2-0 lead stays with the side of Lethal Esports. They've got a great start, 5 solo kills for the side of Marzel. JN also getting 3 kills for himself in this particular round. But now it's going to be a bye round, maybe for the side of Lethal Esports. But well, what's gonna come up from the side of Valor? They want to make it happen, they want to come up, but what actually awaits at this scenario? Can Valor make a comeback? Can they make it up to a 2-1?
Can they make it up to a 2-1? Let's see, because the choice of weapons for Team Lethal Esports, and also they have got a rolling thunder ready. JN with the operator is usually very, very deadly, and now they have a healer to work out with. This loss of HP is not going to cost them a lot. He's going to go back foot, get himself healed, and he did go for all the way up to on the court. Shock Bolt, rolling thunder, and also neon walls will be used, and the site entry will be done in no time. Marzel is planting the spike, and Marzel has successfully done it. And but Paradox through the smoke, it was a blind frag coming in. Marzel is taken down.
Marzel was a key player, but this time when you see the operator pumping up from the side of JN, one pretty shot, what a good pick, but JN gets the first shot down. Paradox is waiting, Bullets gets the backstab, and meanwhile Team Valor, they want to secure this round. It's 2 versus 3 contest coming up. Android will be shut down as well, and with that, the first round going in the favor of Team Valor, and eventually will mark up the 2-1 scoreline, which is marking that yes, Team Valor are off to make a comeback.
Well, talking about comeback, it is going to be an equalizer show. Are they going to take a lead or no? And finally, it's some sort of glimpse of smile spotted on the face of Team Valor. They need to make sure they continue to do what they are doing. Losing the pistol round cost them to lose the second round as well, which is the last thing they wanted. JN with an operator has got a blade storm ready, and I'm expecting some good frags coming in from the side of JN. But before that, it is a dish push all the way through 4:1 stack, and Marzel going in, shock bolt sent, and the team flash is going to give a pause for a while, not for so long. Side entry will be done, but JN has got an entire information, and that was all false alarm that they were pushing in through A.
Oh, that was a decision, but eventually the dish side is completely covered up. The operator has got the aim. Neon makes the entry of the side, eventually punished by Hawks, who will get the entry. But right now, Jay, and he wants to get some picks down. Rafa is not quite aware, but some pretty shots might just help him out. The aftershock won't have a good effect. Lethal Esports Sensei will be coming up from the side of main, but eventually we get to see Fox. He wants to get this entry, and Sensei has got the complete aim packed up. Lucia will eventually go, but there you go, the fault line is coming up, and meanwhile I believe Team Valor wants to make this entry. Paradox might just shut one down, but eventually gets the trade from the side of Lucia. Lethal Esports trying to make some good comebacks, but the operator shots will be very, very much needed. But eventually Sensei punishes one another, but yeah, there you go. This time Valor was turning way too dramatic.
And Marzel putting a shutdown all the way through with a double frag for himself, and 3-1 is the line. With this 3 score line, he has also procured the lead of 2 points. Marzel shaking his shoulders with some happiness. He is proud of himself. Sometimes he's spotted applauding, sometimes he is spotted shaking his shoulders. He is definitely appreciating himself, and you need to do that. You need to feel proud of yourself. And talking about this replay, Marzel entering through the doors and giving those finisher moves. Here we go ahead. By face is all set, and once again the commitment will be spotted towards side A, and Android is trying to go against the blade storm. How is it going to happen? Now this looks a little more than risky.
Well, this Blade Storm of JN might just turn up the tables, but meanwhile the 3-1 lead has been taken down by Lethal Esports. Sensei getting bullet down, but JN shuts one down. Eventually gets a trade by Marzel, but meanwhile it's a complete 4 versus 3 contest coming up. Valor, they're not quite aware, but Lethal Esports are making a rotation towards the B side, where I believe like the 3 players are holding the chamber. He wants to rotate. What is the decision? He's got the headhunter completely aimed up. Fox is there holding the back. snap. No Esports brain, but eventually he will be taken down by Marzel. But Marzel, he wants to make the entry point from the long side. He'll be using those aftershock and will be getting a great entry in the A side.
Absolutely, they are going to get an entire side control, and they also have the numbers lead and Hawks with the headhunter. How much hunting can be done is going to be the question, and Molly will be sent to port. Paradox out of the position where he was and into the vision, and Marzel gets a triple. Is he going to get a 4K here? And headhunter is going to take one, and on the course, Sensei will go for the finisher move, and the score line is 1-4. I really like the gradual approach of Team Lethal Esports, the way they are moving. Nothing is forced, they are gradually doing it. They are, and as soon as I say that, look at the replay as well, how nicely every single time Marzik is able to support his team as and when needed.
Well, that's what you call in IGL for your team. He needs to step up. He needs to get the picks, and giving that complete, I would say, like a motivational boost to the entire team actually affects the entire gameplay. Hawks with, like, we get to see those smokes coming from the side of, I would say, Valor. They get those blockouts. They have got the crossfire setup completely done. The A side, they are almost 3 people like having that entry point, but meanwhile, as we see that Lethal have got the entry in the B side, and the plant is like, spike is being planted while Bullet gets Android, and Sensei also gets taken down. 2 down for Lethal Esports. It's a complete 3 versus 5 chances coming up, and a small room of mistake won't be accepted at all, because Mars and Lucia, they might get 2 picks, but it's completely a 3v3 contest coming up right now. Oh,
and as soon as you say that, one enemy remaining. Move with the orbital strike being activated. There is all of the last man standing up, will be able to trade one, but immediately is taken down. Paradox taking to defuse. Now it is Fox towards the defusal. Finally, a second round going into the favor of Team Valor. 2-4 is the score line, and let's see if Team Valor is going to chase the score line or no. Marzel is going to be the hero right now with the only double-digit frag drop, and let's have a look at the replay though.
This one, the Steam Beacon was activated. Rafa did not have a bit of chances, but at that point of time, eventually he managed to get one trade. But this is going to be the round. 4-2 the score line. It's getting more interesting, of course, but I believe they need to buckle up the gear a bit more. Either Valor, either Lethal Esports, and they need to make a good difference between these points so that they can manage to hop up and get some good start in the first half. They don't want to lose, but oh, Sensei gets Paradox eventually, but meanwhile Hawks also gets a trade. So 2 down for both the sides, and both the chambers are up with those 2 D4s.
Force activated, and only he is surviving barely by the skin of the teeth. Will he be able to grab some frags when Bullet is literally waiting for this rotation? Wall Orb is going to block the players for a while, and I don't think this Wall Orb is going to make Bullet wait further long, but footsteps are heard. Wall is going to be gone. Bullet still hiding behind the boxes, and it is a battle 1v4, and they did not know the positioning of Bullet, but Bullet gets one and immediately traded out.
And eventually the Lethal Esports are now down to 3v3 contest. We can get to see Hawks has got those teleports coming up. JN coming from the long side of A. He might just be the X Factor, but eventually Fox is there. Marzen shuts Hawks down, and there you go, the Rolling Thunder. Hobbs in, that's not a great situation, but the orbital strike might just make some collateral damage. With that, Brim is going to be, Lucia is going to be the last survivor. He doesn't want that to be a defuse, but yes, JN has got the complete aim fixed up on that scenario. He gets that 2k, eventually gets this round for the side of Lethal Esports with a 5-2 scoreline. Valor are losing the lead. They are really falling behind, while the entire team of Lethal Esports, they've got the tactics, they've got the strats completely built up, and they don't want to lose from this position.
Absolutely, nobody would want to lose the height that they have achieved, and right now they have achieved the buffer of 3 points. 2 ultimates ready on the side of Lethal Esports, and 1 resurrection ready from the sides of Team Valor. Who is going to take down whom? Because right now, if we talk about the weaponaries, definitely Lethal Esports have got upper hand here, but on the other side, it is all about the pistols. Some ghosts, some sheriffs. These are not going to be sufficient enough to win the round, but but at the same time we have spotted several thrifties happening. Fox is waiting for the site entry, and he is going to reveal himself, and he is also concussed by the, he's also concussed for a while, but the smokes are going to do the deal. He's going to get a good cover and move away from the site. Lucia on the court gets us the entire site control, is also planting the spike. Spike has been planted.
Eventually, the after plan gameplay, they have to go up with the 5 versus 5. It's a complete competition coming up. Not a single player have been taken down. Rafa has got the complete cover fire set up. Android is trying to bait up a bit. The smokes are down. Some random shots will be taken by Lucia. But oh, Android, he has been taken down by the aftershock. But right now, as you get to see those Comcast being used, he might just get the one. But a 50% diffuse, and immediately the spike diffuser will be taken down by that Indian series. But meanwhile, Sensei in the long side, he doesn't allow it, and with that 2k, a brilliant round again going in the favor of Lethal Esports with a 6-2 score line. They're not letting a single round to go in the favor of Valor, and meanwhile each and every round the team Lethal is choking. Those rounds are being capitalized brilliantly by the side of team Valor, but they need to step up, otherwise this lead is going to hamper their entire first half.
Absolutely, and if we have a look, the players were trying to defuse the spike. Half that was already done, but having so many players alive, there was no room of opportunity where this was possible, and there was no room of opportunity for Ninja defuse as well, because the players were totally spotted. This time finally we get to see a side B entry, all 5 stack happening immediately, except for Android being a little restless, has also revealed the positioning of opponent here, and he did try to witness it. Shock bolt will be used not only once, twice at a time. Will he get the frag? Is going to be the question. Hooks will get a very good frag against Android. That was pretty clean shot.
That was a so good shot. Eventually also connects a body shot towards the side of KO, if I'm not wrong. But eventually, yes, he gets shut down. Holmes gets the 2k for himself. He's still got a plenty more job to do. The smokes are down. The steam beacon is down. But there you go. Sensei gets the backstab. The spike diffusion will be started. But KO, he won't make that connection. The spike will be diffused. And eventually, this round goes in the favor of Team Valor, and a clean sweep by them with a 4-man remaining with a 1 single casualty, and brilliant round with the economy as well.
And now we are going to see Hooks with an operator and a full shield. Let's see how many frags can he go for. And if we talk about the ultimates, there is going to be total of 3 ultimates ready, and they can be very useful. Faces of Team Valor are looking a little frown, but long way to go. It is just 3-6, just the start of the map of Fracture with the Blade Storm, and also alongside it they have a Resurrection ready. We can expect something happening from the side of Valor as well. Talking about the Lethal Esports, Neon has got the overdrive is ready from the side of Android. Though he is the bottom fragger to 10, he's only going to move ahead with the frenzy, and there is going to be all mix of 3 Vandals and 1 Phantom.
Well, we have to see it around, but the picks have done very precisely. Marzel with those multiple, like, maximum frags he have taken up, but now it's all comes down to this round. It's a 6-3 score line. Bullet has already got Sensei taken down, and Lethal are down to 2. It might be the 4th round for the side of Team Valor, but right now, Marzel, what are your plans for now? 1 pick, and there you go, Fox shuts him down. Eventually, Lucia coming up from the long side. He's dealing a good amount of damage, and the finisher comes up with flawless round for the side of Valor, and meanwhile the scores are settling out with a 6-4, and they are getting close to Lethal Esports.
I think this is the map where we can expect the closure is going to be very close with the scoreline of 6-6. If that is going to be the case of scenario or no, that time will show us. But definitely now the weaponaries are not going to be the cause of concern from the side of Team Valor. They have got Hoax is again going to go ahead with the operator, and he is also able to get a good control over it. None of the ultimates have been used as of now from either of the sides, so this is the moment when we can expect. And now the site A will be left. Site B will be a little more edgy, and the players are looking forward to push. And Android is already almost on the verge of entering and is sending the shock darts. And now with the classic, will he be able to get those required frags?
It's an eco round, so we might expect that it might go as a 6-5 score line because of full buy. But there you go, the overdrive was there, and eventually this overdrive, how much long is he going to make it last? Because Android needs to step up. He gets that fast lane get up, but JN needs to be taken down. The timer is just running out for the side of Android. He did not manage to get a single pick, and eventually that overdrive went to vain at this particular round. But still, they need those openings at any cost, But meanwhile, the fast lane will be activated. They have been concasted, and that's the situation. Jane gets one, Jane gets two. They might just get third, but he gets shut down. There you get those handles coming up. Some random shots will be taken. He has spotted him, and there you go. The spike has been collected, and meanwhile, the rotation will be done because Lethal Esports are now down to 2. It's a 2 versus 4 situation, which is not going to be an easy one for them.
The spike is under the control, and Hawks is literally having a good control over the site, and he might be able to get. He just missed it by an inch, and if at all it wouldn't have been missed, the scenario would have been entirely different. 8 seconds to go. Do they have enough time to plant the spike?
One
and
enemy
he
remaining.
is sticking to
Spike
down.
down.
Now later on, it is the entry of Fox who's going to take down Sinchai as well. It is 5-6.
Last
Is it going
round
to be the
before the
equalizer on the sides of defenders for Team Valor, or the lead will be created by Lethal Esports of 2 points? This is going to be a close match, sure, on the defender side. I just spotted 2 operators joining in.
Well, those operators from both the sides maybe can be very, very much dominant. But yes, when you see JN and Hoax both taking those operators, we can see Hoax in the B side and JN will be in the A side. So both those operators, Tanya, will be one thing to watch out for. And there you go, the Brainstorm also arrives. Android gets completely concasted. One single mistake and you are done for, because JN has got the complete aim. Once he gets a single pixel in his hand, you are just done for. While Fox is just holding on the ropes, the concast will be used. Eventually, he has been blinded. But Bullet, he wants to pick in. He might just get Sensi, but no, Sensi gets the trade. Eventually, another player hopping up with the right inside. There you get to see Lucia entering from that particular moment.
Now this is the time JN might be able to get one. Blazestorm is activated, but look at Android just pushing right in front of the face, and now operator in the hands of Android. How deadly can it be? Because right now it is the fight of 5 versus 3. They have got the entire side control, and they have got the spike into their hands as well. I feel there is a little bit of glitch happening here, because in no way Paradox is going to run right in front of the faces. Somehow we are going for a little switch here, and we will be back as soon as everything is well set. And if you talk about this current map of Fracture, everything for the start was based on Lethal Esports, but things definitely changed a little later. And here on the side control, the spike to planted, and the lead is created by Lethal Esports with the score line of 5-7.
Well, there you go. The comeback may be coming from the side of Lethal Esports, but they need to get the complete buy right there. And the 7-5 scoreline, initially the sides will be changed. Now, it's time for Team Valor to come in the attacking side, while Lethal have to defend it. They have got the first half lead with a 7-5 scoreline, but now this is the moment. If Lethal can defend it well, they might be getting this map's victory. But if they cannot, then I believe that Valor won't hesitate to get this win in their pocket and secure a 1-0 lead in the BO3.
Are they going to get the lead or no? Is the cause of question right now. But before that, let's talk about the pistol round. Right now, we can see a lot of mixed weapon on the side of Lethal Esports. Ghosts, Frenzies, Classic, and either sides, the initiators are coming into the action. The concussion will take place, and let's see if they are going to get the site entry so flawlessly. Well, the dash has been activated. Will JN get the opportunity to frag and run away? If at all, no, we very well know that Jet is locked, and for now JN is going to dash away from the shock pole by Android. And look at the frags coming flawlessly. Last player standing. How long will Paradox survive?
Well, I'm really not aware, but he is getting some exit frags for himself, but it's going to be a 4 versus 1 situation. Nobody's willing to compromise that particular position, while we might see that, yes, he's trying to enter. Some pixels might be shown. He wants to take this fight at all, because the knife has been deployed. The presence might be defected, as well as He's getting some good amount of shots. He will be blinded. Eventually the shot came, and there you go. Another round goes in the favor of Team Lethal Esports, and with this pistol round, they're going to go for those beautiful specters, and eventually another round might be seized in the favor of Lethal, and they might hop into the 9-5 scoreline.
Well, they might not need the pistol round. One is equal to gaining the SMG by round, and we are also going to spot Sensei with the Marshall joining in and a half shield. Let's see what are the Spectres going to run against Team Valor, because we very well know how flawlessly the Spectres are able to give us spray. And here we go, Fox sending a fault line and also facing one. It was the breach versus breach, but I like the positioning of Sensei, getting one frag against JN racing in the open. This is the price you have to pay. Paradox is still sticking to that, sticking to the dish area, and Lucia is going to pick the advantage there by getting a frag. 5 versus 3, no commitment spotted, but still they have the spike under the control.
Well, this is going to be a questionable factor which side they are trying to enter, but meanwhile we get to say Bullet has got a good amount of damage, and right now this picks Hawks with that headhunter. He's quite ready to get the picks done, but now they're rotating towards the A side from the dish, so you get to say Breach carrying the spike on the early basis. Bullet is barely surviving in 34 HP. One single tap will be enough in the head to finish off the things, but eventually when you enter the side, you have to check up all the instances, as well as all the focus are completely there on the main site. Nobody's watching the dish, but the dish, the players are hopping in. One single sound can cost out many things, but eventually he has been spotted, and there you go. The fault line comes up. Chamber gets down, won't try to give that position. Bullet is barely surviving in 34 HP. The headhunter shot goes. Lucia gets taken down. The aftershock will be used for sure. Spike maybe getting planted, but eventually those picks will be very much crucial. The blinded is done. It's completely done. The headhunter might have made connection, but no, it's not. He gets him down, and meanwhile a single solo player surviving the Fox, and eventually it will be done. And another 9-5. The scoreline sells up. Lethal Esports might just get this done with a good score.
Well, let's be honest, this was a classic against a Spectre. So this round going into the favor of Team Lethal Esports was supposed to happen, but now it is going to be a full round by from either of the sides. So this is the round to watch out for. And talking about Hawks getting one frag and followed by Rafa just sticking to the spray and near to the spike and winning and not allowing the round flowing away from his hand. Look at the frag count. Marzel, Lucia, Sensei into the triple digit club, and Marzel is going to close in towards 20 kill points already. If we talk about Hawks and JN, they are the only two players into the double digit club. Paradox trying to make the move, and with that he is already going to take down Sensei. JN is also trying to toggle a little to get the pixel view, and it is going to be against Marzel.
For sure it is, and eventually when you talk about JN and Paradox, they have to enter. They're entering, not checking left inside. Did not expect the breach to be that. Marzel gets the 2 for himself. He spots him down. The aftershock might just be a bit effective, but overdrive, Android fails to deliver that overdrive nicely, but meanwhile they have got the momentum. The chamber coming up. Lucia, he is spotted. Hawks gets the entry, but the spike, will it be planted? Because it's not quite sure, because there you go, the players are still hopping on. The 2 players have been picked. It's a 2 versus 3 situation. The incendiary will be very much needed at this point of time.
It is going to be very much needed for sure. 2 versus 3 is the case of scenario. Rafa getting one more for himself, and now it is going to be a 0 point, wasting out all the abilities. That is putting a pause to all the abilities, and a triple and a shutdown. The score line is going to be 10-5. They are almost doubling it up, and they are reaching the double digit club, 2 points away from match point, and I think they are going to close it soon, and there's nothing that can stop them.
Well, that looks quite the way, and this match was picked up by Valor itself, and this supremacy is continuing again and again. Tanya, there is no change in this particular supremacy, that the team who chooses the first map is always facing the first loss. So whatever the result might be, but they're losing the first match and the opponent is taking that lead. And if it goes like this, because they're in the double digits so far, it's a 10-5 score and 5 rounds buffer it is there. They need 3 more rounds for the side of Lethal Esports to ensure their victory. The 2d4s will be eventually used, like the smokes are down and they're quite ready with whatever the thing they have got. But meanwhile now Android gets the first pick, shuts down Paradox. Sensei gets JN as well. So now we get to see that Valor are now down to a 3-man, and this might be a hamper for them, but the 2d4s works out. No room of mistakes will be actually I would say entertained by the players of Lethal Esports.
3 versus 4. Lucia, good angle. Just in case if he peeks, he might be able to get some frags here. Tour de force still activated. He does have 3 MOs to work out. 2 versus 1. Marzel is taken down. 2 versus 3. Few smokes again has been utilized. Hoax is trying to get an angle and he might be able to get against Android. Is it going to be 1? Indeed. Yes is the answer. It is a triple with the Tour de force. Is it going to be a 4K jumping in? And he very well knows how to rotation cap. It is predictable and a 4K. He might go for an ace. Is Sensei going for an ace? Fox is planting the spike
30 seconds
with
left.
the operator. And I would love to see this ace.
Oh, if it is going Sensei, he has got that complete hold. He's not quite aware of the positions, but he wants to make the things happen in the right way. One single pick, one single wrong pick can ensure a lot things. At this point of time, Sensei has picked up that Vandal for himself, not getting that operator for them, but eventually this round will be very much crucial. One player comes in and there you go, the ace comes in for the side of Hawks. What a match, what a round it turned out to be for the side of Valor, and a beautiful ace for him, and Hawks shuts everything down with that 2d4s and those beautiful Vandal shots, and a great win of round by Team Valor.
A very good round, a very good ace coming in from the side of Hawks indeed, and a good savior for the team, which was much more needed. And JN also going for the full shield now. Not a while ago on the other side I did spot a Guardian, but did the player switch it immediately towards the Vandal? If you have a look at the player split, it is 3:2. 3 players committing to side B through the main, 2 trying to get the spawn side entry. Shouldn't be so easy, because if you have a look at the split on the defender's side, a total of 4 players on side B. One of the most difficult fight to battle here, and Hawks still with a good momentum. Let's see if he's going to continue the same sort of. And Rolling Thunder comes into the action from Hawks this time.
With that Rolling Thunder, and with that we get to see also that yes, the Aftershock is also getting ready. Hawks might just get, yes, he gets the first one, and he will be taken down with Hazel this time. And Lethal Esports are now down to this 4 versus 2 contest, while we get to see Valor taking lead. Bullet is inside the tower. Lucia is going. It's not a great decision. Lucia will be eventually taken down. Sensei gets the first. He's got the complete aim exactly pinpointed in that position. He doesn't want to make any room of mistakes, but whenever he pops out, he will be taken down at 3K for Bullet, and another round goes in the favor of Team Valor. 10-7 the scoreline, and yes, the comeback is coming from the side of Team Valor.
Well, let's see how far they are going to carry along this momentum. I think the ace has built up the confidence. I would really want to see this ace into the highlights as well. Talking about this particular round, Bullet with the 3K was much more required to save this round in particular. Now Hawks is going to go ahead with the operator on the attacker's side, and we know what the Tour de force totally detoured, and he might be able to get that with the operator as well. If you have a look at the positioning right now, they are already trying to push in towards side A. Are they going to get the room of opportunity? There are a total of 2 players, a little bit of contrast being exchanged, no damage delivered yet. Flashes will be used, everything done. Marzel is going to save himself and walk right in front of the field.
This is going to be a tough contest, but this time Lethal Esports are falling way too behind. They need to get the pigs done. Bullet gets that one, but eventually will be punished. Paradox barely surviving the 28 HP. He might just get those heals done. But Lethal Esports with a 3 versus 4 situation, they don't want to make any mistakes. They've got Marzel coming up in that scenario. Paradox was waiting. He got the wall down there. He wants to break it up, but eventually when it comes down, the plant has been done Fox has got the tower control, might make some head connection, but there you go, the fall line comes, he will be punished. Fox gets that opening done with the headhunter shot, won't be able to sustain that in the 10-8 score line, while Lethal Esports are getting beaten up by each and every round in the last 3, as we get to see, and Valor are making a tremendous big comeback.
A quick comeback would be the precise word here, and there's nothing that can stop them. And I really don't want any caster curse happening as well, because I would love to see an overtime happening on the map of Fracture, because this is the map where we get to witness very rarely. On the other side, now economy is also going to be a cause of concern. Sensei is going to go ahead with only shotty in his hand, and now that is something strange happening. What are his plans? We are going to get to see. And now look at the commitment of the site. No commitment form. 2 players near to the site A, 2 players near to the B, one still sticking to the angle. The Android is spotted by Hoax and is taken down immediately.
I don't know what actually happened to the side of Lethal Esports, but definitely this is the moment that, yes, Team Valor are utilizing it. One by one, the players are getting picked up, and that is marking the disadvantage scenario for the side of Lethal Esports for now. They don't want to give the entry, the slow offs, and those beautiful abilities are being used up as well. But for now, I believe, yes, this is the moment. If Lethal Esports cannot step up at this point, it's all done for them in this match, because the way Team Valor is doing that comeback, it's so gorgeous to watch out.
It is definitely treat to the eyes. And now let's see Sensei with the tour de force. What is he up to? JN might be taken down, if at all. JN is risking to peek until and unless he uses a dash. Bullet is also holding himself within the smokes, and JN has got a good angle. 3 versus 5. No frags exchanged. Indeed, Bullet has taken down Sensei, because with the tour de force, he was busy going for the scope in action, and Bullet used the advantage there, getting a double for himself. Marzel is going to go for the save, and we very well know this round needs to go save at least one big gun, but will he be allowed? Yes. JN did try to steal away the last weapon as well, but somehow Marzel has saved it for himself, and now this is the round of the equalizer followed.
Well, round by round, what a comeback from 10-5 to 10, almost 8, I would say 10-9 maybe, probably it is coming up, and it's a very big and a drastic comeback from the side of Team Valor, which was much needed, because if they wouldn't have made it this far, then it could have been another big booster for the side of Lethal Esports. But for now, they have got those timeouts plans. They have to discuss about the strategies, they have to discuss about what to do from the next round, because eventually that will mark up the position that they have to cover up, because 10-9 is the scoreline. One more point to just level up the score, and 3 more rounds for the side of Lethal Esports to ensure the victory in this map of Fracture. So who will take this victory for themselves? Because for now, I believe that Team Valor have the caliber to get the comeback still possible for them, and they might get a good lead as well.
They might get a good lead as well. Well, you can just predict it right now. You never know who is going to take lead and how the things are going to change. Just like Lethal Esports had a flawless win rounds when they were on the attacker side. They are getting shaky on the defender side. Right now, the weapons are also the cause of concern. 2 Vandals, 1 Spectre, 1 Judge, and all they have is half a shield. Now, here we go with the first line. Android is spotted. JN is going to pick the advantage there, and he is going to take him down immediately. With that, they have got the advantage of number. JN flash totally using the Judge in wrong angle totally. JN picking up the second best advantage here. 2 frags down, 3 more to go, and Fox is going to go ahead, plant the spike planted.
But that we get to see that they have made the entry possible again. Lethal Esports are now down to 3. They won't actually sustain this kind of I would say scenarios for a very long time, though the TP has been made, but Rafa is not in a great position. Hawks has got the visuals coming up, but eventually when it comes down to this, Hawks, he shuts him down. Another round, and that's an equalizer coming up from the side of Team Valor, and there you go. The equalizer comes in, and the 10-10 scoreline stays, and that is the one that we were expecting from a very long time. This is a competition, back-to-back winning 5 rounds is completely breaking apart the Lethal Esports team by economy and by mentally as well. Because if Lethal Esports wants to make the comeback, they need 3 rounds from now, and even also when we talk about Team Valor, they also need 3 more rounds to ensure their victory. Which team will take this one is a big question.
With 4 ultimates on the side of Team Valor, let's see which one will be utilized here. Is JN going to go ahead? And on the course, I talked that the fight of the chambers is on. Sensei is taken down Hoax, the ace man of this particular map of Fracture. Bullet trying to get just a little bit of information.
You will not
and on
kill
the course,
my
Paradox
allies.
did have their ultimate ready. Hoax is back on the feet. So the battle, which was won a little while ago against 2 chambers, is all back to square.
Well, at this point of time, when we see this is the moment that you have to grind up, you have to make those things possible. Android has got the overdrive ready, and meanwhile, Rafa has also got that null void ready as well. But one thing it has to be done. That is, you have to play for the picks. It's very important at this point of time. Jen also enters the side. His position might be revealed as well. But for now, when we see it around that, yes, they have made the entry, and now it is going to be a possible plant, which we see at this point of time. Yes, the plant is being done, and it has been completely taken down. But meanwhile, we also get to say Paradox shutting Android at that point of time. They go with 1 lead. Lethal Esports are now down to 2, and eventually this is not turning well for the entire team of Lethal Esports for now.
And now they're going to stick to the diffusion on the part of Orbital. Strike will come to an action, which is going to delay the diffusion. Sure, is this time enough? That is bought by Bullet. Random bot shots being given, and now all they are going to do is save their weapons. And still it is going to be Paradox looking forward to grab some frags, exit frags for himself, and he's going to gain 3 frags. And with that, Team Valor might go into the lead, and indeed they do. 11-10 is the scoreline. 1 point away for Team Valor, particularly to reach to match point, and 2 points for Lethal Esports, and 2 ultimates are still ready on the side of Team Lethal Esports. Did you just notice that null command was utilized, and as soon as it was utilized, the frag was taken down, and there was nothing much more that could have been done there.
Of course, and meanwhile, we also get to see that yes, Team Valor are also 1 step closer to the match point, and if they does win this one, Tanya, once we just thought that Lethal Esports gonna take this win very easily, and now we are seeing that yes, the Team Valor can take this win very easily. We might see a good comeback for the side of Team Valor either way, or we might see a good comeback for the side of Team Lethal Esports. We never know what's going to happen. 1 minute 22 seconds left for the match to get pumped up more and more, because this round is going to end up in that particular time, so you have to plant it out. But meanwhile, as we get to see Lethal Esports, still no picks, not a single pick from any of the sides. They're still holding on to the angles that they were holding from a very specific over time. But Sensei, they want him to make the entry, while Hawks has got the complete aim exactly in the corner. Once a pixel, he gets him down eventually, and yes, there's the punishment coming up. While Sensei gets down, I believe Valor have got the opening what they wanted.
They have got it. Again, the fight of the chambers. And not only that, it was also the fight of the operator. Marzen is going to take an entry with a fault line immediately.
One enemy remaining.
One strike each, and it was a flawless round 1, except for 1 player lost. 12-10 and a match point. Also, the Blade Storm is ready for
Match point.
Tour de Force is also activated, is also ready for Hawks. Let's see, is he going to get some frags here or not? But on the other side, talking about Lethal Esports, they did have a strong jump start. I really don't know what is causing them to fall apart.
I don't know what's actually going wrong, what actually went wrong for the side of Lethal Esports. Well, you get to see it was a 10-5 score line. From that, 7 consecutive round losses for Lethal Esports. Valor got the momentum back, but eventually Sensei got the first pick, what his team wanted for sure. But right now, when you come down to this point, 12-10 is the score line, and still the operator is exactly aiming on to the what point he should have. But when it comes down to the B side, yes, everybody have faded to that part, and now they want to enter while the 3 players are holding on the side. They don't want any room of casualties, but still arcade area will be the entry point for the side of Team Valor.
They are going a three stack entry from Arcade, and one player is trying to enter through the main.
Here.
Going for the rotation, not wanting to risk the elimination. And as soon as I say that, there's going to be a face-off. Let's see how this face-off is going to end up, because he's going to walk to the right in face. And Sensei on the course is also going to take down Paradox, reducing the numbers to 3. Now this is all set of advantage, and Marzel is also going to get one more frag, and into the race with the flash. He's going to get a second as well. 1 versus 5. Spike still under control, but will Fox be able to get the finish? No is the answer. Sensei puts a shutdown there. The scoreline will be 12-11, and I believe this is not going to affect economy of Team Valor at any cost.
Well, they need to get up. Valor won't have any kind of like, this is nothing as compared to like winning 7 rounds consecutively. They won't have any economical damage, but for sure when you look into this kind of matters, Tanya, Lethal Esports, they have to win the next one to get it to the overtime. But if they doesn't, and if Valor wins this next round, they're going to secure the first match victory. And if it goes all the way right, maybe Team Valor can finish the things off this particular round. But as we get to see, the technical pause will be taken for some time, and eventually I really want to see what results will come after this technical pause. What is going to come up, because 24 for Hawks, 25 for Marcel. These two players have shown us what a fragging power they are already having within themselves.
And talking about the fragging power, either side, it is quite good, and it is still going to be a match point for Team Valor. One operator will be spotted, and the round is on. Marzel trying to go with the fault line as well as some flashes. There's nothing that is going to be affected. Not there, but yes, on the dish side, Bullet versus Rafa. And before I say that, it is Sensei who's going to take down Bullet immediately, turning the tables into their favor once again. Are they going to snatch away the immediate victory? Are we going to head towards the overtime? Because the scenario right now does look like so.
Well, at the same point of time, we also get to say the Blade Storm has been activated by JN. This is a 5 versus 3 situation. The 2 picks have been taken by Lethal Esports for now, but this Blade Storm is the key to success. Might be the key to success for the side of Team Valor. But they are rotating, and now they are going for the side. They want to enter the A side only, but they are rotating from the dish, and it might just turn up in a different way. Though the fault line is used, the slow ops are down. JN wants to get up, and the resurrection will be used for sure. Now they are rotating towards the arcade, and they want to enter the B side to plant out the spike. But JN leading from the front, will he get that openings done or not? That's a big question.
The question shall be answered. Just 28 seconds and the count is on. Rolling Thunder used, where finally Android is able to get the frag. Lucia and Blade Storm right crossing against each other. JN getting a frag with the Blade Storm, but Marzel is going to put a shutdown there. Do they have enough time to plant the spike is going to be a question, because if they can't do it now, the match goes towards overtime. They want to stick it towards planting the spike, and Rafa finally comes to the action, not allowing that bullet trading, and the defenders winning the match. Time was of the essence, and now Marzel also taking the final frag. I told you from the start, these are the two teams where we can expect a lot of overtimes happening, and on the map of fracture, this is going to be a cause of concern, sure.
Well, now we are down to the overtime, which is at what point will the match actually get over? Is it going to be like a 14-12 or like a 16 something? What's going to come up? We are not quite sure, but definitely this overtime will be the one to watch out for.
A lot to watch out for should be the correct answer, and JN will still stick to the operator play. Being on the defender side, he has to do that. But look at the 5-stack push coming towards side B, and side B is contested by only 2 players from the side of Team Valor, except 2 players are looking at the spawn side, and this is going to be a very easy entry. And as soon as I say that, the utilities will be used. The position is already revealed that the entry is going through the main, and the silent entry hopping in from Bullet. He might be able to pick up frag. As soon as he does shower some lead, he is spotted, so he doesn't want to give away his life so easily, so he goes back foot for now.
but we get to see the entry from the arcade with the players of Valor. They want to get the lead. Lethal Esports doesn't want to give this one. Paradox gets Lucia taken down eventually, and now Lethal Esports are down to 4. Might just hamper another aftershock. Sensei shuts one down, another player hopping up. There will be a teleportation done, but Rafa gets taken down. Lethal Esports seizes the 13-12 score line. They need another to secure the victory, but will it be possible? Because when Valor is getting the attacking side, even at a single moment, they are making the things turn around, and if Valor gets this round, it is going to move on to another overtime for sure.
Well, we can expect one more overtime coming, but is Lethal Esports willing to give them a flawless open hand, upper hand? And talking about Sensei, he's going to go ahead, use the operator, and Marzel is still sticking to the same plan with some blinds, and then Android overextending himself. Now that sounds pretty risky. Look at the positioning from the side of Team Valor. They are looking extra committed towards side A, and side A is through the dish side though, and that is looking a little open. And as soon as I say that, Android has realized that if there's no footwork anywhere, it has to be dish, and gradually again repositions himself. 2 players on side A, 2 players on side B, and look, the zip line is also being used here to reunite and enter through the zip line.
Well, this is turning up an interesting way. What are the plannings? And I believe that Lethal Esports doesn't want to make any compromises. While you get to see the A side, it is being stacked up with Neon and Brimstone. Sorry, my bad, it's going to be Breach, but even Marzel is there holding onto the side. He doesn't want to make this entry possible, but eventually he uses whatever the things he's having at this point of time. He wants to get the entry. Marzel gets taken down by JN, but he shuts down Android as well. He wants to make this round possible, and Lethal are down to 2 as a 2 versus 3 situation. He might just turn him around. The incendiary might be a bit useful. Eventually, will it be able to deal a good amount of damage? I believe it won't be possible, but still Paradox going up with some different direction. Hawks has got the operator, 1 pick, and you are the one to be punished. And there you go, another overtime. Hobbs in this map of Fracture.
We are going to witness one more overtime, and who is going to have a sigh of relief by the end of the overtimes. And the massive question to be asked is how many overtimes are going to be witnessed, because if we talk about the attacker side, I personally like the way how Lethal Esports is performing on the attacker side. They are a little shaky on the defender side, and if at all this continues, this might go for a 4 to 5 consecutive overtimes. Paradox immediately using the wall off here to avoid any immediate entry, and side A is the one that is being stacked by 4 players, except for 1 player playing quite far away from other teammates.
Well, we never know what's gonna happen, but because another round it goes like Lethal Esports, to be honest, Tanya, they're playing really well on the attacking side. Same goes for Valor as well. But still, in the defending side, they're not being able to sustain what they have to do. But yes, Bullet he can be a surprise package anytime. Both the players are coming up. He spots one down, he gets one down. Eventually, he will be taken down by Sensei. But they have to get the entry. Marzel with those flash points in the aftershock. He wants to get the entry possible. Rafa is there in that tower area. It will be flashed out. Eventually the TP will be done. The fragment will be used. Aftershocks are there. Multiple abilities getting used up. But for now, the shots are getting up. And yes, leave these for starting with the plan. It's a 4v4 contest. Any team can hop in with the victory. But I believe it can be another overtime after this.
We can expect one more overtime happening, but if it will happen or no, that time is to be show us, because as soon as I say that, the trades are joining in. Lucia as well as Marzel is taking 1 frag each. 3 versus 2 is still doable. Marzel going for a flash, indeed false line, and he is taken down. And Paradox also using the resurrection, and the spike will be diffused. Now Lethal Esports losing the attacker side of round. Now that is massive, because I just mentioned a few minutes ago that they are performing very good on the attacker side. On the defensive side, they tend to get a little shaky.
Well, this can be the last round. It can be. There is a possibility, but we never know. because as you mentioned that they are being a bit shaky in the defender side, and Valor are outplaying them each and every time when they're coming as an attacking side. So yes, this round is something to watch out for, because if Lethal fails to defend it properly, it's all done. Otherwise, well, God knows what's gonna happen. The arcade push is being initiated by the players of Valor for now. Three players are actually hopping in. Shuts Android down. They've got the first opening. Steam Beacon is also down with those cloud bursts. We want to enter. The flashpoint will be used eventually. They're entering, but at that point, the fragment gets down and Fox prevents Fox to enter the site. Particularly, will be shutting another one. So there you go. Valor are now down to 2, while it's a 3 versus 2 contest, and Lethal Esports, they're making a good one for them. Hawks has got some visuals. The smokes will be down eventually. Won't have the chance to do the ops at this particular moment.
Talking about in the moment, the heartbeat is raising. They have to plant the spike. They have only 50 seconds and the clock is ticking. And if we look at the current position, Bullet is using the smoke.
One
and
enemy
look
remaining.
at Lucia,
Spike
literally
down
allowing
B.
some footwork to be heard and getting the frag. It is all up to the last man. Hawk standing. He has done an ace once, but really is a different thing with team support and doing a 1v3 all alone with the pressure of planting the spike is a second thing. Once again, we are heading for the basic step called an overtime for sure.
Oh, overtime. How many overtimes is gonna take up? Because this is getting much more interesting. It's a 14-14 from a 12-12 to 14-14. Can it be 16-14?
Break's over.
I never know, because as we mentioned that like Lethal Esports were stumbling in the defending side, but they managed to get this one in their favor. But meanwhile, as we get to see, the barriers are down. Paradox will be shut down by Android, and Android needs to make this entry point possible. Yes, there is a possibility the aftershock will be used. JN has got the momentum. He will be getting one down. Might just get the second, but eventually when you talk about this kind of situations, Lethal Esports are now down to 4, a 4v4 contest, while Android's HP is not looking a very, very critical position.
He is definitely looking very, very critical at this point of time when JN is already holding his crossfire. It is going to be a triple peak, left clone double, and it was an entire flash. Fox did send a good flash, but still they could not compensate with the exact amount of casualties, and ultimately it is reduced to 3 versus 3. And look at Sensei still trying to figure out where Bullet is, trying to give some lead shower, not functioning well, and Android with very low in HP. 44 seconds and the clock is ticking. Time is once again of the essence here, going for the rotation. They are going to join in side B from the spawn side, and now it is all up to Bullet about how many frags
30
can
seconds
he take.
left.
Well, that depends for sure, but yes, Lethal Esports, both the players are really in a low HP, so in one spray, he can take down the Neon and Chamber at a very instant. KO can be the one to watch out for. Android is coming up, and he might just he gets him down. Bullet is still waiting. They have got the rotation done on the A side. Oh, he gets him down. Rafa shuts him down, and eventually when you see Lethal Esports, is 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2, 1, one shot connects, and that's all done. The flashpoint will be used for now, but Fox is very surviving in 11 HP. Can it be a 1v2 for the side of Lethal, or otherwise it's going to go for another round in the favor of Team Valor? We never know, but yes, the plant is completely open. Shuts one down. Might just go for another. Yeah, there you go. The null point will be used, but one tab, and there you go. Lethal Esports secures this attacking side for themselves, and they need to defend it the next one to ensure their victory, or we might end up with another overtime.
And this play goes to Rafa, playing all the mind tricks needed, using the null command, going to an angle where he can get some picks and frags, and this was the angle that he was putting hold on to after using null command. This round goes to Rafa without a doubt, because if he wouldn't have played it so well, it wouldn't have been so possible. Though they have got an attacker side very strong, now it is for the side of defenders. Are they going to play a good round again and move towards the, or are we going to head towards the overtime? On the course, Sensei is taken down. Paradox, Lucia waiting for a 3-stack entry.
Well, we never know what's gonna happen, but Valor has got the initial casualty for themselves. Sensei is holding, JN is coming up, will be shutting down Sensei at this point of time. It's not looking good for the side of Lethal either, but there you go, the second shutdown, and it might go for another overtime, Tanya, because as we are seeing, it's a 3 versus 4 contest. Valor has got the man advantage lead. Another operator comes up, I just missed the shot. That's a whiff coming up, but eventually the Concast will be helping out. Hawks has got another angle, but multiple operators are being used. He will be punished. Lethal are down to a single player right now. Marzili needs to go for the 1v3, then only this match can be saved, but those shots are not making quite connection. Marzel is still fighting. He's not got many time left, but eventually gets the 1 versus 2 dart. He needs another one to secure this one. The Rolling Thunder Hobson Fox is in the side. He gets the entry. Marzel, can he do it? Makes it the 4K, but he has got enough time. Is it so? Yes, it does. Look at the reaction. Lethal Esports wins this BO3, like I would say wins this match particularly, and gets the 1-0 lead in this BO3. And what a match it turned out to be. Look at the reactions. The reaction says it all. How Lethal made this comeback possible by winning back-to-back 2 rounds.
How did they make it possible? Let's be honest here. If at all, Marzel with his Rolling Thunder would not have worked so precisely. Previous round going into the favor of Rafa entirely. This round going into the hands of Marzel entirely. And at the end of the day, we are having the Map 1 Fractures winner, Lethal Esports India for Skyesports Champions Series. It is best of 3, just 1 map down, 2 more to go. Pretty exciting map to watch out for. Loads and loads of overtime and a lot of patience spotted from Rafa's and Marzel's sides on the final 2 rounds. I think this is what mattered a lot. You don't have to always go extremely aggressive, but I felt a little low for Android on the other side. We have seen his Neon play in previous days in this series itself. It was nowhere closer to what he performed previously.
Well, I would say that this 2 rounds actually turned over what we were expecting. I was genuinely thinking that this round is again going in the favor of Valor and we might see another overtime. But Marzel was just chilling out. He was just waiting that, wait a minute, I am still there and this hope is still alive. That's what you call an IGL. When he has the role to step up, he came up. He got the round with that 3K, not the 3K, exactly the 4K entirely he got for himself. The last 1v3 clutch he did. Oh, that was a breathtaking one to look into that matter. But definitely this was the 1-0 scoreline. Though we get to see that Lethal have taken the 1-0 lead in the BO3. The second match, is it going to go for another overtime? Or we might see Valor making a comeback in the map which is chosen by the players of Lethal?
What I actually want to see right now is the map highlights. So let's head towards the map highlights of the map of Fracture.
Well, of course, the start which has been taken 2-0, the scoreline was settling out. What a great start by the players of Lethal Esports. They got a brilliant attacking half, to be honest. When they had the first half in their favor, they got plenty amount of round with the 7-5 scoreline. They settled up for sure, and the picks that were done was very, very nicely. Especially the players like Marzel. Marzel did an entire great job throughout the match. This man, the IGL, he went on to doing whatever the thing he should do, and he did it tremendously well. Not like just well, he did tremendously well, but to ensure the team's victory and to get the moral boost. But I believe that now Lethal Esports have to step up more higher, because the next map is going to be a do or die for the side of Team Valor, and they're not gonna go with a loss in the home.
Well, after having a look at these overtimes and last 2 rounds in particular, the way Lethal Esports used all the wits, abilities, utilities, ultimates and the frags to be precise, and the aim battle. They won everything that was possible in all different aspects. So the way they have put a good show, I'm expecting the next show is going to be even grand. And if I'm not mistaken, it is going to be the map of Ascent, and it is one of the most comfortable map to work out with.
And it does bring back some memory, maybe. No, it was heaven indeed. No, never mind with that. But Hassan also big some memories for the side of Lethal Esports as well. They were on a good form in the map previously, but now they have to step up. This is going to be do or die because the opponents are different. And as we can see, this semi-finals of Indian region is going and it taking up a way too long, and the competition is way too high. I'm really excited to know what is going to come up in the grand finals of Indian region, because if it is just the semi-finals, the grand finals, it might be a much more bigger than we can expect at this point of time.
Absolutely. If the semi-finals, the quarter-finals have got so much of action, the phase 2 is going to have much more to hold, and we are going to see that in the future. But talking about the current case of scenario, Lethal Esports were 5-10. Now commendable comeback from the side of Valor Esports as well, because let's be honest, Team Valor, the way they performed first half did not go as planned, but then later on picking up the pace as soon as the sides were switched, they were very committed with everything they did. Even they led the team which is about to lose towards a triple overtime.
Well, a triple overtime. We did expect a overtime at the very start in the back end when I was less like we had a discussion earlier, Tanya, that yes, this might go on an overtime, and it did. But a triple overtime, it was something that we did not expect, to be honest. I did not expect personally, I would tell that. I thought yes, one overtime can be done, two overtime can be done, but a triple overtime. And at a point of time I just thought it might just go to a 4 or 5 overtime like sessions might be possible, but the way Hawks and you get to say JN, Marzel, even Sensei played was tremendously well with those operator shots as well as those Vanden shots. It was something, it was like a blessing to the eye to watch out those shots. Like it was so smooth.
Whatsoever. By the end of the day, I've got only one thing to say. Last two rounds were the cherry on the top of the icing. The icing was the entire overtime happening, and the cherry were the last two rounds. I appreciate Rafa and Marzel being able to pull the trigger right as and when needed. And talking about the overtime, well, a tough battle brought by Team Valor. It was not easy to win against them. The way they wrote a comeback storyline, they were able to pull the trigger until the triple overtime, but then they were also able to reach to a situation where it was 1v3, and we were expecting one more time overtime happening, but that did not happen at this point of time. Lucia putting a shutdown, and then it was the third overtime, and I want to see Rafa play here.
Well, Rafa did play a really great role in this point of time. The defending side was completely shattered out by Lethal Esports, as we see it. Yes, Bullet was doing a bit good job, but eventually those shots, what he did was amazing. Getting that attacking round for his team was very much needed, but eventually the defense fall off from the side of Lethal Esports. If Marzel would have been in that side, there was a chance that he would have taken up down. But still those 3k, those 4ks, but individually when we talk about that particular 4k, that last round, Marzel, I believe the fans of Marzel will also be cherishing that particular moment to see that yes, their fan, like their favorite player is stepping up and they're winning the rounds for his entire team and clinching those victories, which does seem to be a bit impossible.
Yeah, for sure. The fans of the team of Lethal Esports are going to be proud of the final few rounds they played. The way the two players pulling the consecutive 2 rounds that had to be won. Otherwise, it would have been a fourth overtime hopping in, which neither of the teams would have wanted by any chance. So somehow, Team Valor were a tough competitors, and Team Valor were the team who also were able to procure the only ace amongst Indian region, if I'm not mistaken. We did see an ace coming in, but it was from the Rosa sector. So ultimately we did get to witness an ace from the side of Team Valor. Now it is one map down, 2 more to go. Do you think after this sort of a battle we can have a scoreline of 2-0, or we are going to see a 2-1 today, and the curse of 2-0, the clean sweep, is going to go all broken?
Well, still now all the matches are going as of a clean sweep in all the BO3s and BO5, but still, I believe I can't say anything, to be honest, precisely, because by seeing this kind of matches, yes, one thing is constant, that the first team to pick the map is already losing always. Like till this particular match, they're losing the first map which they have chosen. The second team who's choosing the second map is always getting the win. So there's a possibility. I told earlier that there's a chance that Valor might lose, and they did lose. Next one, there is a possibility that Lethal might win and can just continue the streak of that clean sheet. There is a possibility, but God knows what's gonna happen, because that completely depends upon the players. But coming to the stats, 14-16, the scoreline with 28 kills for Hawks and 34 for Marcel.
Hawks, the only ace man out of all 10 players here, with an average combat score of 272 with 28 kills. But on the other side, we have got the IGL of Lethal Esports, Marzel, playing as the initiator. Now, initiators are always spotted on the MVP chart. Mate me Soa. Now, for the sake of instance, it is Breach, 2KD with almost 300 of combat score. And I think the team as well were also, if you have a look at an entire team play, Sensei was one of the player who was able to cross the 1KD ratio. Apart from that, all three players are below the 1KD ratio. And if you have a look at Team Valor, they were all equalized, 3 players crossing over the 1KD ratio to being below that. So I would say a good team support was spotted from the side of Team Valor. And if you have a look at Lethal Esports, I personally believe Sensei and Marzel were the one to pull the trigger, but I still cannot forget that particular clutch during overtime coming in from Rafa's side, and Marzel with the rolling thunder, flashes, frags, everything that he did was required to win the very first map of Fracture.
Well, eventually we see, yes, that's what I was talking about. Sensei and Marzel were the two players. I wouldn't say that Lucia, Android, and Rafa did not play anything, but yes, I believe that key role and the X factor that came from the side of Lethal Esports was because of Marzel's Breach and Sensei, the Chamber. Hawks, Bullet, Paradox, even JN also played a brilliant role for the side of Valor. But yes, clinching those important rounds are very, very much important, and that actually Marzel showcased in front of everybody that what a single round can make up and what a single player can even do in such a state where he knows that he's in a man disadvantage, but still with those game sense, with those tactical moves, with those strategies, he can make it possible. Anybody can. If he can, anybody can. Then you have to just come up with those beautiful, beautiful strategies. But for now, as we move on to the map Veto, next map is going to be the map of Bind. But as we see, okay, so there's my bad. The next map is picked by Valor. So I believe all those strats and streaks are being broken.
Yeah, Lethal picking the map, winning it. Now that streak is broken, so I think the clean sweep streak shall also be broken on the map of Bind. Well, we have already always talked about the agent lineup. We are expecting a Raze and a Brim for sure. And apart from that, it is all up to the teams and players and the IGLs and the coaches to decide about which player plays what. But are we going to see an overtime again? This is the key question now.
Overtime. It will eventually depend. But as we see, Lethal have picked up the defense side. So we might just see that if Lethal just stays in the defense and gets the first round, in the attacking side also, they have to get a good approach to win it. But eventually, we have seen both the teams have got a very good attacking advantage in their lineups. They've got the brilliant players lining up. And if they can manage to get those attacking rounds in their favor, it will be eventually helpful for them.
Yeah, eventually it is going to be helpful to them to reach towards phase 2, but the end of phase 1 is also nearing. They have to make sure that they perform here as well. About qualifying towards phase 2 is not going to be a easy journey that we have already talked about in the various few streams, and once again we are going to talk it out aloud. Both the teams did qualify towards this phase with a score line of 2-0. Both of them are equally dominating. Both of them have been into the circuit for way too long, and they both the teams have got the synergy, have got the experience. Few have got the titles as well. A little bit of roster changes are not affecting much, because talking about Team Valor now, we have talked a lot about Lethal Esports. Sure, they deserve those words without a doubt. But talking about Team Valor for a while now, I have got a small doubt factor now on the map of mind. How are they going to go ahead? I believe they are not going to bring in Sage into the action again, because I on the attackers side, I did mention twice where Lethal Esports was strong, because they were playing with no defensive sentinel. We talk about a chamber aggressive, the most aggressive sentinel, and on the other agents as well, they were playing just about right. So bind can be into their favor only if they go for the right agent choices.
The right agent choices will be very very much needed, because that depends upon your decision and everything. Even the match results depends upon your decision. If you get the right decisions done, if you get the right tactics and the right strategies upon your sleeves, then definitely that match is always supposed to go in your favor. Yes, you do need some gun powers to get those rounds always, that's for sure, but the agent selection is, it actually plays a very crucial role. If you take a jet in the map of bind in spite of taking a raise, that's going to be a very very bad decision. If you get it for a row like a Yoru or something, it might help you, but a raise will be a very very decent pick in the map, particularly because in previous match also we have seen the team who takes up the raise has got the duelist advantage, but meanwhile the other agents will also be very very much needful, because we might see a cage like a killjoy, we might see omen, we might see a breach as well, because in the past few matches I was seeing in the map of bind we are seeing breach, so we might see a breach. And if he goes for like a berserk mode with those fault line and those aftershocks and those flashes, then the site entry will be a bit easy, but then it rest depends upon the gunpowder which the players carry.
Absolutely, the firepower is also going to be very very effective here. Instead, not only the agent lineups, not only the map choices, it is the mix of all, and over above and beyond all, it is about the comms that are being exchanged. That should be just about right, just about precise, to avoid any miscommunication, to get the round into their favors, to immediately get into the better results for the team. So somewhere somehow, it is a long list of decisions that are to be made to get the best of the results for your particular team. Now talking about overtime or no, but sticking to the map of mind, let's also have a look about the agent selection.
Yes, definitely the agent selection on the map of bind. Marcel going up with the Sova, Sensei with the chamber, Lucia with the brimstone, Android coming with that raise, Rafa was going with the sage. Well, that's surprising. We can get a Sage in the map of mine. Yes, it's not like okay, but a healing Sentinel. Well, the Sage comes up with from both the sides as well.
Well, we are going to witness now. To the shocker, the duelist of the team, JN, the jet of the team, is playing the role of a sentinel. So we can expect a battle sage joining in, if that is going to be a case of scenario, no. And Paradox is a duelist as well. We have spotted him playing Yoru sometimes, Raze sometimes. He is able to play the versatile role required. Bullet and Marzel going for the same role of Initiate as Sova. Now Brim is going to be between Lucia and Fox. Let's see how are they going to perform. And there's going to be no agent difference except the players except for the sides they are going to initiate the battles. It is going to be on the defender side first, Lethal Esports. Talking about map of mine, I wouldn't call it anyway friendly, attacker friendly or defender friendly by any choice, but still depends about how the teams is going to go for the initiative rounds. Pistol round 1 is equal to the second round is free round towards buying the Spectre and run and gun.
That's a one thing you just tell, that's a run and gun factor. Yes, of course there is a chance, but meanwhile getting a 1-0 victory, I believe Lethal Esports will be quite determined to finish the things off with a clean sheet, while Valor looks confident. They have lost one match, they are in down to 1-0. they're like losing with a 1-0 streak in the BO3 for sure. But Marzel, as always, with a smiling face and a chilling look. Let's see what awaits in the second match of BO3 of Skyesports Champions Series in your region semi-finals, where Team Valor is taking on Lethal Esports to qualify for the finals and eventually get the slot booked up for the phase 2 for themselves. While we get to see Team Valor taking the entry at the side of B. They have players going for the B long. They've got 2 players standing upon that position. The headhunter will be used for shots. One down. Sensei with those brilliant moves. To be honest, he gets some pretty shots, but nearly 3 bullets left. He will be taken down eventually. Android is still waiting. The boom bot might be activated and might just get some good amount of damage.
Might get some good amount of damage, and then going to deliver the perfect headhunter shot, getting the opening frag on the map of 9. Paradox is also going to get some ghost finishers. Lucia trying to enter through the hook.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
The ghost, and no, Paradox is shut down. Rafa is also going to get finished in no time. And here we go, Team Valor winning the very first round. Now it is going to be Spectres against some Pistols. So I personally believe the round might go into the favor of Team Valor, but Thrifties are also an option.
Well, this has to be the one. Well, a good start indeed for the side of Valor. The attacking side looks a good one, but eventually it is a defense-based map. So yes, Lethal Esports need to come up with some good strategies in the map of Pine with the defense. Otherwise, it's going to be a harsh one for them.
Well, harsh, no harsh. Let's see how everything is going to work out, because the players are trying to move in. Hawks is trying to reach out towards a shower where 2 players are waiting for him. He doesn't want to risk himself, so he's going to move out. Bullet again near to the smoke with the ghost, and this time he's not only a Spectre, and he's going to give some shots, and he's going to use a teleporter to reunite with his teammates. And the spike is going to move a little farther away from B side and towards A side. As soon as I say that, the flank action, and Paradox is going to put a shutdown to Android.
Well, with that, we also get to see at this point of time, they're getting the entry very easily in B side. Nobody there to watch out. But for now, as we see 1-0 scoreline, they might just get the second round as well for them. But right now, as we see Lethal Esports, they're trying to enter the side from the hookah and from the long side.
Long side, well, they've got the entire side control, and Paradox is literally waiting for someone to push, and Marzel is going to push, and this is very risky. Bucky is going to do the dirty deed. Marzel is put to shut down. 2 versus 5. How is everything going to pan out? Well, we did mention it. It was the battle of the Spectres against the
Last player standing.
Rafa fearlessly rushing in with the shorty, getting one win. Then he was taken down as well. But what is Sensei saving? We have nothing to save.
I personally don't know what he's up to right now, but with a 2-0 lead, as we get to see, Valor is taking some good advantage. Though they're in the attacking side, they're securing the victory very nicely, but that's not a great side. As you see, you need to get those defenses done, but for now, JN is just rolling. He gets the headshot. There is a 4 versus 1 situation, but Sensei, I guess he was facing some difficulties, because I don't think anybody like a player like Sensei, he won't just stand in that spawn area and just hold on. So he might face some difficulties because of that. But now he has more concentration up. He's got the vandals and the things coming out. The judge is ready by the side of Android. He doesn't allow any entry, but for now, the A side looks a bit compacted, while the plant is almost on the verge of going to the B side.
A is overly populated, but the spike is being carried towards B side. But B side is not empty either. There are going to be a total of 2 players waiting. One having a look at the hookah, other having a look at the long, and Lucia realizing the threat is on, going for the smoke, and Marzel trying to get the information. He is not able to get any. He is just luring the opponents to push him.
Well. This is the situation. Nobody has got, like, nobody have taken any pick for now, as we get to see. While Valor, well, I don't know what they are going to do, but the A long, like B long side looks quite congested. Some multiple shots might be taken. Oh, Sensei got brutally slaughtered at that position with those incendiary and those shock darts. Eventually, Mazil needs to make the fallback. Rafa is also there. Bullet shuts. He gets taken down. Eventually, the spike will be planted. And the man advantage is in the favor of Valor. Well, Paradox is there. As soon as Android hops in, he will be punished. And look at the crossfire. Oh, this is going to be brutal. He takes one down, and there you go, the last player surviving. But eventually, the attackers will get another round. It's 3-0, and with that, I believe this is going to turn up with a 2-1.
And now I know why the team Valor picked the map of Vine. They are pretty comfortable on this map compared to what they did on the map of Fracture. Now let's see how Rafa is trying to do. Who is going to step up though, to be the precise question, instead of Rafa in person. He was on top fragging list, thus I talked about him. But Android and Lucia also need to step up here. They are still holding on to 0 frags. Bullet is going to send a recon. Will he get any information though? Indeed, the recon is destroyed. Hoax is holding a good angle, getting the one, and team support is just about right. It is the battle of 2 versus 4. Looks pretty clean. Site A is under their control, except the spike was left outside the bath area.
That looks a nasty one for the side of Lethal Esports, not being able to defend his side. It's going to be really tough in the attacking phase as well. 4-0 the scoreline. It is settling up. Team Valor is taking a huge lead, and that's the thing they want. That's the kind of revenge they want from the side after losing the first match.
Well, what are they wanting? What don't they want? They will have to play and show us, because what they have right now is Sensei with an operator and rest all with a vandal and full shield. Rafa has got a decision made. He wants to go judging, and let's see how many close contact frags can he commute. And if you have a look at Team Valor, they've got all ARs to work out with, inclusive of all full shields. Fox has got a good angle. Some shock darts will be sent, but no damage delivered. Lucia is waiting for the site entry through the showers, but nothing is going to happen as such. And now comes the split. The split is of 2:2:1, and before any push, Bullet is sending in drone. Now they exactly know about where the opponents are. Not only that, Recon has also revealed several locations.
Well, with that, we also get to see Paradox got a great amount of shot. I don't know, like he's just got a 1 HP down with the shield, but there you go. With the showstopper. Paradox just shoots it up, gets Lucia down. Mazel will get another one. He gets the 2k for himself, very surviving in the 50 HP. It will be tough, but meanwhile, Android pushes from the lamps, and you get to see Bullet holding the incendiary will be used. He might just be the one to get punished. Yes, he does. And that's a 3 versus 3 situation. One thing's needed. Sensei shuts him down. Eventually, the spikes will be planted. He will be getting the one, but Mazel gets the trade done for himself. It's a 2 versus 1 situation. No room of mistakes, because at this point of time, if you do if you manage to do a single sort of mistake, that's going to cost up you hell lot of thing at this point of time. But there you go, the TP will be done, and for now he's going to go for the B plant, and yes, there you go, Mazel will be resurrected by Rafa, and the plant will be done for sure to get those extra creds, but it might just turn up with a 4-1 scoreline.
He is holding a good angle, is able to get a kill for himself. Now it is Marzel trying to take down Fox, and he will be with a 4k. And now the diffusal will be done, and this is going to be the very first round won by Lethal Esports on the map of Mind. Is it the beginning?
It might be. You never know. It's a 4-1 for sure, but eventually when we move on to the next parts, where we move on to this replay, those shots of operator were very much needed. But yes, this was the round that eventually Lethal wanted to have, because they wanted to keep the buy, and especially Sensei with that operator. It's very much needed, and when you see it's a 4-1 scoreline, They want to make this as they want to level up the score, and this defensive side. If you get the maximum number of rounds in your favor, it might help you to get a good start in the second round.
This
Second
is
half.
yeah, absolutely. This is going to be very helpful in the second half. But for now, Sensei looks a little
Oh.
extra. And as soon as I say that, I was expecting Sensei looks a little extra deadly, but he turns into a dead meat himself. 4 versus 5. Paradox holding an angle. Wall would not be disturbed by no means. And now it is all up to Android going for the rotation. Rafa has got a judge to work out with. Will he get any flags? Good question. But before that, it is Paradox has already got 2 flags. And now Rafa going up close and personal with the judge.
Spike planted.
Switching the weapon to Phantom.
Last player
And
remaining.
Hawks is going to put a shutdown. Now the crossfire of Hawks. Well, he didn't have to move the crossfire towards Lucia. Lucia walked into Hawks' crossfire.
That's the fact. Exactly, that happened particularly. But for now, as we see that we were used to know that yes, Bind is a it's a defensive based map, but it's completely turning around. Like they are proving it wrong. Team Valor is saying that no, it's not a defensive map for us, it's an attacking map for us, and we are going to attack it, and we are going to make it sure that nobody can get a chance to to defend us from prevent us from attacking.
They are on the roll without a doubt.
Revealing
And
area.
if you have a look at Marzel, sending a recon, no information to reward, is still sticking to the sheriff play. And Lucia with the classic, he is trying to just jump to get neutralized. Some enemies are dead, but Marzel has got a plan of Hunter's Fury. No casualties. Ultimate could deliver the damage, but I was expecting some casualties though.
Well, I would say some random shots. Oh, Lucia!
planted.
He could not just connect a single shot. The satchel will be used. The party stopper just gets it done. But eventually, this boombot, will it be able to make this thing possible? Will it be able to check out whether the players are holding? Because Chamber has got the complete aim settled up at this point of time. The slow ops will be eventually making some mark. The orbital strikes comes up, gets one down. He might just get another one. Marzel gets taken down as well. It's a 6-1 scoreline. It was a eco round, but eventually it will sum up to the victory side for Team Valor. Now, this is the moment that Lethal Esports needs to get a heavy buy, and they need to come up with some pretty decent rounds.
They are trying to do everything possible. We did spot several ultimate previews, a showstopper, a hunter's fury, a good angle was also spotted by Lucia. He could not get the required frag, and Lucia and Android need to level up at every possible cost. If not, we are going to move into the decider map, and the scoreline curse will be broken sure. Hawks has got a good angle, paint shell was sent, and Hawks could not push in immediately through the smoke. Lucia giving some random shots, and no damage will be delivered at any cost. Android would not move a single inch from there. He wants to hold auto because he is very well aware that players are going to push in through that angle. But little do they know, the players are already on the move, reaching out towards side A.
Of course, and with that we also get to see it's a 6-1 score line, and the A side looks a bit composed. Well, I believe they want to plant it out in the A side. They want to get the good control of for sure. The Wrecking Dart might just expose the areas of path. While we get to see multiple players holding. You get to see 3 players, but there you go. The Hunter's Fury hops in, will be getting Android taken down. Will get a good amount of damage for sure. JN is there, and on the other hand, he will be getting another pick. Little Esports are now down to 4. It's a 4 versus 5 situation. Have got a player disadvantage for sure, but now they want to enter. They gets that one, and Rafa will have the heal for himself. He might just spot him down. And Phantom, he's holding. Sensei, just go out. You get the picks done. He gets one. He might just get the second. No, he won't be able to do that. But meanwhile, the frags are coming up. The Wrecking Dart will be initially used for sure. The random shots being taken. The orbital strike coming up. They need to get those picks. There is a crossfire setup. He gets that one down as well, and meanwhile the round gets in the favor of Lethal Esports, and the 6-2 scoreline, it settles up for now.
The scoreline finally we get to see one more point into the favor of team Lethal Esports, and they need to level up. They need to correct whatever is going wrong, and as soon as I say that, we are heading for the buy phase. And I would also want to talk about Hawks has got an ultimate ready. He has done it once. Will he be able to do it twice? Map is different, positioning is going to be different. And talking about Rafa, going for the same wall orb, and he's blocked the hook entry entirely and got a good angle to hold on to. And he's looking a little extra aggressive. Pain shell will be sent, which is going to force him away from hooker.
Well, they have to just go on from that location, and now they are going for the B long. They are like the 4 players. They are advancing. One is there. Like you get to see the raise. He's still trying to get the entry from the hookah side, and no, one peeky. You go with that slow up. Won't give a good amount of impact, but whoa, that incendiary, the steam beacon, and with those reckon the like. Revealing these positions was much more important, but Shane gets another one taken down. It's 3 versus 1 contest, while Lethal Esports are now down to single player. Lucia, can he clutch it around? If he does it, it's going to be a very like a thrifty round for the side of Lethal Esports. But if he couldn't, the possibilities are very low, but let's just hope for the best.
The possibilities are pretty low, but Lucia will he be able to pull down 1 versus 3, or is he going to go ahead and save himself the big gun? Big guns is going to better next round. He's going to get a 1 exit frag, and now I believe that neither of the 2 players are going to move against the crosshair, except Fox is trying to follow the footworks of Lucia. And Lucia's got a good angle to work out with. Paradox jumping and hopping entirely on the different side, and Fox is trying to still follow Lucia, and Lucia is able to get a second. Is it going to be a triple? Yes! It was a triple. Round lost, but a triple exit frags.
Well, of course, and that actually did an economical damage to them, I believe so. But eventually Valor are taking and playing this map so brilliantly. We never know, like, will it go to a overtime? That's a question for sure, but I don't think if this thing continues for for both the halves, like if Valor is doing a brilliant attack and if they go for a brilliant defending half as well, so they might just end up with with this match without getting into an overtime.
Well, talking about overtime or no, we have seen a situation from 5-10 something all the way to a lot of overtime happening, and Paradox has realized where the player is. He's going to send a paint shell for Sensei, no damage delivered, and now Paradox is going to waste out the slow trap that was used. Sensei trying to reveal his position with the headhunter. The smoke is going to block all the vision. No casualties yet, and door defense is also activated from the side of Hawks. Let's see if we are going to witness any good fracture in, and it was a double peak, so he has to move out of it. Rafa has got a cheeky angle to work out with. Might be able to get one. The wall, reload, and go for the triple, but JN is going to put a shutdown.
Well, with that, the plant will be done for the side of Valor, as we see that now this last solo survivor, Marzel, also gets taken down by Hawks with that 2d4s. But yes, he's got a charge. Will the judge be effective? I don't think so. It will be a wet one, but for sure his position has been activated. The paint shells will be delivered. He gets the phantom for himself, but the cheeky angle, to behold, gets the crossfire setup, and he gets taken unconfirmed by JN. And with that, another one goes in the favor of Team Valor.
2-8 is the score line. Few more rounds to go. Indeed, to be precise, 2 more rounds to go. Is it going to be the score line of 2-10, or are we going to expect something else? Before we move ahead, let's try to watch the replay where 2 frags from Marzel should have been enough to win the round, but JN had different plans. Being a sage as well, he is doing a good, he's putting a good show, and Rafa is going to destroy the Recon. That is as if he was literally waiting that Recon is going to pop in and I'm going to waste out, and now Location has been revealed. So Rafa is going to wall. Wall is destroyed as well. With the stim beacon, the firepower is increased already, but nothing to stop anyone here. A lots of casualties.
You will not kill my allies.
Well, it's 3 versus 2 where it is going to take up, and Lethal Esports are being completely perished by the attacking side of Valor. And meanwhile, Lucia also hops up to this scenario. They don't want to go, but yes, the plant is going in the way of A side. They're entering for the side of Bath, and eventually they will be getting those Reckon as well. It will be walled up for sure. With the slow off, they will be buying the time to plant it out. And Incendiary might be used, and yes, it does. It makes some connections, and Sage moves on to the different side. Will get some shots pretty decently, but eventually the crossfire setup it is done very nicely.
Everything is done very closely, very nicely. Lucia trying to take her step closer as soon as he does it. Bullet puts a triple frag and a shutdown, and JN comes in and is also going to take one more
Last
frag.
round in the half.
Line 2-9. Is it going to be the cursed score line 3-9? Also 10-2 is also now considered a cursed score sometimes, but whatever it is not going to be a 2-0 clean streak. That is what I believe. We are going to see a 2-1 score line show.
Well, it is possible for sure, but for now, as we look into this final round of the first half, the attacker's side has been a complete domination by Team Valor. Now they have to just make the fallback possible. The orbital strike comes up. The Reckon Dart will expose the position of Raze and Android. What is he up to right now? He gets a good amount of damage, and with that shot, Paradox shuts Android down. Paradox will be taken down eventually by Sensei. Rafa gets another one. He uses Resurrection. He gets one down. Sage is hopping up the corner. He gets the damage. He will be pushing towards this side. The Incendiary will be useful, but eventually the damage dealt by them is tremendous. Those party, like I would say that showstopper Hobbs and the defuse will be done, but eventually the damage is being dealt on a very heavy note, and still Hobbs is trying his level best to just prevent that possible. But no, it's a 9-3 which is happening right now before the next half, and there might be some curse possible, Tanya.
Well, is it going to be a curse or no? That time will show us, but definitely Team Valor put a very good show here. And talking about show, we have a showstopper finisher also. Rafa going for the resurrection. And now Fox did get one frag, but he was immediately traded out with the headhunter. Hope was left all alone. How much could have he done? There was nothing much more left to do, and the scoreline is 3-9. Now on the attacker side, let's see how aggressive is Lethal Esports going to be. On the defender side, they did have some shaky moments. They were not expecting this sort of a scoreline, but now they need to switch something. Only one ghost spotted out of Lethal Esports. Team Valor, we have got all 5 players, and smokes will be sent, and drone as well. 5-stack push to aim in.
Well, the aim looks a bit congested, but Lethal Esports, what are they up to right now? They've got a 1-1 loss, and eventually, yes, the walls are done for sure. Rafa is holding onto the grounds. The headhunters will be used one pick, and Rafa will be taken down. No room of mistakes at this point of time. The spike is planted. This is a 9-3 which is going on. The shock dart might just help him out. Yes, the headhunters makes those connections. Another shock dart will be hopping up. Rafa will be punishing one, but eventually we get to see that Lethal Esports are going with some good attacking side as well, but for now the attackers get this round with the bind. But we are quite aware that it's going to be a defender sided map, but it went down to an attacker side because the first half was completely dominated by the attackers. That is going to be Team Valor, and right now it starts the same for the side of Lethal Esports as well.
Well, talking about Lethal Esports, they won the pistol round. That is barely enough to jump into the Spectre round. And here we go ahead with all 5 Spectres except for Marzel going for the half shield. On the other side, we do spot JN and Bullet with short lead. The rest 3 players with 3 classics and no half shield in the name of anyone. This time the players are committing to side B. Now that was an easy switch. They doing very well on side A, but they are trying to reach the surprises, and the surprises are Lucia getting the very first frag against Bullet, and Android did send a paint shell. He might have expected the damage, but it ended up being a frag, and Android through the hook is being even more brutal.
One enemy remaining.
Further more damage. It is a triple for himself. Entire side control for Lethal Esports. Last man standing, Hawks. There's not much more that he can do here.
I don't know what's gonna happen, but definitely, like Valor, they're losing the defensive side, right? Like what Lethal Esports did in the first half. So yes, this thing is just turning up differently. That what we did not expect. We expected the defender side to be more precise, but right now the position has been revealed. He will be getting one down, but eventually with that shock dart, Hawks will be taken down, and another round goes in the favor of Team Lethal Esports.
The round now entirely switching in the favor of Lethal Esports as the sides are switched. Both the attacker side round going into their favor. Now, is it going to be an overtime round again? Is the history going to repeat once again? We will get to see that, but Hawks was left all alone and Shock Dart did the finisher. And now it is 5-9. And if you have a look at the weaponry, Necros, we've got 4 Spectres and 1 Ghost, and on the other side it is all about AR. As soon as the footworks are heard, and I believe Sensei is aware about more than one player is holding the side of Hookah.
Well, that is going to be one thing to be assured, but yes, the spike is supposed to be planned on the B side. As for that, we get to see the spike is in that particular side, though they're faking it around those A, but if any casualty is being dealt by Lethal at this point of time, it's going to be very, very costly. But meanwhile, we get to say JN has got the visuals, the Headhunter is up for the side of Sensei, he's got 5 more shots for them, the Ghost is there for the side of Marzel, and eventually we can see it's going to be a heavy buy for the side of Valor. We get to see like Phantoms are being used by Fox. And if he wants to get this round in their favor, they do need that, that's for sure. But definitely, what are Lethal Esports up to? They're buying the time, they're playing the time, and still now no side of visuals in the B, and they are going to go for the A side. Chamber and Sova, they are waiting, they get one down. Since Sensei is also entering, he will get one down. But look at this HP, Tanya. He's barely surviving with 3 HP for now.
But still, they've got a strong room of opportunity to plant the spike. Look at Paradox. He was just trying to send the paint shell to delay the plant. And I think it did work. And now he was able to get one. Marzel is going to put a shutdown to Paradox 2 versus 2. But then if you compare the HP, now it was negligible enough for Lucia. And this is going to be the very first round. Going into the favor of Team Valor. And let's be honest here, they had a full buy. And 3 players gone. And they had all ARs to work out with. Overall, a round 1 without a doubt, but in long run, economy after losing 3 players is going to function a little shaky.
Well, with that, it's turning up in a way different of position, and it's a 10-5, and I don't know what, but I'm getting some memories of flashbacks in the map of Fracture. It was the same score, but yes, the sides were different for sure. It was 10-5. The comeback was coming from the side of Valor. Can we see a comeback for the side of our beloved team? Lethal, can they make it happen? Otherwise, it is going to be the entire 1-1 equalizer coming up in this BO3 for sure. Marzel and the company trying to enter. Trap will be eventually destroyed, getting one down and changing up the position while Marzel has got the trade. Hawks will be getting another one, and Lethal Esports, it's coming down to a 4 versus 4 competition for now.
Well, the competition is getting tough.
Spike down B.
Again,
One enemy remaining.
Scenario. It was 2 versus 2 again. They have got the entire site control, spike control, and now the lineups coming into the action.
Planted.
Bullet, will he be able to reach to 1 versus 2? And I get my answer. Android is going to put a shutdown to Bullet, and he is going to reach. Indeed, his entire team reached to 6-10.
Well, with the 6-10 scoreline, there are still a 4-round buffer between both the teams. If they want to step up, this is the moment to make the things mark up. And Lethal Esports, they're trying to make the things, they're buckling up the gears for sure. But now, 1 good round won't matter. You need to go for multiple same rounds like this. Either you go for a complete all-out push, but yes, one thing I would just love to appreciate about Lethal Esports that they're playing really brilliant. There you go, Lucy against the opening, and that is going to be a key factor. Siege is still holding. He has got the spotted. He has been spotted for sure. The paint shells might just give a good amount of damage. He went in the left hand side. Lucia gets Paradox and Marzel gets Fox as well. So now Valor are down to 2 while Sage's position was completely revealed. And now they're going to go for the A side while I get to see that Bullet is holding in the lamps. And it is not a great sign if anybody enters without having a single chance or visual. It might be a bit tough for them to enter in that position, but eventually he does it.
Eventually he does it, and now it is going to be the last player remaining. JN is going to be taken down once again with the shock dart, and now this is going to be the 7th round going into the favor of Team Lethal Esports. They are turning a little extra lethal on the side of attacker's side. Now they have got total of 3 ultimates ready, 2 Day Force, Showstopper, alongside that a Hunter's Fury as well. On the other side they have got for Team Valor, they have got only Showstopper. But talking about weaponaries, both the teams are looking quite equal. They are having all ARs and full shields.
Well, all Vandals from the side of Lethal Esports as we get to see it, but now what are they planning? Because they have kept the spike in the middle. For now, the walls will be up for sure. They want to go for some Vandal strikes. They will have the 2d4s for them lined up, and now Android and the company, they're entering the side. We get to see Valor, the 2 players are exactly in front. Android, you just need to come out of that particular smoke and you can get those picks done for yourself, though the damages are very pretty high. The pain shells might just create the damage, but no, with the 1 HP, Sensei shuts him down. He's barely surviving, but eventually that might help them to enter the side and plant it out. But what are the plans coming up? Because Sage is there, Lucia is there with the plant. Maybe he might just go. The walls have been done. JN is trying to break it out. The plant has been completed, but for now Lucia is holding on the ground. The shock darts, the Reckon will be used for sure. Now they've got some after plant effects as you get to see. The Hunter's Fury is there. The damages will be dealt. Lucia wants to make the comeback. He gets one down as well. The Hunter's Fury will be dealing a good amount of damage for sure, but Bullet won't be able to sustain that, and another round might just go in the favor of Team Lethal Esports.
Marzel with that Hunter's Fury gets himself one. Lethal Esports closing up step by step, slow and steady. Nobody's even noticing them that they are just 2 steps away from the double-digit club. And talking about Team Valor, they are 2 steps away from the match point. Now, is the curse real? Is going to be a question. They started with the score line of 9-3, 9 going into the favor of Team Valor. After that, they will only manage to win 1 round. So, is the curse real? And if you have a look at the split, again, Saitli is looking extra committed because Dart is going to reveal the position. No, the position is still going to remain intact. Hoax is holding a good angle. Bullet with a crossfire. And now here we go ahead with some shock darts into the action. Some pot shots also delivered with no damage.
Well, the headhunter walking brilliantly by Hawks will get the TP done eventually, but definitely
For you.
But definitely with this point of time, I believe that the 10-8 scoreline is coming up, and still they have got the teleportation to the A side, and the paint shells will be used for sure, and eventually we get to see the side entry will be successful for the side of Lethal Esports. Might just get some good connection. Fox is having that backstab, might just spot 1 player down. Android is there in the lamps, won't get a chance, but Fox, he will be taken down. Sensei has got some brilliant shots for himself, but won't be able to connect it well in the back. Paradox will be shutting down 1 shot from the side of JN. Will be resurrecting Fox again to enter the site.
Now I think this round shall be able to go into the hands of Team Valor, and Orbital Strike coming to the action where Lucia is going to play in game. 2 headshots connected, going for the triple, and what a aim game coming in from Lucia with that beautiful orbital strike. Here we go with Lethal Esports winning 1 more round, which is almost lost after the resurrection. I almost lost the last ray of hope as well, that there was no room of opportunity, that Lethal Esports might win this round. somehow everything is going in the pattern Team Lethal Esports wants it to. Is it going to be the equalizer, or is it going to be the map of lead, a round of lead for Team Valor?
Well, we don't know what's gonna happen, but for sure it's a 10-9 scoreline, and there you go, the wrecking dart, it's exposed. No, it's not. Bullet's still not spotted for sure, but now I believe it's done. But whether it's going to turn up in the favor, this round is very important for the side of Lethal Esports, because we see it's a 10-9 scoreline. If they come up with that like a leveler or a decider one, if they manage to like level up the scores with a 10-10, it is going to be very beneficial for them for sure. But if they want to rotate to the A side, there's still, you get to see a Raze and the Brimstone holding the A side for the side of Valor, and they don't want to compromise. Well, you get to see the Vandal from the side of Sensei. He's completely locked up the aim towards the door.
Well, the aim was locked up towards the door, not for any longer. The wall orb is there. Drone will be sent to give the information, and Jane has got plans to destroy. Not only that, he's also destroying Android, and as soon as he get one frag, going back, healing himself, refueling himself, and now this is the point where they definitely wouldn't want to fall apart towards the equalizer. Well, as soon as I say that, Rafa coming into the action, taking down the end. Equalizer is already 30 seconds. The resurrection is ready, and look at Sensei trying to push it in right in the face, takes the finisher, and the spike is planted in no time, with the lead going into the favor of Lethal Esports for the members alive.
You will not kill my player.
At this point of time, Valor are down to a single solo player. Bullet, might the position be compromised, but no, yes, the position is compromised, and eventually the equalizer comes for the side of Lethal Esports. It goes up to a 10-10 score line, and now the party starting, I believe, Tanya. It was a 9-3, and the curse is getting real. The 9-3 curse is getting real, while Lethal Esports is making the comeback and equalizes the score line with a 10-10. You can just imagine 7 consecutive wins for the side of Lethal Esports, while just one round went in the favor of Valor in the defending half. The Pine looks more like of an attacking map rather than a defensive at this point of time.
Well, I said it in the start that I don't believe Pine being attacker friendly or the defenders friendly. It is all play friendly. Who plays how? And Sensei is taken down by Paradox in no time. Now Lethal Esports, are they going to go for a lead, or are they going to be taken down by Team Valor?
Well, there was a reload problem, I believe, by which Sensei got taken down eventually. But right now, one down for the side of Lethal Esports. It does have a man advantage, but like disadvantage. Paradox wanted to come out of with the smoke, but still, both the players have got the ADs completely packed up in that particular area. If they want to enter from the A main, they have got a chamber in that. But yes, the spike has been deployed for now. The drone will be coming up shortly. I want to break it out, but yes, chamber is spotted. And right now, it will be beneficial to change the position.
The spike is still being carried, and let's see if Rafa is going to pick down Fox. This battle is going to matter a lot, and Fox has spotted the positioning. Wall orb is used. They don't want to take any risk, and I believe Lethal Esports want to win this round at every possible
30
cost.
seconds left.
And they have got the side control entirely, except for Fox is going to watch through the bath. But on the course, Hawks with the Headhunter is going to take down Android. They are trying it too toughly, with all the possibilities, but still it
Spike
is the
down
equalizer.
A.
The spike
10
will be
seconds
planted
left.
by Rafa, and
Last player
Marvel
standing.
is under fire.
Thrifty.
Whatsoever happens, still Team Valor will get a 1 point of lead here, and this was the round with lot of chaos and lot of I believe it was a pistol round for Team Valor.
Eventually, they will be happy with this one, particularly when you see a round, they needed a 1 round for making a comeback, and they got one. And this is going to be a one important round, one hell of a showdown. You never know when like Lethal Esports might bounce back. They've got the buys. Even we also get to see that Hawks might be playing on his ultimate. Yes, he is. He's going to use the 2 the force, but JN with that particular wall. He has done it for now. Yes, it won't make that connection. The boombot won't actually go through that wall by anyhow possible, but might just get some good connections. Yes, JN, the position is completely revealed. It might just go on, but definitely it won't be that much effective. The paint shells might just deal a good amount of damage, but the rotation towards the A side is going well. Brim, we can see he's going into the heaven, and if he spots one or two players down, he's definitely going to take at least one down with himself.
He might be able to take down one with himself. Wall is used immediately. The spike shall be planted by Italy for this round. Looks a little lethal friendly, but Team Valor can turn the tables as and when required. Destroy the as I say that, showstopper putting a shut down to Marzel. The spike is not yet planted. Heals are used, and as soon as I say that, the spike is planted now. Molly sent. The android with little to no HP, barely surviving like the skin of the down.
That was cool. We were spotting that there was Molotov. The incendiary was exactly lying behind, but there you go, the match point coming up for the side of Valor. Is it going to be the game changer round? This back-to-back 2-round wins.
They are nearing to match point. Are we nearing to a scoreline of 1-1? We have never witnessed it. Nikros, it's going to be a great day in terms of watching a 13-0 scoreline, 3-0 clean sweep, and now ending the day with nothing but a beautiful 2-1 scoreline. Who takes down whom? Because they are fighting, and they have been fighting as an equal. Nobody is extra dominant. Let's be honest. The comeback story was written in the map of
You want to play? Let's play.
Lethal Esports is trying to write the same, and as soon as I say that, the players' 5-stack push is coming in through A main, and here we go with the judge. What is Android up to?
Well, we don't know actually, but Marzel gets up with flat. He gets a charge, won't make the connection. Hoix will be getting him down as well, but this is an important round. We'll be shutting. Rafa is actually holding on that particular Persian Paradox shot. Sensi down. That was a key player to take him down, but right now, I believe it's going to be 13-10 score line. It might be possible. It is getting a bit close, but for sure, he will be taking Paradox down. Rafa is healing himself up, but for now, they need to make the entry. One down. Marzel, we have seen miracles, but no, this time Hawks punishes him down. For sure, they won't make that connection. The smokes are down at this point of time. They won't be able to go for that defusal at this point of time, but oh, Rafa, Lethal are still alive and they're still in the game. Can this game go to another overtime? I don't know what's gonna happen, but still, they are keeping the game alive. One more round to finish the things off, but still Lethal keeping the game alive for themselves.
Rafa is built differently. He plays better under pressure, and I believe whenever the pressure rises, it is Rafa who gets the trigger button on and is able to pull the entire team to the other side. Right now, it is still going to be the match point for Team Valor, and the information is acquired by Marzel. He is going to go for a recon to know exactly how many players are there, but recon vault is destroyed, and they are going on the move towards other side.
Well, I believe at this point of time, like Rafa is being a battle sage at this point of time. He's not a one to be like on defender side, or like Sage is one of a healer. Like that person should not go to play aggressive, and like Rafa be like, I don't care, man. I'm just gonna go and just get my beautiful kills for myself. That's it. What we can just expect. But this one was effective. Android gets the chain down at this point of time. Bullet is exactly waiting. The positions have been completely compromised, but meanwhile, we also get to see the Wrecking Dart exposed. The orbital strike will be done, and eventually we get to see Paradox getting taken down. Android will be also taken down, but Marzel, he wants to make these things happen. Fox is there with some pretty decent shots. The spike will be planted eventually, wants to make those moves, but yes, he gets Rafa taken down, and now it's a 3v3 contest coming up from both the sides, but won't have a chance at this. But Sensei shuts another one, taken down with 2 players remaining, while we get to see Chambers HP. It's not that much high. Sensei will be getting a teleport in a different direction for now, but Hawks, last player surviving. Lucia have got that pick. He's got that one, and with that, it goes to another overtime.
It goes to another overtime. Overtime on the map of Fracture. Now overtime on the map of Bind. And I believe everything is just going as Team Lethal wanted into their favor. And the way Marzel got the entry frags and then last man remaining, there was nothing much more that could have been done. But there's something that I want to call it on the map of Bind. Lethal Esports were very weak on the defender's side. So if they are able to win on the defender's side, short, the overtime will end in no time. But if they are not able to do it, we very well know how nicely Team Valor created a massive buffer on the map of Bind from the start until the score line of 9-3 curse line.
Well, this is going to be a decider one. Can like Marzel get those things done like what he did? But oh, there you go. Sensei with that operator. Shuts Hogs down at that position. Rafa is still holding in the hookup place and he won't be like allowing anybody to enter the side. Particularly the walls are up already. And yes, Paradox, what's your plan right now? Because I believe he's not letting anybody, like Rafa, he's got a complete plan ready for like in the defensive position. You give him the attacking side, you give him the defensive side, he's going to go for that particular role very, very precisely. But for now, that's a 12-12 scoreline. Coming up, the paint shells are ready for the side of Android. He still wanted to peek up. Sensei, oh Sensei is ready. He gets another with this within the smoke. He makes that difference possible. And what is happening right now?
Well, JN is also trying to reduce the numbers on the other side here. 4 versus 3. JN is with planting. Android is trying to send satchels to delay the plant, but the spike will be planted. Will they get any more kills? All the wall orb is destroyed. Bullet is holding a crossfire with JN. This is the time where he shall be able to get some early back as soon as possible. JN is going to get one, but it is Android who gets a double for himself.
Oh, Fox! He gets taken down and well, Lethal starts the overtime with the win in the defending side. We have seen Lethal securing the entire second half while being on the attacker's side. But for now, the second round of this overtime, Lethal or Valor? The question is setting up. If Lethal wins, they are going to go to the finals of Indian region. But if Valor wins, we are going to another overtime.
Well, if I had to just randomly pick now, if you ask me, I can say that Lethal Esports is a little better on the attacker side. I'm not expecting triple overtime, at least not now. Fox is still holding the showers. He has realized, he has heard the footwork, and Sensei is also waiting there. Rafa on the course has got entirely different plans to work with, but look at Hawks with that operator has taken down Android. Now reducing the numbers, it's going to cost Team Lethal Esports to one more overtime.
Well, we have seen Marzel. I'm still waiting for Marzel to do something miraculous because at the previous, like in the map of Fracture, we also thought that yes, it's going to be another overtime, but better late than never. Marzel is still there, so the hope, I believe, for the side of Lethal Esports are still there, because many of the fans also believe that if Marzel is there, anything is possible. But well, you cannot just get over Team Valor, a 5-stack team having a complete positioning for themselves. They want to try to spot those players for sure, but still no visuals. Want to enter it, the Reckon Dart will eventually come and it will be taken down for sure. And there you go, Marzel gets taken down, Lucia gets taken down, Rafa gets fogged, Sensei gets taken down, Rafa solo player surviving, and we can see, yes, it is going to another overtime. Yes, it is.
It is going to another overtime. Hawks will be putting the final player to
Switching
also
sides.
sleep, but
Overtime.
now both of them will be jolted, wide awake with a lot of energy and shockers. Overtime over overtime. This is going to be the second overtime happening. Let's see how they are going to play, because I was expecting on the attacker side, if at all Android was not spotted, I think the case of scenario would have been different. But now that was then. If we talk about in the situation again on the defender's side, Lethal Esports were weak for the start, and I don't think that is the same. They have realized that there's a player in particular, JN has realized that there's a player sending a paint shell to deliver a damage which forced the player to move away from Hookah.
Well, he did force him, but for now, the spike where it is exactly holding in the mid. So it might be a decider one whether you want to go, but Sensei shuts Hogs down, and it's a chamber rivalry going between them. And it's a different let Lethal Esports and Team Valor fight in a different base, and let Hawks and Sensei be on a different fight, because that's a complete different set of match between them for sure. But right now, as we get to say the 4 vs 5 contest, Lethal have got the man advantage, which for sure they don't want to allow Valor to enter the site for now.
They don't want the site entry, they don't want to give the control, but whatever they want, Lethal has got the Flash Marzel on fire with total of triple already. He has got his aim set on the 4th frag. Will he get that? Is he going to go aggressive? There are lots of questions. Android is going to put a shutdown, and once again on the defender's side, Lethal Esports are going to win a
Switching
round.
sides. Match point.
Not gonna lie, this is going up the same as map of Fracture. And if it goes like that, dude, I'm gonna jump out of my seat if that same particular thing happens. Because Marzel, this man, he has got something upon his sleeves that nobody knows. Look at that kills, 32 for Marzel, 30 for Hawks, 20 for Paradox. It's so much domination. It's another level of domination we can see from both of the teams. But now this time Hawks shuts Sensei down. He won't give him that much of chances. But right now it's a 14-13 scoreline. Lethal needs to win to get the victory, but Valor needs the win to stay in the match.
One player lost already. Is the history repeating? This is exactly what happened, but this time Marzel is going to trade the player immediately and into the vulnerable position while the player was droning. Marzel in particular was droning. Paradox took the entire advantage. Now it is 3 versus 4. Is it going to be an end for the game, for the day? Or Team Valor is again trying to reach to the overtime. Android trying to push it in with the double barrel. That's an effective bullet, and Hawks are trying to use the best version of
Overtime.
and once again, we are heading for the overtime.
Switching sides.
This is going to be the
Overtime.
3rd overtime, and it's not like, what is this level of competition in the semi-finals of Indian region? What is happening right now? We got the finalists from the rest of South Asia region. We have got the champion of phase 1 from the rest of South Asia region. But what is going to happen in this one? It's a timeout taken by the side of Valor. They don't want to lose it. They have got the attacking side. They want to finish it off in the next 2 rounds they are having. If they finish it off, Valor takes the victory and stays in the BO3. Still, Lethal, what will be your plan? Are you going to make the same mistakes happening, or you might just come with another 2-2? Point to be remembered, that last match of Fracture, it went to a 16-14.
It went until 16-14, and this is an entirely different case of scenario if we compare the map of Fracture to here. That was Team Valor struggling to reach out to the equal score line, and ultimately Lethal Esports won it. And I'm again going to repeat, last 2 rounds, one by Rafa, one by Marzel, and Lethal Esports were able to cross the disparities in the map of Fracture and win it and name it into their favor. But on the map of Mine, the storyline is entirely different. It is Team Valor who had all the lead. It was 6 points of lead once it was the switch of the sides. But then it led to an overtime. Not only once, 2 overtimes we have already witnessed. How many more to go?
No, but Sensei is being shutted up by Jane at this point of time in the B long. Marzel gets another one. Marzel in the IGL. He needs again another time to step up and get the game for his team. But is it possible? The spike carrier has been taken down, and here you go. Lethal secures another defending round for themselves, and they can't afford to lose another one. This is going to be another attacking side. Are we moving on to another overtime, or Lethal is going to shut the things up in this particular round? Because every time it's happening, they're winning the defensive round and they are choking in the attacking one, and this is going to be one hell of a competition right now.
It is going to be one hell of a competition without a doubt. And as soon as I say that, well, we have Marzel with total of 35 kills, but this time to give a tough competition, we have the 30 score line also shared by Hopes here. Operator once again, no shield. Is it going to be the time to with the exact score line
Launching
of
smoke.
16-14, or are we going to head towards the next score line?
Well, the entry from the bot side. Hawks might just shot. Yes, he does. He does his work really well. The operator working for his team is really, really precise. But at this point of time, Sensei doesn't want to peek. He was quite aware that there might be one player, like, I believe about blind or something could have been used. But for now, Lethal Esports are down to 4. Another overtime coming in the way. I'm having a gut feeling that yes, another overtime is on the way. But for now, they are playing the time. They want to take up the moment. They want to make it like, yes, we will take the time for sure. And we will enter as after like your patience is lost, because at one time I definitely think that Valor is gonna step up, or otherwise if they are continuing with this same defensive move, I don't know what's gonna happen, because Lethal, they're trying to enter into Bream and he shuts down one. He gets the second one as well. Right now Lethal Esports down to another one. He gets the 3k.
Spike down A. Flawless.
And once again, we are going for the flawless finisher, and Team Valor
Switching
with
sides.
the equalizer
Overtime.
and an oh ho ho. Let's see how everything is going to pan out by the end of the day, because the way these two teams are playing, they want to go, they've got a caliber to go until the morning with this sort of a play.
Man, are you guys gonna continue this for a long time? Man, just finish it up and let's move on to the breeze. If you want to make it a decider, let's move on to the breeze. Now let's just get this thing pumped up, because at this point of time, I'm really, really eager to know who will be crowned as the winner. Nobody is getting the chances. Sensei won't have a room at this point of time. He will eventually have to make the fallback possible. The patience are getting used up. But Valor, 2 consecutive rounds or not, I don't know. The damages are being dealt for sure. Paradox wants to enter the side from the side of Hookah. But right now, the other players are making some marks. They're trying to go for a different location only. I believe Paradox is there, but CH barely surviving in a pixel, 1 HP. It's very difficult for him to just sustain that much of damage at that point of time. He made the fallback possible, but still we get to see Brimstone and Raze holding on to the A side very particularly.
A side in particular, without a doubt. And now here we go with the stem beacon and a lot of molly. JN has still managed to sneak in, and the wall orb is used. Folks on the course has been able to get a pick up. Now it is going to be a 3 versus 5 affair. If at all the Team Valor is able to win the attack side map, I believe that they can own the map of mine by hosting their own flag. But now with all of the last man standing up, I say that he is also going to shut down. 15-16, we might end up the map of mine with 15-17.
Ho. I don't know what's gonna happen, but still it's a 16-15 scoreline. Anything is possible. The next round, it's going to be very, very much important. Lethal Esports. No, they don't want to lose it. They don't want to lose it. The momentum after coming this far, it's a 16-15 scoreline. Oh, this 16, can it be an equalizer for the side of Lethal, because they were choking in the attacker's half. I don't think it might just turn up in the favor of Valor. Maybe there is a possibility.
There is several possibilities here, and the Sensei is still trying to peek in to try to get a single preview, trying to get a frag if at all that is possible. Android on the board is trying to also deliver a little bit of damage. Damage is delivered. Paint Shell might be able to do the work, and the work remains undone. Still, we can say, does he know that the end is holding an angle as soon as Android moves out of it, and the heal is also going to do wonders. 15-16 is the score line. No casualties taken, and now here we go ahead. Well, Hoax is ready with the headhunter, with the classic though, and smokes are used.
I believe this is going to be a great round. When you talk about Marzel, he's having that Vandal completely ready to get the shots. He's got a hard right position. You get to see JN exactly from there. Rafa and Android making the entry, and Marzel is not being spotted. Marzel gets taken down. Lucia gets a trade, as well as you get to see Rafa gets Hawks, and Bullet will be taken down eventually. Lethal Esports are trying to enter the side. It's a complete 3 versus 2 situation. No room of mistakes from any of the players. Spike will be planted eventually, but the steam beacon is activated with some random shots. Oh my god! Fox gets him taken down at this moment, and there you go. Rafa, can you make it? He might not. 78 HP. He comes up with that shot. He gets him down. It's a 1v1. That's an operator. This should go in the favor of Paradox, and we might move on to the third map. Yes, it is. And there you go. The defense is coming up, and there the 17th round, and maybe the victory for the side of Valor.
I did mention it, didn't I? I did say that if at all on the attacker side, Team Valor is able to pull the trigger right on time, they might be able to win it and end the map of mine with the scoreline of 15-17. Team Valor still in the battle. The curse is gone. The two curses are gone. Let's be precise here. Which two curses? The scoreline of 3 and 9, and the second curse of 2-0 clean sweeps. Winner for the second map of the day for the semi-finals, Team Valor versus Team Lethal Esports is going to be bind. Now, do you have something to say here?
Well, I just want to say these two matches, Valor versus Lethal Esports, is one of the most exciting matches I have ever casted, and still now in this SCS, this match is going on a way to next level, and we can expect some certain more comebacks from the team side or from the Breeze map. What are we expecting? Lethal, or is it going to be Valor? We are still not aware. Breeze is the decider. Let's keep the fingers crossed. The fans, the audience, I will just request, if you're supporting Valor, keep your fingers crossed. If you're supporting Lethal, keep your fingers crossed, because this game is going on a next level.
Absolutely, with OTs over OTs, everything is playing a different sort of. The roles of the players are switched for sure. With the map of mine, we did witness the duelists are changing their role. I would have never expected JN to go as the sage here, but now on the map of Breeze, I am pretty sure JN is again hopping onto his very own favorite jet play.
Well, with that, the jet play might just hop in. We might also see some Yoru action. Maybe there is a possibility in the map of Breeze. Neon can be picked, Omen and or maybe Brimstone. I don't see Brimstone as a good option as well, but I believe Omen can also be a good pick in the map of Breeze for sure. Then Sage can be used as well. So we have to see what awaits. Yes, Sova will be there for sure if I'm not wrong. Sova or a KO. Maybe the Sova and KO both can also be used.
Yeah, Soa and KO, but the map of Breeze is so vast to work with. You need to have those double initiator, and if you talk about Soa, you are not going to have a flash within the initiator. So I believe KO should be one of the wise pick here. And talking about healer, I don't see any Sage jumping into the scene of Breeze. If at all Sage is jumping in, I don't know who is going to play Sage from the side of Team Valor. For Team Lethal, well, I'm pretty clear here that they are continuing to do what they did on the map of Fracture. So two different maps, two newest maps within the Valorant circuit are going to be witnessed within the same best of threes, and Lethal Esports, I believe the team to go on the attackers first is going to chase to accumulate as many rounds as possible, and then it is all up to the defenders about how they are going to retaliate.
That's for sure. That how are they going to retaliate? That's a very big question. But Breeze is going to be a very crucial map for both the teams. It's up to the decider, and it's going to be the first decider in the entire phase 1 for now, as we are seeing in the semi-finals of this Indian region qualifiers. So From this point of time, we can just understand how much the competition will be in the finals of the Indian region, because for now we have seen plenty amount of matches going up and down, and we might expect some more action from both of the sides in the map of Breeze. But coming to the match summary, we get to see a brutal domination from both the Chambers as well as Marzel, as always on the top.
Marzel being the MVP with a total of 300 combat score and a massive 35 frags. Just a 1 kill away for Team Valor with 290 combat score and KD ratio being above what Marzel had. Rafa with below 1 KD. Now that is not what exactly I was personally expecting. Lucia reaching to 1 KD, and apart from that, all three players, Rafa, Sensei, Android, they all had a KD below 1. And on the other side, if you have a look, Bullet as well as JN is almost nearing to 1 KD. Bullet was far away, and have a look at Fox and Paradox, they are just about on 1 KD. So I believe the team support of Team Valor is once again a little stronger compared to what Lethal Esports has. It was same on the map of Fracture as well. Each and every player is trying to accumulate those sort of frags. But now on the Lethal Esports side, I am not expecting any overtime coming sooner. I am expecting the team to grab as many rounds as possible on the map of Breeze is going to move ahead.
Well, we have to look into that matter, but the Breeze is going to be one hell of a showdown, because both the teams are going to give their 120%, because this is the decider which will mark which team is going to advance in the finals of the phase 1 of Indian region qualifiers, and from there they're going to face another team from another semi-finals, those will be conducted, and eventually the finals will decide which team will be the champions of phase 1 from the Indian region, because we have got Orangutan as the winners from the rest of South Asia region in today's BO5, where they have secured a 3-0 victory over Prime 5, and they have booked the slot for them in the phase 2 of the Skyesports Champions Series. Well, they are going to meet those 8 invited teams, those who will be just they're just getting this analysis done between this amount of matches. They're going to see which teams are performing, which teams can be the teams from the phase 1 to watch out for them in the phase 2, because the phase 2 eventually will be difficult, but before that the draw show will be done particularly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Skyesports Champions Series Valorant. I myself, Star Tanya, alongside me it is Necros. Just in case if you have missed a super solid overtimes show, I will give you a small briefing about it. The scoreline right now is 1-1. Never have it been into the entire tournament by far. It has always been a 2-0 clean sweep. Now it is the time where we are going to witness a 2-0. Which side? Well, both the teams are pretty equals to predict anything. Nikros, do you have any words to discuss?
I'll just say that this is the battle bit. Like we have seen this kind of matches by doing in the grand finals. Okay, we have seen this kind of games in grand finals, but now it's coming down to a semi-finals. That too in the phase one of Skyesports Champions Series. So you can feel the competition, you can feel the pressure among the teams that what they want, because the qualification to the phase two is very much important, because that's for sure the teams, those who are participating and playing, they're not only playing to just win this tournament and get the bragging rights, but they're also playing to get this slot booked up in the VCT APAC group stages and the group play-ins as well. The winning team of Skyesports Champions Series Valorant will have the slot for VCT APAC Challenges group stage, and the runner-up will have the VCT APAC group in play-in slot for themselves. So yes, those two teams will be the lucky, and all the teams those who have participated from the start of the phase when they had that one said that yes, this is the tournament. If we clinch it, we are going to qualify for the VCT APAC.
This is not only the prize pool, but it is also the title that they want to earn. And talking about phase one, Orangutan has earned the title of the champions of phase one, and I believe this is what they still have to compete on the Indian region. Though we are going to have a talk about it, we will again jump into map Veto.
Well, the map Veto is going to tell about everything. 16-14, the first match of Fracture, which was picked up by Lethal. The second match was picked up by Valor, and it resulted with a 17-15 scoreline. The maps which were picked up by the individual teams were acquired by them for sure, but now it's the decider. It is decided by the management, but now it's going to turn up as the Heaven, while Lethal Esports picks defensive side in the map of Heaven at the very start. Let's just see what awaits. Which team is going to come up, because we have seen, Tanya, just for a recap, we have seen a 13-2 domination by Lethal in the previous Heaven, but is it going to be the same map, because Lethal does have an advantage in the map of Heaven a lot.
The advantage on the attacker side, we did mention about it that the attackers are going to have the advantage. I believe Lethal Esports were also able to get that sort of an advantage, but then talking about Haven in particular, well, attacker friendly map, and I personally think the team to accumulate multiple rounds on the attacker side. There's no looking back, there's no turning back, and as soon as I repeat the word back, there comes one word into my mind, which is comeback. Now on the map of on the very first map of Fracture, we did see a comeback story written by Team Valor, though it did not end up as they wanted. Once again, we did see a comeback story written on the map of Bind, though it did not end up as wanted. But now on the map of Haven, the Deciders map, the team to initiate on the attacker side does have an upper hand. Having said that, they need to grab as much as advantage as possible, just like you need to make sure that you create a buffer so high that nobody can compete you.
Well, that's for sure, and eventually when we see, yes, you have to take a good amount of lead in rounds, then only you can manage yourself up in such a way that even I would say that now even 9-3 lead can also be taken down. We have seen the previous match of Bind, it was a 9-3 scoreline and the curse worked in, and then it went to a 10-10. But talking to the picks, Marzel with the KO, Sensei with that chamber, Lucia with that Ohm, and Neon with Android with that Neon, and Rafa with that Sky. We have seen what Rafa can do with that when this person takes the Sky.
We very well know what Rafa can do about it, but my eyes are still sticking to Marzil. Some yesterday's flashbacks are popping in on the map of heaven. Marzil being the KO, using some fragments for the winner for the winning round. But anyway, let's see who's going to win what. Hawks will be the initiator here, and Marzil as well. And again, the double initiator lineup will be used, except Paradox is going to be a cipher here. I am pleased to see Bullet into his original Omen form. JN, undoubtedly, there was no second room of opportunity that we would not spot JN as a Jet here. But Android again as a duelist, but as a Neon. What are your words?
Well, I will just go with the same picks as we see, Lethal Esports are just going with the same picks, but for now, I really am determined what is going to happen. I'm just like fingers crossed that everything goes in such a way that the overtime comes up and we can see at least a 14-16 or a 16 or something like that. Not to go for too many overtimes, but still, we want to see the results right now, right here, Lethal, or is this going to be Valor?
Both the teams in same position, the map of choices, and now here comes the basic map of Haven. It is a comforting map, no matter whatever you say. Yes, it is attacker friendly map. Team Valor is initiating on the attacker's side, and Team Valor is going to initiate with 2 ghosts, and on the contrary 4 ghosts are spotted for Lethal Esports. If you have a look at the split right now, 1 is to 4 is the split, and now the players are revealed. They are hitting towards the garage. I believe they shall be able to enter. As soon as they enter, will they be able to get the picks? It's going to be a question. And yes, they are going to get it in person. JN will rush in, get a frag. Hawks is also going to follow a lead, and they have an entire side control.
That was quite unexpected, but definitely it's a Valor versus Lethal fight. What do you expect? Like, I personally thought that it might be like Lethal might just get those defensive round in the favor, but sure, I have to remind myself this is still the game going in the favor of Valor. The fragment will be eventually used. Fox will be taking out Rafa down there. He has got some good shots. The burst shots coming in, might just get it. Yes, it is, and Valor secures the first round for themselves. It's going to be a 1-0 scoreline with a good start. Indeed, not having much casualties in this first round, in the first pistol round. Eventually, we'll be getting this one. Spectres buy might just hop in with the side of Valor, or maybe they can just hold on and go for that hard buy. But still, I would say that Lethal, we don't know what they have got. This is just the first round. Even in the previous day, it was the same thing happening. That was around a 1 or 4-0 scoreline. From there, Lethal made the game changer from that particular side. But now, let's head on to what it awaits.
What it awaits? Well, Team Valor with the Spectre already is mentioned that they might be able to get a second round also into their name, and the spike was dropped for a while. Again, re-grabbed by the teammate. A full stack rush coming in on side of A. 2 players. Have a look at it. Crossfire well adjusted on the sewers. Android on the court is trying to reach towards the teammate, and Bullet will use it.
Last player standing.
In no time, the crossfire is totally demolished, and Android will be the last man standing.
With that, Android, he has got a big responsibility. But yes, it was for sure that Lethal won't be able to make it up. But still, it's a decider map. You have to give your best. And for now, as I believe Android, he's completely doomed not to give any footstep. But to save, I don't think it's a good option. He's got a Bucky. He's got a buggy. Want to get those exit frags? No, he won't be able to. But for sure, it's a 2-0 scoreline coming up.
2-0 scoreline. Now it is going to be the fight of between the equals. Weaponaries will be same, except the Team Valor is going to continue with almost 3 Spectres and 2 Phantoms to work out with. Hawks is spotted with half shield, and on the other side it is going to be a full buy round. All ARs and all full shields. I believe that there shall be a round where Team Lethal Esports have got an upper hand in terms of weaponry. But if you have a look at the split right now, once again, same sort of a split coming in. Garage push is spotted, and they were able to win the garage round very easily. And look at Rafa and Lucia. They are trying to get in control, entire side control on side B.
Well, I don't know whether they will be able to do it or not because the way like Valor have got the momentum for them, so it's really tough. Though the fragment did a good amount of damage to the side of Valor, but right now Marzel has got the Vandal popping up for his side. He might just go up. He gets those Reckon from the side of Valor. Gets the entry point done. Eventually, the countercast from the side of Breach won't have that much effect, but eventually they got the entry one by one. The players are getting taken down, and there you go. This is not going to turn up in a good way. The guiding light might just work out, but Rafa with those Sky moves, he was always impressive with the Sky, but eventually the positions have been compromised, and now he will be shutting him down, and that's the first round going in the favor of Team Lethal Esports.
They had an upper hand of weaponry, but they lost total 3 players. Now that was something major loss to bear. And on the other side, now it is going to be the fight of the equals. All ARs, all full shields, except for Android, who is going to move in with the half shield. And if you have a look at the replay, well, not much to talk about it. We are going to jump into the 4th round for the map of Haven, for the map of Deciders match for Lethal Esports and Team Valor. Best of 3 for SCS series. And now JN again trying to send a cloudburst to get the garage entry. Paradox sneakily has managed to enter the edge of the side gate.
Well, of course, and with that, when we just move into this garage area, Marzel is there holding on, but for sure at this point in time, you get to see like they have to play on picks at any cost. Even Lethal Esports in the previous match, they played entirely the match on picks. They went on, they got each and every pick every time, but Paradox, this is the moment. The pocket area is being held by him, but Android, he's trying to get the picks, he's trying to get the visuals, but there you go, the fault line will be arriving, and there he will be punished, and Android gets taken down eventually. The orb will be collected, and Rafa is completely left alone on the A side. The aftershock might just give no damage, no, not a single damage indeed, but definitely cover from the side of Marzel, and the company will be arriving. Now it's time for the rotation, and now they're going to the C side for sure.
They are hopping in on the C side, and as soon as I say that, not only hopping in, they are dashing in. JN will be able to take down Sensei, entire C side under their control. Fox is going to immediately take action and plant the spike. Lucia
planted.
trying to enter through the garage. Is it going to be any easier? And the aim game for Lucia has always been great, but this time it is not only aim game. The time is also taking. The location of Bullet is already revealed, I believe. That is why through the radianite boxes, the ammo, the red towered, and Bullet was able to take down Marzel, but immediately Lucia with the support is going to take down, and it is a team ace. Each one takes 1 kill, and Team Valor wins the third round. Not the consecutive though, but yeah, third round.
Well, of course, this is the round, and I believe Lethal Esports are falling apart in the defensive side, and it's something I would say that Lethal Esports have to work on this one. They can't actually give up the rounds in the defensive side, though. It's like Valor is a great team to compete against, but yes, this is like a 3-1 score line. We get to see Valor is taking up the lead, but an equalizer needs to come in on a very early basis from the side of Lethal Esports. But before that, JN shuts Sensei down, and it will eventually affect the like entire impact of Lethal Esports in this particular map. Might be in this round.
They might get affected in this round, and I believe they are already very badly affected with 3 players already gone, all 3 by JN, and Paradox is trying to make a move towards side B. There's nobody there, and still he has to make a move, and there is Android with a classic. Paradox is eliminated, and Android is getting a free
One
weapon.
enemy remaining.
Let's see with that weapon what he can do. Well, what he can do or what he can't. Fox can certainly take him down without wasting much time, and JN is put to shut down with Rafa's frenzy, and Fox trying to sneakily enter. And will he be allowed? Well, the trades exchanged, and ultimately this is going to be the 4th round going into the favor of Team Valor, and it is they are playing very good on the attacker side. Like, it is already 4-1. It is the 6th round out of 12. Let's see how they are going to end up.
Well, we have to see it around, but for now, Team Valor seizing one by one round like what Lethal Esports did in the previous day. But for now, as they are doing this attacking so precisely, I'm really afraid what is yet to come off. But for now, this is the moment that we all were waiting. Can actually Lethal Esports make a comeback, or is it going to be like it's something of Valor? It's going with a one-sided domination in the first attackers half. We might see another different attackers half inside of Lethal Esports, of what we want to see. But if that happens, that's all good. But if it doesn't, it's going to be really tough. But yes, the flashpoint will be eventually used, and now Jane will be punished out. One by one, the players are getting taken down before the plant. It was possible. Every player of Team Valor were taken down. Cypher is still holding on that particular Kirby area, and yes, this is Paradox 1 versus 4. It's tough, but it's not impossible. Eventually gets one down. Trade comes up, and the second round goes in the favor of Lethal.
Lethal is not leaving them so easily. Even on the defender's side, they are going back flanking. They are trying to pick the trades as and when possible. They are not going only for the survival mode on or only weapon savior mode on. They are trying to take down picks as and when required. And talking about the current situation, Lethal Esports have got total of 3 ultimates. But on the contrary, Team Valor has got 4 ultimates ready. We can expect a havoc of ultimates here. All the players have got a lot of weaponaries, and operator is spotted on both the sides, except it is JN who initiates the round with the blade storm, and he is trying to push in through the garage doors. And I believe there are total of 2 players on side C and 1 exactly in the garage. It's not going to be any easier, and the delay is going to be maintained by Marzil throwing down the fragment.
This fragment will actually prevent and buy some time for the entire team, but eventually the Bladestorm will be very much effective. The Guarding Light might just blind them up, but Marzel, no room of mistakes, no room of footsteps. He can give, and he can be the game changer. All the 3 players having some different visuals, but we can see Jane having some looks on that particular area. He might suppose that yes, some players might just hop in. The flashpoint being used. Yes, he can get one. He gets one. It definitely will be shutting them down for sure. And now the shots are coming, and right now might be possible that Lethal might just hop into this fight very precisely. He might just get another. Yes, he gets the second one. Lucia is being on a constant level. Fox gets the second as well. But with that, the Rolling Thunder comes up from the side of the breach, and this is turning with a 2 versus 2 contest. While we still are off to see the Reckon will be exposing Sensei. The operator is ready, but won't make a good connection, I believe so. But Spike needs to be planted. There's 20 more seconds to go, and yes, it is planted for sure. But now can Lethal make this after plan possible? Well, Sensei gets one down. Eventually will be trying to get the second one as well.
Last man standing for Team Valor. Will he be able to not only get a good control on the side to avoid the defusal, but also and as soon as I ask my question, I get the answers from Fox. He is not only going to survive, but also win the round for his team, and it was a very good round coming in from Fox.
Well, that was indeed like a great match. I would say that it's still going, a great round for them, but indeed these picks were very necessary. And meanwhile, as we get to see, this was Fox's game, and a beautiful, it was completely snatched, to be honest. It was Lethal's round, and he snatched that one towards his favor. And meanwhile, everything was sorted, but Sky gets taken down, and Valor, they were making the entry, while Rafa has been shut down with 5, or it might just go for a 6-2 at any moment.
Neural Hex has already been reached in everybody's location. This should be enough to take down players one by one. And I thought, as soon as I say that one by one, from the shadows is also being used here. Lucia with the frenzy. What can he do? Well, will be able to pick 1 and 2 as well. It was the fight of an AR versus a frenzy. Frenzy did a very good job there, but still the fight is on. Sensei with 2 Tour de Force activated, 1 versus 2. Is going to get triple for himself and for a shutdown to Sensei. The score line is 2-6, 6 in the favor of Team Valor. A good attacker side rounds are going on. Still 4 more rounds to go. They need to create a humongous buffer. Ultimately, it is the map of Haven, and if you are initiating on the attacker side, you have to be dominant there.
Well, of course, and meanwhile, as we move on to this part, yes, it is making some impact. It's a 6-2 scoreline as we get to see. But next, it's gonna turn up like in the favor of which team. They are making the lead like Valor. They're going off with everything they have got for now, and at this point of time we get to see Lethal Esports. They need to make some good moves, they need to come up with some good strategies, but meanwhile the shots are being done. The aftershock might just not get some good effects for now, but the Wrecking Dart eventually will expose the site. The Guiding Light might just end up, but Rafa gets taken down. Android is there, Genius gets the entry, is getting the picks down, and for now I believe one player is surviving. It's a 1 vs 2 situation. Eventually he will be taking down, and the third round goes in the favor of Lethal Esports for now.
Lethal Esports are not letting it loose. No string is left loose. They are trying to keep it as tight as possible and the buffer as close as possible, because the lead once achieved they will not be able to recover it so flawlessly on the map of Heaven, and they are also aware about the fact. And with that previous loss of round, Team Valor is going to continue with 2 Spectres and 3 Sheriffs, but on the other side it is all about AR, except Lucia is going to go up close and personal with his judge headshots, and they are again trying to push in through the garage doors, where Marzel is going to throw the fragment to delay the entry. Now this has been the case of scenario in several cases, several reputations, and still he is managed to enter the circle, but enter the garage, but Sensei is going to put a shutdown to JM. The dash did not work.
Eventually we get to see this kind of scenarios. The dash did not work for sure, but now they're going with the plant, and Marzel at the flashpoint eventually will be getting him down. There, yeah, that's for sure. He gets the first one down. Eventually all the players are still holding on to the ground. The knife will be deployed. Nobody spotted. The fast lane is up, and yes, the defuse. It is fake for sure, but yeah, Sensei shuts another down, and yes, one player has to come up with the defense, the diffusing part. Yes, he is going for that. Android will be easy doing that, and the fourth round goes in the favor of Lethal, and I think comeback is incoming from the side of Lethal Esports from this point of time, and eventually 6-4 is the scoreline. 20 seconds more to the 11th round of the first half.
6-4, the score lines are pretty clean, and I believe that this shall be ending into the equalizer, because the way Team Lethal Esports is picking up a pace, they are not wanting to make it any easier. But previous was the save round, so it was pretty easy to win that entire round, but now it is going to be the weaponaries on both the side is all about ARs. Once again, Paradox is going to place the trap fire, JN trying to initiate with the garage doors, and 2 players waiting on side B. Rafa, losing patience, is trying to exceed, and Rolling Thunder from Fox is going to do everything that he needs. Flash is also used right on time, but whatsoever, there is Sensei who is holding a good angle, and here he is going to get a second. Instead of getting a second, a team support option right on time with one man remaining. It is a 1v1 battle. JN, will he be able to clutch it?
Well, it is going to make the time count, and for now it's 6-4 the scoreline. He needs to. It's a complete 1v1. The Guiding Light will blind Jane for sure, but they need to make it happen. 70 HP over the complete HP for Rafa. He shuts him down. Defenders wins it, and eventually the 6-5 comes up, and Lethal Esports, they're making the mark. They're making the comeback at this point of time. This is a 6-5. What is going to happen? Is it going to be 6-6? Will it be like an equalizer match to end?
If at all this happens, I believe Lethal Esports will have an upper hand once they reach towards the attacker's side. And even after Rolling Thunder and lots of flashes, I asked how did Sensei manage to sneak into a position where not only was he surviving, but he also managed to take down the player with the spike, not allowing the spike. And now we have got a null command activated, and on the other side, Hunter's Fury as well as from the shadows. And we have seen null command being activated right on time whenever the Hunter's Fury is activated. So this diff might be there, but before that, he will get a double for himself with the operator, and as soon as he tries to peek in for the triple, JN is putting his shutdown flash on time, and here we go, 3 versus 3.
This 3 versus 3 is going to mark the important one, whether it's going to be 7-5 or it's going to be 6-6. That's going to be counting up, but Valor has got a 3v3 advantage. Will use that teleportation from the side of Omen. Might just travel to yes, he traveled to the C side for now. He enters the side, might just go with the plant. He has a chance, and yes, eventually the spike is planted. If they have to play the after plan role, Jane tries to enter. He has his belly surviving on 36 HP, so it could be a good call for Lucia, but Lucia shuts one down. Eventually 77 HP remaining. He needs to go up. He needs to come with the smokes, and one player, one man has to shut the things up right at this position. Can't go for any compromises. Eventually the Hunter's Fury is activated. Won't get a chance. Will be shutting one down, but no, he gets two. He gets two. The defuse will not be done. What is happening at this point of time? Android do something. This a 50 chance. He even shuts down, and no, it's not the shock dart. Look at the reaction. Holy moly, the shock dart makes the difference, which was done by Soa. It actually stopped that diffusing part, even though it was fired. And what a clinching victory round for the side of Valor.
Oh my god. Even after getting eliminated, Hawks was able to save the round. At least on the attacker side, Team Valor is ending up wrapping up the attacker side with 2 points of lead. But is it enough to win against Lethal Esports on the defender side? If you have a look at the split of the Lethal players of Lethal Esports, they are going 1:4. 4 players sticking to side A. 1 player is 2. Indeed, it is 3:2. As the players scattered, it is a clear picture. Recon Dart has already revealed the position of Android, and this is the time the JN is going to take all the advantage. Not only advantage, is also going to get a pick.
Well, at this point of time, I believe this is something that it should be concerned. 7-5 Lethal Esports on the verge of attacking. We have seen them attacking in the map of heaven, but for now they are being taken down one by one. Marzelia also gets taken down. For sure, 2 players remaining will be shutted down, and the 8th round goes in the favor of Team Valor for sure. But this lead, will it hamper anyhow Lethal Esports, or will it just seal the way for Valor to the finals of the Indian region?
It is not an easy journey, and I believe it is going to be more difficult with every passing round between these two teams itself, let alone phase 2, let alone grand finals. These two teams are going to fight for skin to bones to reach towards the slot, to achieve the slot, and let's see what happens here. And Android try to push in right in the ocean with the 40 in the hands. He will be able to enter the side, but before that, Marshall is trying to take the frag. JN is going to move away with Marshall in his hand. He's going for the reload now. It is Android versus JN.
Well, right now the 1v1 big paradox spots a Brafa, gets him down. 41 HP, he's surviving. Chain 58 for Paradox for sure. The plant will be done eventually. They want to play our complete round, but oh, he spots him down. Bullet, they were quite aware of the position for sure, but they want to go for those sneaky smokes. They want to enter. The aftershock will be implemented for sure. But Lucia, he is completely blinded, won't get the chance. The knife will be deployed for sure, but another round easily going in the favor of Team Valor for sure. And this is going to be a 9-5 score, and they're very close up. They're closing in slowly and steadily towards the side of 10 points.
5-9 is the scoreline. Will it be doubled to 5-10, or is that going to be a one step closer towards Team Valor? Well, previous round, a very good round. How nicely JN saved himself from getting eliminated towards moving in. Every step taken was very well planned and executed. But now this is the time where we are going to witness the 15th round for this map to be played. And Bullet is once again going to hold on to site B, and some smoke. JN overextending himself. I was not expecting that coming in by any chance, but I would want to see the POV of exact time. Android already getting a site entry, and site entry in no time.
Well, we have to see what is gonna happen, and one by one the players are getting shutted up. Team Lethal Esports, what's going on? The strongest map, but heaven was. They're perished. They're getting perished on, but eventually the 6th round comes up in their favor. at this point of time, and it's a 6-9 scoreline for sure. Valor is still in a 3 rounds lead as compared to Lethal Esports, but will they be able to continue this for a very long time? They are looking quite serious. It's not the normal muzzle we get to see with those happy smiles and faces, but now they are pumping up to go with some extraordinary moves. Otherwise, it won't be possible at any cost.
Gradually, slowly, they are trying to close up all the buffer points. This is what exactly what my study is telling, and they are trying to push it in immediately with the shock ball. Android is trying to rush it in. Will he be allowed to rush in? Sensei on the other side is trying to keep a peek on the double door. Rafa trying to enter, and through the Trailblazer though, trying to just send the Trailblazer to get the perfect picture about where and how the players are split. And once again, look at the player split. 3 players on side. And as soon as he enters, JN is going to put a shutdown. Immediate trades happening. It is all up to the last man standing. How long will Paradox survive? And I got my answer.
You got your answer, but for sure I would say that yes, it's 10-6. 4 more rounds buffer, 2 more to go for the side of Valor to go to the match point, but eventually Lethal, will they be able to make a comeback? Because this was one of a beneficial match with like map which Lethal actually can make it up. Lethal can make it up, but Lethal is just falling apart. Now this is the time. Lethal, if you don't take the lead right now, it's all done and dusted. There's still 2 more rounds. Will they be able to do? But meanwhile, yes, the first pick comes up, the second comes up, and look at Jin, this person, 40 tag for sure, but eventually will be punished up with this move. The operator, will it make the connection which is required at this very stage? Because it's a 10-6 scoreline coming up. It's a 3 versus 1 contest. Lethal won't have a chance. The flash out will be done, and eventually it is completed. An 11-6. One step, like I would say, it's left to go to the match point.
1 step away. How long is that step going to take? That only Lethal Esports is going to decide, with the 2 ultimates being ready, Tour de Force as well as From the Shadows. Bullet had a good angle to work out with, but JN functioned even quicker than he can with the operator triple. It was not so easy. After 3 players already being taken down, it was pretty easy for the final player after the flash to get taken down, to eliminate and reach out to 11 square line and 1 point away. Lucia trying to enter to the double doors of garage. Paradox is still waiting there, and Bullet is still on side B alongside Fox, who is on side A. It is JN. Nobody is going to peek there. Nobody is going to.
No any peeky. If you go for a peeky play, you're definitely going to get punished for sure. And now at this point of time, well, Lethal, what are you up to right now? The random wall bangs are coming from the side of Bullet. Won't make that connection for sure, but yes, he's trying to go with some, like, he wants to just announce that yes, I'm here. If you want to come up from the window, you better be assured Marzel is still there. Might just got some footsteps, might just try, but the knife was deployed. Eventually the position is revealed. The seaside entry is possible. Marzel did that distraction, but eventually that helped the entire team of Lethal Esports to get the entry in the seaside. And yes, spike will be planted, the positions are revealed, and now it will be told for sure. The Seekers are out, as well as we get to see that at this point of time, they are making the entry. Lethal Esports, will they be able to stop it? Because it's a complete 5v5 contest. Meanwhile, Android has been taken up. 1 down, might be the second. Yes, it does. Rafa gets the 2. But meanwhile, Paradox, he's going with all he has. At this point of time, the smokes will be down, but 2 players surviving. What are the plans they can have? Oh, he gets 1. Another one is still defused, and it will be defused eventually. And it's the match point coming up. It's a 12-6. Valor, are they going to take this game home and get this slot booked up in the Indian region finals of Skyesports Champions Series?
Team Valor. Well, what can Paradox do with the Cypher? Now we have the answer. He's not only using the trap fires and the cages, but also neural theft was utilized right on time, and with that the frags were possible, and he was sticking to defuse while all the wars were happening on the other side of the spike. somehow it was a very good round. Now finally we get to see the double score. Bullet in the mid. Is there anyone who's going to pick through the B windows? I believe not. Android is trying to push in through the garage. He is already within the garage, and Fox's position is pretty good to get a frag. Cage sent, camera viewed, no vision. Fox is aware about the players being there, sending a flash, getting a frag, not so close enough.
Well, this is the round. Will it be for the 13-6 we are waiting for? But now I believe that, yes, there is a possibility. It's a 4 vs 3 situation coming up. Meanwhile, Android gets taken down. But still, Sensei pops out Hawks at that position. The Paranoid will be getting Paradox taken down as well. Lucia gets the entry. The smokes are down. They need to plant it out as fast as possible. But JR, he has got the opening with the smokes. They are preventing them to get those shots precisely done. Meanwhile, the plant is down. Omen is coming up. The peaky game comes up. It's the Blade Storm. It's a 1v2 situation. Is it the round? Valor, are you taking this home? Yes, they are taking this home. This is the 13-6 goal line, and Valor, they are celebrating this. They have got what they wanted. And this is the round they are seeking, and it's a team ace. Valor takes this semi-finals home, and Lethal Esports, they get eliminated from the semi-finals of Skyesports Champions Series Valorant.
What a play! All the chaos is ending up with a lot of comfort for the winner of best of 3 with the scoreline of 1:2 in the favor of Team Valor. Map of Haven, they were able to create that sort of lead, and it was amazing. It was amazing to watch. Treat to the eyes. True comeback stories written on both the maps. If we talk about the map of Fracture, if we talk about the other map, everything was just about right. But gradually, what did not work was Heaven has no comeback storylines to be written. That is what I believe. And Paradox sticking to the diffuse, final round filled with chaos, and Team Valor made it through. And it had to no surprise, it was the fight of equals. And on the attacker side of the map of Haven, we already mentioned, if they are able to grab those extra points, though they only grabbed 2 extra points there, but there was no looking back.
I would say it was one of the most dramatic BO3 we have seen so far. And yes, it turned out to be a 2-1, what we wanted, and it did turn out to be a 2-1. 2 for the side of Valor, 1 for the side of Lethal, we get to say. Congratulations to Team Valor for qualifying to the final stage of Skyesports Champions Series Valorant Phase 1. But from there, you will be facing a BO5. Then you will be getting a chance to qualify for the Phase 2, where there you're going to meet up those 8 invited teams. Those are not aware of the invited teams who are invited. You can go to the Skyesports Instagram and you can check which are the teams who have got the invite in this phase 2, and from there those 12 teams are going to compete among each other, from which the 6 teams are going to have the advanced position in the phase 3, which will be in a LAN event.
Absolutely. But before we are going to move into phase 2, you all know what is going to happen. It is going to be a draw show, and the teams will be divided into 2 respective groups, and one might be a group of death, other might be a group of sweat, and which group is going to dominate, we will get to know once the phase 2 begins. But before the phase 2 begins, we are still sticking to the phase 1. How nicely and wisely the players were playing, how beautifully they went with the comeback stories written on the map of Fracture. Everything looked shaky. They did attempt to write a comeback story, but all in vain. But on the map of on the very next map, we did mention it twice, that there was a comeback story on the map of mine written by none other than Lethal Esports, but that was nullified. Here, I believe Team Valor did not want any comeback stories to be written. It was all about aggressive play.
Of course, like, they wanted to go for the picks. They did what they wanted. Let it be attacking side, let it be the defensive side. But eventually, the results came upon their favor, and we got the winners of the semi-finals. On the other hand, they have the finalists, which will be the team. It will be coming shortly in the next tomorrow. Might be the Indian region finals. We are waiting with the BO5, and I don't know what's gonna happen, but eventually it is going to be bigger and better as we see.
Everything is going to turn into a bigger and better, but where my eyes are, who is going to be the MVP if you had to just give a guess? We are going to jump into scorecard after a while, but if you just have to give a random guess, who do you think is going to be MVP in the map of heaven on any of the sides you would want to predict?
Jane can be the one. Fox can be the one for sure. Fox have got some pretty decent picks for himself. Jane also got some pretty openings. Marzel will be there from this. Marzel might be from the side of Lethal Esports, I might say. But let's just see, because the match summary will be coming up very shortly, and we will be able to see which two are the MVP from both the sides.
How long the journey looked. We were just talking about the phase 1 beginning, and for rest of South Asia qualifiers the journey of first phase is already down and out. Now only one day remaining for the finals of Indian region, and Team Valor has registered their slot for the finals. Now how are they going to perform there? How well are they going to do it? Because talking about today entirely, I believe that Team Valor has it what a champion needs, and Skyesports Champions Series, this is where the champions are made for Valorant.
Yes, of course, they are mean for Valorant. They are showcasing what they are capable of, and this is the moment that every Valorant esports aspirant waits for, a stage to prove themselves up, and some new teams will also hopping up. Chilcod will be one of the teams I will really love to pick on, but where are they right now? I don't know. We have to see around which team are Team Valor going to face up in the finals of the Indian region, but for sure, whenever they face a single team, they have to keep that in mind, that they are also coming up to this stage by winning all the matches.
Absolutely, and ladies and gentlemen, just in case if you have not yet followed the social of Skyesports, make sure you do it. Just in case if you have not followed the socials of Router Esports, they are powering this event of Skyesports Champions Series. Make sure you do it. And AMD is the partnered. AMD is partnered with this series, and we are going to move into the highlights in a while. But before that, make sure you hit the subscribe button. Keep on showering the same love and support. This is me, Star Tanya. Alongside me, it is Necros, and we are ready with the scorecard.
Well, eventually, talking about the scorecard, it's a 16-3-13 6 scoreline coming up and on the stage. And yes, well, I don't think, Tanya, I'm not bad at like guessing. You see, like I said that it should be JN and Marzel. Even Fox could be one of the good contenders. They were close. But eventually, yes, JN is the MVP from the side of Valor, and Marzel is the MVP from the side of Lethal Esports. In all the three maps, I believe Marzel was the only one to be the MVP from the side of Lethal Esports.
Absolutely. Marzel has never changed his slot, never changed his spot. He was on the MVP cards. He is on the MVP cards. But talking about JN, I believe that JN leveling up towards the MVP, everything changed it. And Bullet, to be precise, playing as an Omen, reaching above the 1 KD, changed everything for them. Paradox as a Cypher did wonders with the final few neural thefts and final few rounds. Fox was also able to procure so many frags on the line. Hoax was also able to support. But what happened to Lethal Esports? Now this is where Android, being a duelist, he needed those entry frags, he needed those finisher moves, and I believe they could not achieve it.
Well, of course, and while looking to the stats, we get to see after two matches, we have seen the OTs, the overtimes, not just one, not just two, but three overtimes we have seen in the first two maps, but the third one did not went into that overtime section. And eventually, when we see around, I believe we have got those pretty actions coming up for the side, and eventually we will be hoping for the next BO5 of the Indian region to be more exciting than this one, because this was interesting as a semi-finals. It was a brutal competition, but BO5, if it goes like this, more berserk way, it will be splendid to watch out.
Absolutely, it is going to be a treat to eyes to watch out for, and especially, don't you believe, Necros, having to watch 2-0, having to cast 2-0 does have a thrill, but having to cast these overtimes is literally spiking up the energy levels to art, and also the thought process that we have also get seizes for a second about how everything is going to end up and how they are going to manage it. But somehow, somewhere in the very first map, Marzel and Rafa were able to do it. In the second map, we did witness Team Valor were able to stop everything coming in their way and win the map of mind of their choice. And finally, the decider map. They did not ever shake here. They did not ever look back here. They were all by themselves.
Yes, they were all by themselves, but for sure, I would love to say Team Valor, whichever teams you are going to face off, you better be prepared. I'm telling to the opponent team because Valor is a very, very tough competitor in the Indian region. For now, yes, there are plenty of teams waiting for them. Obviously, they have also dominated, but I'm really, really eager to see that final BO5. I'm telling it several times because, yes, that is going to be the X factor. We have seen the rest of South Asia region final in today's day. It was a clean sweep by Orangutan. It was a 3-0 domination. I am pumped up to see some pretty selective matches. If you can see me greedy, yes it is, but Orangutan versus the team to face first team to face themselves in the phase 2, that is going to be one match I'm really looking forward. Second one is going to be the Indian region finals. I'm looking forward.
Well, I'm looking forward to Hawks in particular from Team Valor to procure some more aces with the Tour de Force he was able to get. Well, this is the time that we are going to bid a goodbye. But don't worry, you are going to catch me and Necros exactly tomorrow, same time, same place. Sky Esports is the channel and on English desk itself. So see you tomorrow. Until then, let's call it a night.